Welcome to another exciting episode on Fanfic Universe. Today, we're exploring a captivating tale called What If Harry Walked into Gringotts at age 8 and the Goblins Found a Death Warrant Signed by Dumbledore. Before we begin, if you enjoy our content, please support us by liking this video and subscribing to our channel. It helps more than you know. And now, the story awaits. Chapter 1, The Unexpected Escape. The cupboard under the stairs was darker than usual that evening. 8-year-old Harry Potter lay curled on his thin mattress, one hand pressed against his ribs where Uncle Vernon's latest outburst had left a throbbing ache. Outside his cramped space, the Dursleys' voices carried through dinner conversation as if he didn't exist at all. "Absolutely marvelous news, Petunia," Vernon boomed. "Promotion's practically guaranteed after Grunnings lands the Henderson contract." "Oh Vernon, that's wonderful," his aunt simpered. "We should celebrate. Perhaps a holiday. Dudley's been wanting to visit that new amusement park." Harry's stomach growled. He'd been sent to his cupboard without dinner, again. His crime today had been simply existing when Dudley had tripped over his own untied shoelaces. Somehow, as always, it had become Harry's fault. He shifted position, wincing as pain flared along his side. This wasn't the first time Uncle Vernon's anger had left marks, but it felt worse than usual. Harry closed his eyes, wishing desperately to be somewhere else, anywhere else. The familiar feeling of hopelessness washed over him, but alongside it came something new, a simmering anger that seemed to pulse beneath his skin. "I wish I could just disappear," he whispered into the darkness. For a brief moment, Harry felt something stir within him, like electricity running through his veins. The sensation intensified, concentrating in his chest until it felt like his heart might burst. Then, with a sudden sensation of being squeezed through a very tight tube, the cupboard disappeared around him. Harry's knees buckled as his feet hit solid ground. Disoriented and gasping, he reached out blindly, his hand connecting with rough stone. The air felt different, cooler, damper, and filled with strange sounds. When he finally managed to open his eyes, a cry of shock escaped his lips. He wasn't in his cupboard. He wasn't even at Privet Drive. Harry stood in a narrow, cobblestone street lit by what appeared to be actual flaming torches in iron brackets. Oddly dressed people hurried past, wearing cloaks and pointed hats despite it being summer. Shop windows displayed items that made no sense, cauldrons, broomsticks, and in one case what looked like actual eyeballs floating in jars. "Impossible," Harry whispered, backing against the nearest wall. His glasses had nearly fallen off, and he pushed them back up his nose with a shaking hand. "I've gone mad. That's it. Vernon finally hit me too hard and I've gone completely mental." A woman passing by gave him a curious look but continued on her way. Harry realized he was drawing attention in his oversized hand-me-downs from Dudley. He tried to make himself smaller, pressing deeper into the shadow of what appeared to be some sort of magical pet shop. Panic began to set in. How had he gotten here? More importantly, what would happen when the Dursleys discovered him missing? Uncle Vernon would be apoplectic. The punishment would be unimaginable. Harry forced himself to breathe. First things first, he needed to figure out where he was. Looking around, he spotted a weathered sign hanging above the street, Diagon Alley. The name meant nothing to him, yet somehow felt familiar, like a word from a half-remembered dream. Rain began to fall, light at first but quickly gaining intensity. People scurried for cover, and Harry, with nowhere else to go, dashed toward the largest building at the end of the street. It stood imposingly tall, made of gleaming white marble that seemed to glow even in the gloomy evening light. Wide steps led up to burnished bronze doors where, Harry squinted, was that a small man in a uniform? As he got closer, Harry realized with a shock that it wasn't a man at all, but some sort of creature with a clever, dark face and very long fingers. Too late to turn back now. The creature had spotted him and was watching his approach with suspicious eyes. Harry climbed the steps, soaked to the skin and shivering. "I'm sorry," Harry said, his voice small. "I just needed to get out of the rain. I don't know where I am or how I got here." The creature's eyes narrowed further, then widened suddenly as they flicked up to Harry's forehead where his soaked hair had parted to reveal his lightning-shaped scar. "By my grandfather's gold," the creature murmured. "Harry Potter." Harry froze. "How do you know my name?" Instead of answering, the creature, a goblin, though Harry didn't yet know the word, beckoned him inside with a long-fingered hand. "Come in, Mr. Potter. I believe there are those inside who would be most interested to see you." The interior of Gringotts' Wizarding Bank was as impressive as its exterior, with a vast marble hall stretching before Harry. Counters lined the sides, where more goblins weighed coins and examined precious stones through eyeglasses. Despite the grandeur, Harry felt only confusion and growing unease. "Wait here," the goblin instructed, leaving Harry dripping on the polished floor. Harry considered running, but where would he go? Back to the street he didn't recognize? Back to the Dursleys and Vernon's fists? At least here, strange as it was, no one was shouting at him. Yet. The goblin returned moments later. "Follow me. Manager Ragnarok will see you." "Manager Ragnarok?" Harry repeated, hurrying to keep up with the goblin's surprisingly quick pace. "I don't understand. What is this place? Who are you people?" The goblin shot him a look that might have been pity mixed with surprise. "This is Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank. I am Grip Hook, a teller. And we are goblins, Mr. Potter." He paused before adding, "Did you truly not know?" Harry shook his head, bewilderment evident on his face. "Wizarding Bank? But there's no such thing as magic." Griphook finished with a skeptical lift of his eyebrow. "Then how do you explain your sudden appearance in Diagon Alley? The tracking charms monitoring you at your residence showed you were there one moment, gone the next." "Apparition, Mr. Potter, though how an untrained child managed it remains curious." They had arrived at an ornate door deep within the bank. Griphook knocked 3 times, and a gruff voice called them in. The office beyond was surprisingly austere given the opulence of the main hall. Behind a desk carved from a single slab of dark stone sat an older goblin with steel-gray hair and a scar running from his left temple to his chin. "So," Manager Ragnarok said without preamble, "the Potter heir appears without warning, without escort, and apparently without knowledge of his heritage." His sharp gaze fell upon Harry. "Irregular. Most irregular." "I'm sorry, sir," Harry said, instinctively adopting the polite tone he used when trying to avoid Vernon's ire. "I don't know how I got here. One minute I was in my cupboard. Ragnarok interrupted, his brow furrowing. "Where I sleep," Harry explained, then immediately wished he hadn't as both goblins exchanged dark looks. "Interesting," Ragnarok murmured. "Sit, Mr. Potter. It appears we have much to discuss." He gestured to a chair in front of his desk. "Griphook, bring refreshments for our unexpected guest. And summon Blood Fawn. I believe an inheritance test is in order." Harry perched nervously on the edge of the chair, which was too tall for him to sit comfortably. "Inheritance test? I don't have any inheritance. My parents died in a car crash when I was a baby." The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. Ragnarok's hands flattened against his desk, and his voice came out in a controlled hiss. "A car crash? Is that what you were told?" Harry nodded, suddenly afraid he'd said something terribly wrong. "Mr. Potter," Ragnarok said, measuring each word carefully, "your parents, James and Lily Potter, were murdered by the dark wizard known as Voldemort on Halloween night, 1981. They did not die in any car crash." He practically spat the last 2 words. The world tilted beneath Harry. "Murdered? By a wizard?" His voice had gone very small. "Magic is real." "As real as the gold in our vaults," Ragnarok confirmed. "And you, Mr. Potter, are a wizard yourself. A rather famous one, at that." Harry stared at his hands. They looked ordinary enough. "I can't be. I'm just." Harry. Just Harry. Just Harry, who somehow apparat miles from his residence without training, Griphook muttered as he returned with a tray bearing a teapot and a plate of small cakes. Behind him entered another goblin carrying an ornate wooden box. "This is Blood Fong, our inheritance specialist," Ragnak explained as the new goblin set the box on the desk and opened it to reveal a silver knife, a crystal vial, and a roll of parchment. "Standard procedure for unexpected claimants. We must verify your identity before discussing Potter accounts." Harry eyed the knife warily. "What do I need to do?" "A simple blood test," Blood Fong explained in a surprisingly gentle voice. 3 drops on the parchment. It will reveal your identity, lineage, and any inheritances or irregularities. Harry hesitated only briefly before extending his hand. After years with the Dursleys, a small cut seemed insignificant compared to the answers it might provide. Blood Fong made a quick, nearly painless nick on Harry's finger, collecting exactly 3 drops of blood in the crystal vial. The goblin then poured the blood onto the parchment where it spread, forming words and lines in deep crimson. The 3 goblins leaned forward as the blood magic did its work. Harry, unable to see from his position, watched their expressions transform from professional interest to shock, then to something that looked alarmingly like fury. "What is it?" Harry asked, a knot forming in his stomach. "What's wrong?" Ragnak looked up, his dark eyes glittering dangerously. "Mr. Potter, it appears there are irregularities with your magical signature. Significant ones." "I don't understand." "Blocks," Griphook clarified. "Magical bindings placed upon your core. Limiting your abilities, your access to family magic. And memory modifications." Harry's breath caught. "Someone changed my memories." "Not just that," Blood Fong said grimly, turning the parchment for Harry to see. Harry leaned forward, trying to make sense of the complex document. His name was at the top, followed by his parents' names and a branching family tree stretching back several generations. Below that was a list of vaults and properties he apparently owned or would inherit. But what caught his attention, what had clearly enraged the goblins, was a separate document that had appeared at the bottom of the parchment, copied there by the blood magic. It was a death warrant. For him. Signed by someone named Albus Dumbledore. Harry's hands trembled as he read the document for the 3rd time. "By authority vested in me as Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot and Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, I hereby authorize the sacrifice of Harry James Potter, b. July 31, 1980, when the prophesied confrontation with Tom Marvolo Riddle occurs. The boy must die by Riddle's hand to ensure the final destruction of all soul fragments. This authorization is granted in service to the greater good and the final defeat of dark forces threatening our world. Signed, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, 1st Class. Who is this Dumbledore?" Harry asked, his voice surprisingly steady despite the storm of emotions inside him. "And who's Tom Riddle?" "Albus Dumbledore is the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry," Ragnak explained. "A powerful wizard considered by many to be the leader of the light side in the last Wizarding War. He is also your magical guardian." "My guardian?" Harry echoed. "But I live with my aunt and uncle." "Precisely the issue," Griphook muttered. "You should never have been placed with those muggles." "Muggles?" "Non-magical humans," Blood Fong clarified. "As for Tom Riddle, that is the birth name of the dark wizard who calls himself Lord Voldemort, the one who murdered your parents and attempted to kill you." Harry's hand unconsciously went to his lightning scar. "This Dumbledore person, who's supposed to be my guardian, he's planning for me to die." "So it would appear," Ragnak said gravely. "Though the existence of such a document is unprecedented. Deeply troubling." "But why?" Harry asked, the question barely audible. "What does he mean by soul fragments?" The goblins exchanged uneasy glances. "Dark magic of the worst kind," Ragnak finally said. "If Dumbledore believes you contain a fragment of Riddle's soul, that would explain this authorization." But to plan the death of a child, he broke off, disgust evident in his tone. There's more, Bloodfang said, pointing to another section of the parchment. Your parents' will was never executed. According to this, it was sealed by the Wizengamot on Dumbledore's order. Harry looked up sharply. Their will? You have my parents' will? All wills of magical citizens are filed with Gringotts, Griphook explained. But yours was sealed. We were forbidden from executing it or even informing you of its existence. I want to see it, Harry said firmly, surprising himself with his own boldness. It's my parents' will. I have a right to know what it says. Ragnarok studied him for a long moment before nodding. Bloodfang, retrieve the Potter will from the sealed archives. As Bloodfang hurried out, Ragnarok poured Harry a cup of tea, adding a generous amount of honey. Drink, Mr. Potter. It will help with the shock. Harry accepted the cup gratefully, realizing his hands were ice cold. The sweet tea warmed him from the inside, and he felt his racing thoughts begin to slow. What happens now? He asked. I can't go back to the Dursleys, not knowing. He gestured helplessly at the parchment with its damning evidence. That decision ultimately lies with you, Ragnarok said carefully. But I would strongly advise against returning to your relatives or contacting Dumbledore until we understand the full extent of the situation. The door opened, and Bloodfang returned carrying an ancient-looking envelope sealed with red wax. The goblin placed it reverently on the desk. The seal can only be broken by blood relation, he explained. Harry reached out, pressing his thumb against the wax seal. It warmed beneath his touch, then broke cleanly along the edges. Inside was a single sheet of parchment covered in elegant handwriting. Harry unfolded it with trembling fingers and began to read, the last will and testament of James Fleamont Potter and Lily Evans Potter being of sound mind and body, we hereby declare this to be our last will and testament, superseding all previous versions. To our son, Harry James Potter, we leave all Potter family vaults, properties, and heirlooms. Should this will be executed before his majority, these assets shall be managed by his guardians with oversight by Gringotts until he reaches the age of 17. In the event of our deaths, guardianship of our son shall pass, in order of preference, to 1. Sirius Orion Black, Harry's godfather by magic and oath 2. Alice and Frank Longbottom 3. Minerva McGonagall 4. Amelia Bones. Under no circumstances is Harry to be placed with Petunia and Vernon Dursley. Lily's sister has expressed clear hatred for magic and our way of life, and we fear for Harry's safety and well-being should he be placed in their care. Furthermore, we declare that Sirius Black was not our secret keeper. Peter Pettigrew assumed this role 1 week before the Fidelius charm was cast, a fact known to Albus Dumbledore who witnessed the change. Should harm come to us through betrayal, investigate Peter Pettigrew. All our love to Harry. Know that we loved you more than life itself. James Potter. Lily Potter. Witnessed by Albus Dumbledore. Minerva McGonagall. Harry read it twice more, tears blurring his vision. His parents had loved him. They'd planned for his future. And their wishes had been completely ignored. Who is Sirius Black? He asked hoarsely. My godfather. Ragnarok's expression darkened further. Currently imprisoned in Azkaban, the wizard prison. He was convicted of betraying your parents to Voldemort and murdering Peter Pettigrew along with 12 muggles. But the will says he wasn't their secret keeper, Harry protested. It says this Peter person was. Indeed, Griphook said softly. Most troubling. If Dumbledore witnessed this change as stated, he allowed an innocent man to be imprisoned. Harry set the will down carefully, as if afraid it might disappear. His young mind struggled to process everything he'd learned in the past hour, that he was a wizard, that his parents had been murdered, that his supposed guardian had signed his death warrant, that his godfather was wrongfully imprisoned. It was too much, and yet a strange calm began to settle over him. For the first time in his life, Harry had answers. Terrible, frightening answers, but answers nonetheless. The odd incidents around him, his hair growing back overnight after Aunt Petunia butchered it, ending up on the school roof while running from Dudley's gang, hadn't been freakishness. They'd been magic. His magic. "I need your help," Harry said finally, looking up at the three goblins. "I don't know anything about the wizarding world. I don't know who to trust. But I know I can't go back to the Dursleys, and I can't let this Dumbledore person find me if he wants me dead." Ragnock leaned back in his chair, studying Harry with new interest. "Most wizards wouldn't consider asking goblins for help," he observed. "They view us merely as bankers and inferiors." "That's stupid," Harry said bluntly. "You've told me more truth in 1 hour than anyone has in my entire life. That makes you more trustworthy than any human I've met." A slow smile spread across Ragnock's face, revealing pointed teeth. "Well said, Mr. Potter." He exchanged meaningful glances with his colleagues before continuing, "Gringotts can offer you sanctuary while we investigate these irregularities. We have guest quarters for important clients. You would be safe there while we address the blocks on your magic and examine these documents further." Harry nodded, relief flooding through him. "Thank you." "Do not thank us yet," Griphook warned. "Our assistance comes with expectations. Goblins do not provide services without compensation." "I understand," Harry said. "The parchment mentioned vaults. I can pay you from those." "Smart lad," Bloodfong murmured approvingly. Ragnock rose from his desk. "Come, Mr. Potter. Let's move to more comfortable quarters while I summon our healers. Those blocks must be examined immediately. After that, we'll discuss a more permanent arrangement." As Harry followed the goblins deeper into Gringotts, leaving behind the only world he'd ever known, he felt something he hadn't experienced in years: hope. 3 hours later, Harry sat in a surprisingly comfortable room deep beneath Gringotts. The goblin healers had confirmed what the inheritance test revealed: multiple blocks had been placed on his magic, limiting his abilities to perhaps a third of his actual potential. There were memory charms too, though the healers couldn't determine what memories had been suppressed without breaking the charms, which they weren't yet ready to attempt. A goblin named Sharpclaw entered carrying a tray of food, simple but hearty stew, fresh bread, and a glass of milk. Harry thanked him, suddenly realizing how hungry he was. "Manager Ragnock will return shortly," Sharpclaw informed him. "The Goblin Council is discussing your situation." Harry paused mid-bite. "The Goblin Council? Is that serious?" Sharpclaw's lips twisted in what might have been amusement. "Quite. The attempted murder of a child through legal machination violates treaties between the Goblin Nation and wizard kind. As does the evidence of an innocent wizard imprisoned without trial." "You mean my godfather?" Sirius Black. "Indeed." Sharpclaw hesitated, then added, "There is something else you should know. After you were found missing from your relative's home, Albus Dumbledore himself came to Gringotts asking if we had seen you. He was most insistent." Harry's heart raced. "Does he know I'm here?" "No," Sharpclaw assured him. "Client confidentiality is sacred to Gringotts. But he is searching, and he has considerable resources at his disposal." After Sharpclaw left, Harry paced the room, trying to process everything. His life had completely transformed in a matter of hours. He was a wizard. His parents had been murdered. The man who should have been his guardian had authorized his death. And now that same man was searching for him. A soft knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Ragnock entered, accompanied by an elderly goblin with pure white hair and eyes so dark they appeared almost black. "Mr. Potter," Ragnock said formally, "may I present Elder Gornick, head of the Goblin Council." Harry bowed awkwardly, unsure of the proper protocol. "It's an honor to meet you, sir." Elder Gornick studied him intently. "So this is the Potter heir. Smaller than I expected." "The Dursleys didn't feed me much," Harry admitted. Something flashed in the elder goblin's eyes, a dangerous, predatory look. Yes, we will address that particular injustice in due course. He gestured for Harry to sit. The council has reviewed your situation, Mr. Potter. It presents us with both a challenge and an opportunity. An opportunity? Harry echoed. Relations between goblins and wizards have been strained for centuries, Gornick explained. We are viewed as inferior creatures, despite managing their gold and crafting their finest enchanted items. The corruption in your ministry runs deep, allowing injustices like the false imprisonment of your godfather and the illegal placement of magical blocks on a child. What Elder Gornick means, Ragnarok clarified, is that by helping you, we also help ourselves. Exposing Dumbledore's actions could shift the balance of power in Wizarding Britain. Harry considered this. So you want to use me to get back at wizards who've treated you badly? Gornick laughed, a surprisingly warm sound. Direct, isn't he? Yes, Mr. Potter, in simple terms. But our goals align with yours. You need protection, education, and eventually justice. We can provide all three. In exchange for 10% of the recovered assets when your godfather is freed and compensated for false imprisonment, Ragnarok stated. And exclusive banking rights to the Potter accounts for the next century. Harry thought about this for a moment. Money meant little to him, he'd never had any, but he understood the concept of a fair deal. I accept, on one condition. You teach me about the wizarding world, about magic, and about how to protect myself. I don't want to hide forever. Someday, I'll have to face this Dumbledore person. The two goblins exchanged impressed glances. Agreed, Elder Gornick said firmly. Gringotts will provide you sanctuary, education, and eventually, the means to reclaim your rightful place in the wizarding world. He extended his hand, and Harry shook it, feeling the weight of the moment. Now, Ragnarok said, suddenly businesslike, we should discuss the removal of those magical blocks. Our healers can begin tomorrow if you feel ready. Harry nodded determinedly. I'm ready now. Far away in Scotland, Albus Dumbledore paced his office at Hogwarts, his usual serene demeanor replaced by barely controlled panic. The monitoring devices tied to Harry Potter had gone silent hours ago. The blood wards at Privet Drive had collapsed. The boy had vanished without a trace. How could this happen? He muttered to himself. The protections were impeccable. No Death Eater could have breached them. The fire in his office flared green, and Minerva McGonagall stepped through, looking harried. Any news, Albus? Dumbledore shook his head grimly. Nothing. It's as if he simply disappeared. Have you checked with those dreadful muggles? Perhaps they've done something, they're as confused as we are, Dumbledore interrupted. According to them, the boy was in his bedroom, then simply wasn't. No signs of forced entry, no magical signatures besides the residual wards. McGonagall's lips thinned to a tight line. I told you they were the worst sort of muggles. I warned you 7 years ago. Dumbledore sighed heavily. You did, Minerva. Perhaps I should have listened. He adjusted his half-moon spectacles. I've had Hagrid searching Diagon Alley, but there's been no sign of him. The goblins claim ignorance as well, though you know how they can be with their word games and half-truths. What about the trace? Surely the Ministry, the trace only activates when a wand is used, Dumbledore reminded her. Harry doesn't have a wand, and accidental magic isn't tracked the same way. McGonagall sank into a chair. What does this mean for your plans? Dumbledore's expression darkened. Everything must be reconsidered. The prophecy remains, but without the boy. He trailed off, lost in thought. After a moment, he squared his shoulders. We'll find him, Minerva. We must. The future of our world depends on it. In the early hours of the morning, Harry lay on a stone table in a chamber deep beneath Gringotts. 5 goblin healers surrounded him, chanting in their native tongue. The removal of the magical blocks was proving more difficult than anticipated, they were layered and interwoven with considerable skill. "Remarkable restraints," muttered the chief healer, Bonecrusher. "Whoever placed these knew exactly what they were doing. Your magical core should be developing naturally, expanding as you grow. Instead, it's been artificially contained, like a river dammed at its source." Harry gritted his teeth against the discomfort as the healers worked. It wasn't exactly painful, but the sensation of something foreign being pulled from deep within him was unsettling. "There!" Bonecrusher exclaimed as a strand of sickly green energy extracted itself from Harry's chest, floating above him before dissipating in a shower of sparks. "The first block is broken." Immediately, Harry felt something shift inside him, a warmth spreading through his limbs, a tingling at his fingertips. It was as if he'd been wearing tight, restrictive clothing his whole life and suddenly found himself in comfortable garments that allowed him to breathe freely. "That's incredible," he whispered. "That's just the beginning," Bonecrusher assured him. "There are at least 4 more major blocks, plus several minor ones. This will take time." Hours passed as the goblins methodically dismantled the magical constraints placed upon Harry. With each block removed, he felt stronger, more aware, as if his senses were gradually being enhanced. Colors seemed brighter, sounds clearer, and the magical energies around him became almost visible, shimmering at the edges of his vision like heat waves rising from hot pavement. Finally, as dawn broke in the world far above, Bonecrusher announced, "It is done. The blocks are removed, though your core will need time to stabilize and expand to its natural state." Harry sat up slowly, marveling at the difference. The room seemed to pulse with energy he hadn't noticed before. He could feel the magic in the very stones of Gringotts, ancient and powerful. "What about the memory charms?" he asked. Bonecrusher shook his head. "Those are more delicate. Breaking them incorrectly could damage your mind. We will need a specialist, perhaps a wizarding mind healer we can trust." Harry nodded, understanding the caution. He'd waited 8 years for answers, he could wait a little longer. "Rest now," the healer instructed. "Your body needs time to adjust to your unbound magic. Tomorrow, we'll begin testing your abilities and start your education." As Harry was led back to his quarters, he felt the weight of the day's revelations pressing upon him. Yet alongside the fear and uncertainty was a growing sense of determination. Someone had gone to extraordinary lengths to control him, to keep him weak and ignorant. That someone, Dumbledore, had even authorized his death. Harry Potter had spent his life as a victim, of the Dursleys' cruelty, of Dumbledore's machinations. But as he drifted to sleep in the quiet comfort of his room beneath Gringotts, he made a silent promise to himself, never again. The following days established a routine. Mornings were spent with Griphook, learning wizarding history, politics, and culture. Afternoons were dedicated to understanding and controlling his newly unleashed magic under the tutelage of Bonecrusher. Evenings brought strategy sessions with Ragnarok, plotting the eventual revelation of Dumbledore's treachery and the exoneration of Sirius Black. A week after his arrival, Harry sat in a comfortable chair in Ragnarok's office, carefully levitating a quill with nothing but his focused intent. No wand, no incantation, just the power of his will directing his magic. "Excellent control," Ragnarok observed. "Most young wizards require years of training to manage wandless magic at that level." Harry gently set the quill down. "Bonecrusher says it's because I'm learning without the crutch of a wand first. He says wands make channeling magic easier but create dependency." Goblin perspective, Ragnarok acknowledged with a nod. "We never developed wand usage. Our magic works differently, tied to crafting, to earth and metal." Harry had come to appreciate these cultural insights. The wizarding world, as described by the goblins, seemed simultaneously marvelous and backward, capable of incredible feats of magic yet mired in prejudice and outdated thinking. "There's been a development regarding Dumbledore," Ragnarok said, changing subjects. "He's expanded his search. Magical children across Britain are being monitored more closely. The official reason is concern about Death Eater remnants, but our sources indicate it's all about finding you. Harry frowned. Death Eaters? Those are Voldemort's followers, right? Correct. Many claim to be under mind control after his fall and escaped punishment. Others bribed their way to freedom. Some remain loyal, awaiting his return. Return? But he's dead. He tried to kill me and failed. Ragnarok steepled his fingers. That is the common belief. However, certain evidence suggests otherwise. Dumbledore certainly believes he will return, hence the death warrant. The reference to soul fragments is particularly troubling. Harry unconsciously touched his scar. You think I have a piece of Voldemort's soul in me? That's why Dumbledore wants me to die. It's a theory, Ragnarok admitted. One we're investigating carefully. Soul magic is among the darkest arts, even by Goblin standards. A knock at the door interrupted them. Griphook entered, looking unusually excited. We've found him, he announced. Black? Ragnarok asked sharply. Yes. Our contact in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement confirmed he's in the high-security wing at Azkaban. No trial records exist. He was simply imprisoned on Bartemius Crouch's order. Harry leaned forward eagerly. Can we get him out? He's innocent. Patience, Mr. Potter, Ragnarok cautioned. The wizarding justice system is corrupt but functional. We need irrefutable evidence before approaching the DMLE. Your parents' will is compelling but could be challenged as potentially modified. What about this Peter Pettigrew? Harry asked. If he's alive somewhere, that would be definitive proof, Griphook agreed. We've begun discreet inquiries. Ragnarok nodded approvingly. In the meantime, Mr. Potter, we should discuss your public reappearance. You can't hide in Gringotts forever, and eventually, you'll need to attend Hogwarts. Harry's expression hardened. Hogwarts? Where Dumbledore is headmaster. The man who signed my death warrant. Precisely why you must go, Ragnarok explained. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Besides, Hogwarts holds resources you'll need, knowledge, potential allies, and access to information about Voldemort and these soul fragments. But that's years away, Harry pointed out. I'm only 8. 3 years, Griphook corrected. You'll receive your Hogwarts letter shortly after your 11th birthday. We must use this time wisely, training you, gathering allies, and positioning you to enter Wizarding Society not as a victim, but as a power in your own right. Harry considered this. The thought of eventually facing Dumbledore terrified him, but he understood the logic. Running forever wasn't an option. All right, he agreed reluctantly. But I want to be ready. I want to learn everything I can, magic, politics, goblin magic if you'll teach me. And I want to help free Sirius. Ragnarok smiled, revealing pointed teeth. I believe we can accommodate those requests, Mr. Potter. In fact, I've taken the liberty of arranging for several tutors, discreet professionals who owe Gringotts favors and can be trusted to keep your presence secret. For the first time since discovering the death warrant, Harry felt a genuine smile spread across his face. When do we start? In the weeks that followed, Harry's education intensified. His tutors included a retired Auror who taught him defensive magic, a goblin artificer who introduced him to the basics of enchanting, and most surprisingly, a centaur named Firenze who instructed him in astronomy and its applications to predictive magic. His favorite lessons, however, were with an elderly witch named Griselda Marchbanks, a former Wisengamot member and examiner for the Wizarding Examinations Authority. She taught him wizarding customs, law, and the subtle dance of pure-blood politics. The problem with most Muggle-raised wizards, she told him during one session, is that they enter our world expecting it to conform to their understanding of right and wrong. They don't realize that magical society developed in isolation for centuries, creating its own traditions and values. Like the treatment of magical creatures? Harry asked, thinking of his goblin hosts. Precisely, Madame Marchbanks nodded approvingly. A perfect example of wizarding hypocrisy. We rely on goblins for banking, house elves for domestic services, and centaurs for divination knowledge, yet classify them all as beings rather than equals. These lessons were eye-opening for Harry. He'd grown up feeling like an outsider among the Dursleys, now he was determined not to be an outsider in the wizarding world as well. He absorbed customs and traditions eagerly, understanding that knowledge was power. Meanwhile, his magical training progressed at an astonishing rate. Without the block suppressing his abilities, Harry's natural talent flourished. He mastered basic spells with ease, even without a wand, and showed particular aptitude for defensive magic and transfiguration. "Your father was a transfiguration prodigy," Auror Moody told him during one training session. "Your mother excelled at charms and potions. You seem to have inherited talents from both." Mad-Eye Moody, as he preferred to be called, was Harry's most intimidating tutor, a scarred, paranoid ex-Auror with a magical eye that could see through walls. Despite his gruff manner, he proved to be an excellent teacher, emphasizing practical application over theory. Constant vigilance, he would bellow without warning, hurling minor jinxes at Harry to test his reflexes. Death Eaters won't announce their attacks with pretty lights and formal bows. 3 months into his stay at Gringotts, Harry's life had transformed completely. No longer the abused, malnourished boy from Privet Drive, he stood taller, healthier, and infinitely more confident. His glasses had been replaced with enchanted ones that adjusted to his improving vision, another benefit of having the magical blocks removed. His clothing, while simple, was now properly fitted and of quality materials. But the most significant change was internal. Harry now understood who he was, not just the boy who lived of wizarding legend, but Harry Potter, son of James and Lily, heir to an ancient family, and a young wizard with both great potential and great responsibility. One evening, after a particularly grueling session with Moody, Harry sat with Ragnarok reviewing recent developments in the search for Pettigrew. "We've confirmed he was registered as an animagus, a rat," Ragnarok reported. Though this registration was only discovered in the archived records, suspiciously filed after the events of Halloween 1981. So he could be hiding anywhere as a rat? Harry asked, dismayed at the enormity of finding one specific rat in all of Britain. "Perhaps not anywhere," Griphook interjected, entering with a rolled parchment. "We've been tracking unusual magic signatures through our branch offices. A rat exhibiting traces of human magical core has been detected multiple times near Ottery St. Catchpole, specifically around the home of a wizarding family called the Weasleys." Harry sat up straighter. Could it be him? Possible, Ragnarok acknowledged. The Weasleys are a large family, known supporters of Dumbledore. 7 children, most at Hogwarts. Perfect cover, a rat as a pet in a busy household would hardly be noticed. "We need to be certain before acting," Griphook cautioned. "False accusations would undermine our credibility when we eventually move against Dumbledore." "Send someone to investigate," Ragnarok ordered. Discreetly. As the goblins discussed logistics, Harry found his thoughts drifting to the future. In just a few short months, his life had changed beyond recognition. He'd gone from ignorant victim to educated player in a game whose rules he was only beginning to understand. The path ahead remained uncertain, filled with dangers from both Dumbledore's machinations and the looming threat of Voldemort's possible return. Yet for perhaps the first time in his life, Harry felt prepared to face those challenges. He had knowledge. He had allies. Most importantly, he had the truth. The memory of the death warrant still chilled him, the casual authorization of his sacrifice by someone who should have protected him. But that document had also granted him an unexpected gift, freedom from manipulation. With his eyes now open, Harry could choose his own path forward. And he was determined that path would lead not to the sacrifice Dumbledore had planned, but to justice, for himself, for his godfather, and perhaps for the entire wizarding world. Chapter 2, Hidden in Plain Sight. 3 months had passed since Harry Potter vanished from Privet Drive. 3 months since the boy who lived had discovered the truth about his parents, his heritage, and the death warrant signed by Albus Dumbledore. The wizarding world was in quiet uproar, whispers of his disappearance spreading from the ministry to the darkest corners of Nocturne Alley. But no one paid much attention to the dark-haired boy who swept the floors at Flourish and Blots, the prestigious bookshop in Diagon Alley. Few customers noticed how he lingered over certain texts when stocking shelves, or how his emerald eyes, now hidden behind enchanted brown contact lenses, absorbed every detail of wizarding life around him. Boy! The new shipment of bag shots histories needs shelving. Mr. Blott called from behind the counter, barely looking up from his ledger. Yes, sir, Harry replied, keeping his voice deliberately pitched higher than normal. The shopkeeper knew him as Daniel Evans, a half-blood orphan distantly related to the Flourish family. The identity had been carefully crafted by the Goblins, complete with documentation that would withstand moderate scrutiny. Harry, or Daniel, as he now lived, hefted the heavy box of books with surprising ease. 3 months of proper nutrition and healing potions had done wonders for his once malnourished frame. He was still small for his age, but no longer dangerously thin. As he organized the history texts, Harry reflected on how much his life had transformed. By day, he worked at the bookshop, an arrangement orchestrated by Gringotts to place him in plain sight where he could observe and learn about wizarding society firsthand. By night, he returned to secure quarters beneath the bank where his real education continued. The bell above the door chimed, and Harry glanced up from his work. 3 wizards entered, 2 adults flanking a boy approximately his own age. The adults wore expensive robes of fine material, and their bearings screamed old wealth. The boy, platinum blonde and sharp-featured, carried himself with practiced arrogance. "I require the complete set of first-year texts," the man announced to Mr. Blott without preamble. "And anything supplementary you'd recommend for a student destined for Slytherin House." "Of course, Mr. Malfoy," the shopkeeper replied with a deferential bow that made Harry's stomach turn. "We have everything young Master Draco will need." Harry continued shelving, keeping his head down while listening intently. The Malfoys. Griphook had briefed him extensively on the prominent wizarding families, particularly those with suspected Death Eater connections. Lucius Malfoy had claimed Imperius after Voldemort's fall, using his wealth and influence to avoid Azkaban. "Father, look at this," the blonde boy said, pulling a book from a nearby display. "Advanced Defensive Theory. Can I have this too?" "You're hardly ready for such material, Draco," his father replied dismissively. "But Vincent and Gregory are useless at defense, and I need to be better than them," the boy whined. Harry's lips twitched. So this was a future Hogwarts classmate, spoiled, entitled, and already calculating his position in the school hierarchy. As Mr. Blott assembled the requested books, the Malfoy boy wandered toward Harry's section. Harry kept his focus on the shelf before him, carefully avoiding eye contact. "You," the boy said suddenly. "Are you new here? I haven't seen you before." Harry turned slowly, adopting the slightly submissive posture he'd perfected for his cover identity. "Started last month, sir. Just helping with the inventory." The boy's pale eyes narrowed, studying Harry with the entitled scrutiny of someone accustomed to being the center of attention. "What's your name?" "Daniel Evans," Harry replied evenly. "Evans?" The boy's expression shifted to distaste. "That's not a wizarding name." "Half-blood," Harry explained with a carefully rehearsed hint of apology in his tone. "My father was a wizard." "Humph." The boy looked him up and down. "Well, at least you know your place." "I'm Draco Malfoy. My family is one of the Sacred 28. "It's an honor, Mr. Malfoy," Harry replied, inclining his head while internally rolling his eyes. "Draco, come," called his father from the counter. "We have more important stops to make." The boy gave Harry one last appraising look before turning away. "Remember my name, Evans. When I'm at Hogwarts, I'll be running Slytherin House." "I don't doubt it, sir," Harry murmured, watching as the Malfoy family exited the shop with their purchases hovering behind them in an enchanted sack. Mr. Blott sighed as the door closed. Malfoys always expect the royal treatment. Are they important? Harry asked innocently. The shopkeeper glanced around as if worried about being overheard. Wealthy, politically connected, and dangerous to cross. That's all you need to know, lad. Now back to work, those shelves won't stock themselves. Harry returned to his task, mulling over the encounter. The brief interaction had confirmed much of what his goblin advisors had told him about the wizarding aristocracy, their sense of entitlement, their obsession with blood status, and their carefully cultivated public personas. More importantly, it had been his first direct contact with someone who would eventually be his classmate at Hogwarts. The thought sent an involuntary chill down his spine. In 3 years, he would need to attend the school where Dumbledore waited, likely still searching for him, still intending him to die. The evening shadows had lengthened by the time Harry completed his shift. He gathered his worn cloak, deliberately shabby to match his cover identity, and bid goodnight to Mr. Blott. As always, he took a circuitous route back to Gringotts, doubling back several times to ensure he wasn't followed. The security precautions had seemed excessive at first, but after witnessing several casual visits from robed figures asking shopkeepers about unusual children, Harry had embraced Moody's paranoia. Dumbledore's search hadn't diminished with time. If anything, it had grown more systematic. Harry slipped down a narrow side street that connected Diagon to a less reputable area that eventually led to Nocturne Alley. He never ventured fully into the infamous district of dark shops and dangerous characters, but the connecting passage offered a useful shortcut to one of Gringotts' less used entrances. The hair on the back of his neck suddenly stood up, a sensation he'd learned to trust during Moody's ambush training. Someone was watching him. Harry continued walking naturally while reaching into his pocket, fingers closing around a smooth river stone enchanted by the goblins. If shattered, it would alert his Gringotts guardians to trouble. A tall figure stepped out from a shadowed doorway ahead, effectively blocking his path. Cloaked in deep blue robes with silver trim, the stranger's face remained hidden beneath a hood. Harry stopped, maintaining distance as he assessed his options. The side street was empty at this hour. He could run back toward Diagon's main thoroughfare, but that would draw attention. He could attempt to use his developing wandless magic, but against an adult wizard. "Peace, child," the figure said softly, raising empty hands. "I mean you no harm." The voice was female, cultured, with an accent Harry couldn't place. He remained tense, ready to flee. "Then why are you following me?" A soft laugh came from beneath the hood. "Perceptive. Good. That will serve you well." The woman reached up slowly and lowered her hood, revealing a striking face with high cheekbones, dark eyes, and silver-streaked black hair pulled into an elegant knot. "My name is Seraphina Pickquery," she continued. "Former president of Makusa, the American magical government. And you, despite your clever disguise, are Harry Potter." Harry's heart nearly stopped. His hand tightened on the enchanted stone, ready to crush it. "I think you're mistaken," he said, forcing his voice to remain steady. "My name is Daniel Evans." The woman smiled, not unkindly, but with unmistakable certainty. "Your glamour is excellent. The brown eyes, the altered facial structure, even hiding that famous scar. But you couldn't change your magical signature, child." "Not completely." "I don't know what you're talking about," Harry insisted, taking a step back. Seraphina Pickquery made no move to follow him. Instead, she withdrew something from her robes, a photograph that she held out for him to see. It showed a young couple dancing at what appeared to be a formal event. The man looked startlingly like Harry's true appearance, while the woman had flowing red hair and familiar green eyes. "I knew your parents," she said softly. "James and Lily attended an international conference on defensive magic that I hosted in my final year as president. Brilliant young couple. When I sensed your magic in Diagon Alley last week, I recognized the echo of theirs." Harry hesitated, torn between fleeing and hearing more about his parents from someone who had actually known them. Reading his indecision, Serafina continued, "I'm not aligned with Dumbledore, if that's your concern. I retired from politics decades ago and returned to Britain only recently. The American magical community has different perspectives on many things. Why approach me?" Harry asked, still wary but no longer poised to run. "Because you need more allies than just the goblins," she replied bluntly. "Yes, I know about your arrangement with Gringotts. Their magic permeates your disguise, subtle but recognizable to someone trained to detect such things. And I should trust you because—" Serafina's expression softened. "You shouldn't. Not yet. Trust should be earned." She tucked the photograph away. "But consider this, I could have approached you in the bookshop, exposed you publicly, or reported your location to the ministry. I did none of those things." Harry considered her words. The woman was right, she could have revealed him already if that was her intention. And something about her direct manner reminded him of Ragnarok, no flattery or condescension, just straightforward assessment. "What do you want?" he finally asked. "To offer my assistance," she replied. "The goblins can teach you many things, but their magic differs fundamentally from wizarding magic. You need a proper magical education if you're to survive what's coming. And you're volunteering as my teacher?" She nodded once, regally. "I am. I was once considered among the most formidable duelists in North America. More importantly, I understand the political landscape you'll eventually need to navigate. Gringotts can shield you temporarily, but not forever." Harry studied her carefully, recalling Moody's lessons about assessing potential threats and allies. "I need to discuss this with my advisors." "Sensible," she approved. "I would expect nothing less. I reside at the Golden Griffin, room 7. When you're ready to continue our conversation, leave a message with the proprietor requesting a tea appointment with Madame Sarah." She replaced her hood, then added, "One final thing, Mr. Potter. Whatever you may have discovered about Albus Dumbledore's intentions, remember that complex situations are rarely as straightforward as they first appear. I neither defend nor condemn him, I merely suggest you gather all possible information before making final judgments." With that cryptic statement, she stepped aside, clearing his path forward. "Until we meet again." Harry gave a cautious nod before continuing past her, resisting the urge to look back until he'd turned the corner. By the time he glanced over his shoulder, the mysterious woman had vanished. "Absolutely not," Griphook declared when Harry recounted the encounter later that evening in Ragnarok's office. "This could be an elaborate trap." "Serafina Pickquery is indeed the former president of Makusa," Ragnarok said thoughtfully, consulting a thick ledger. "Her accounts with our American branch remain in good standing. However, her appearance in Britain at this particular time is suspicious." Harry sat quietly, letting his goblin guardians debate. The last 3 months had taught him patience and the value of considering multiple perspectives before making decisions. "She knew my parents," he finally said when there was a pause in the conversation. "She had a photograph." "Easily obtained," Griphook countered. "The Potters were well-known figures during the war." "But she recognized me through my disguise," Harry persisted. "She knew I was with you, yet she approached me privately instead of exposing me." Bonecrusher, who had been listening silently, spoke up. "The boy raises valid points. If this which meant him harm, she had ample opportunity." Ragnarok drummed his long fingers on the desk. "We should investigate her background more thoroughly before proceeding. In the meantime, increased security measures would be prudent." Harry nodded in agreement. Though part of him was eager to learn more about his parents from someone who had known them personally, another part, the part trained by Moody's constant warnings, remained cautious. "There's something else," he added. "Today at the shop, I met Draco Malfoy. He'll be in my year at Hogwarts." This caught everyone's attention. Ragnarok leaned forward. "And your impression?" "Spoiled. Arrogant. Obsessed with blood status and his family name. Harry shrugged. Exactly what you'd expect from Lucius Malfoy's son. The Malfoys will be important players when you eventually return to Wizarding Society, Griphook noted. Either as allies or as enemies. I can't imagine being allies with someone who thinks my mother was inferior because of her parents, Harry said firmly. Ragnarok nodded approvingly. Good. Remember that feeling when dealing with pureblood politics. Many will attempt to court your favor due to your fame and fortune, despite privately despising your half-blood status. The conversation shifted to updates on the search for Peter Pettigrew. The suspected rat Animagus had been spotted again near the Weasley family home, and plans were underway to verify its identity without alerting Dumbledore's supporters. As the meeting concluded, Harry asked, "What about Sirius? Has there been any progress on getting him a trial?" A shadow passed over Ragnarok's face. The situation is complicated. Wizarding law allows for review of convictions, but without Pettigrew in hand, we lack the definitive evidence needed to force the ministry's hand. And the current administration is resistant to admitting such a high-profile error. Harry's jaw tightened. Every day his godfather spent in Azkaban was another injustice on top of the many he'd already suffered. There has to be something we can do. We continue building our case, Griphook assured him. The wills have been quietly filed with the appropriate department, raising questions without revealing our involvement. And we have agents cultivating relationships with key DMLE personnel. Harry nodded, though the slow pace of bureaucracy frustrated him. Another lesson he was learning, changing entrenched systems required patience and strategic thinking rather than brute force. Now, Ragnarok said, changing subjects, I believe you have magical theory with Madame Marchbanks this evening. Best not keep her waiting, she's been most insistent about punctuality. The following week passed in a blur of work, study, and deliberation about Serafina Pickquery. The Goblins' investigation confirmed her identity and distinguished career but revealed little about her current motives. After much discussion, Harry was permitted to arrange a meeting, with significant security precautions. The Golden Griffin was a small, upscale establishment that catered to foreign magical visitors. Its discreet location just off Diagon Alley's main thoroughfare made it ideal for private meetings. Harry arrived disguised as Daniel Evans but wearing enchanted goblin artifacts that would protect him from most magical attacks and allow his guardians to monitor the encounter. The proprietor, a dignified witch with silver hair, led him to a private parlor after he requested the meeting with Madame Sarah. The room was elegantly appointed yet comfortable, with a crackling fire warding off the autumn chill. Serafina Pickquery was already seated, this time dressed in robes of deep burgundy that complemented her dark complexion. She rose as Harry entered, inclining her head in greeting. "Mr. Evans," she said with the slightest emphasis on his alias. "Thank you for accepting my invitation." Harry took the seat across from her, maintaining the proper posture Madame Marchbanks had drilled into him. "I was intrigued by our conversation. Though my guardians remain concerned about your intentions." A smile touched Serafina's lips. "Direct. I appreciate that." She gestured to the tea service. "Shall I pour?" At Harry's nod, she prepared 2 cups with practiced grace. "I assume you're wearing protective charms and have some method of alerting your goblin friends should I attempt anything untoward." Harry neither confirmed nor denied this, instead asking, "How did you really know who I was?" "Just as I said. Your magical signature resembles your parents', particularly your mother's." She passed him a cup of tea. Magical signatures are like fingerprints. Most wizards can't detect them without specialized tools, but I've made a study of the art. That's not a common skill, Harry observed, recalling Bonecrusher's lessons on magical detection. No. I developed it out of necessity during my time as president. America faced different magical threats than Britain, fewer dark wizards but more dangerous magical creatures and unusual phenomena. She sipped her tea. It proved useful for identifying individuals regardless of disguises or polyjuice potion. Harry tasted his tea cautiously, though the protective amulet against his chest would have warmed if it detected poisons. "You said you knew my parents." "How well?" "Not intimately," she admitted. "We met at several international conferences. Your father was charismatic, quick to joke but fiercely intelligent beneath the casual exterior. Your mother was brilliant, one of the most innovative charm theorists I'd encountered. They attended the International Defense Summit I hosted in 1979, shortly before going into hiding." Her expression softened with memory. Lily presented a groundbreaking paper on protective enchantments, specifically, magic activated by sacrificial intent. In retrospect, it appears she was already researching the protection that ultimately saved your life. Harry absorbed this new information about his parents hungrily. The Goblins had provided factual accounts of their achievements and financial affairs, but little about their personalities or interests. Did they seem happy?" he asked quietly. Something like compassion flickered in Seraphina's eyes. "Very much so. Even with the war raging in Britain, they were clearly devoted to each other. Your mother was pregnant with you during that conference, though only in the early stages. She confided in me during a reception that they were expecting. She was radiant with happiness despite her fears about the world you would be born into." Harry swallowed hard against the sudden tightness in his throat. He'd seen photographs of his parents, but hearing about them as real people, as a young couple excited about their coming child, made their loss cut deeper somehow. Seraphina allowed him a moment to collect himself before continuing. "I returned to Britain 6 months ago after decades in America. My retirement had grown tedious. When rumors began circulating in international circles about unusual magical disturbances in Britain, I decided to investigate personally." "What kinds of disturbances?" Harry asked, instantly alert. "Subtle signs that concern those who know what to look for. Ancient wards activating and deactivating without apparent cause. Magical artifacts that have been dormant for centuries showing activity. And reports of a shadowy entity moving through Albania's forests, an entity that leaves dead unicorns and a sense of dread in its wake." Harry's mind immediately connected this information with Ragnarok's comments about Voldemort's possible return. "You think he's coming back?" Seraphina raised an eyebrow. "Direct indeed. Yes, I believe Voldemort was never truly destroyed. The nature of his defeat was too ambiguous. A killing curse rebounded, a body supposedly destroyed, yet no definitive magical evidence of his death. And what does this have to do with me?" "Everything, I suspect." She set down her teacup. "You're central to whatever is unfolding, whether you wish to be or not. The question is whether you'll face what's coming as a pawn or as a properly prepared player." Harry's eyes narrowed. "That's why I've been training. The Goblins have provided excellent teachers. In certain areas, yes. Gringotts employs skilled warders, cursebreakers, and financial experts. But Goblin magic is fundamentally different from wizard magic. There are aspects of magical theory and practical application they cannot teach you." "Like what?" "Wandless magic beyond basic applications. A clemency to shield your mind from intrusion. Magical detection to sense threats before they manifest." She leaned forward slightly. "The kind of magic that doesn't appear in standard textbooks or ministry-approved curriculums." Harry considered her words carefully. His goblin-arranged education had been comprehensive in many ways, but he'd sensed certain limitations, areas where his tutors seemed to reach the boundaries of their knowledge, particularly regarding uniquely human magical practices. "And you're offering to teach me these things out of the goodness of your heart?" he asked skeptically. Seraphina laughed, a warm, genuine sound. "Hardly. I have my own interests in this matter. I dedicated my life to maintaining magical stability and preventing the rise of dark forces. If Voldemort is returning, that represents a threat extending far beyond Britain's borders." She grew serious again. "Additionally, I owe your mother a debt. During the Grindelwald crisis, my younger sister was studying in Europe. Lily Potter, then Evans, helped evacuate a group of international students that included my sister when Death Eaters attacked Hogsmeade during a weekend visit. I never had the opportunity to properly thank her. Harry hadn't heard this story before. It aligned with everything he'd learned about his mother's character, yet provided a new perspective on her courage. "I need to consider your offer," he said finally. "And discuss it with my advisors." "Of course." Serafina withdrew a small, leather-bound book from her robes and placed it on the table between them. "This contains some preliminary exercises in magical sensing, completely safe to practice on your own, but useful for developing awareness of magical energies. Consider it a sample of what I could teach you." Harry hesitantly took the book. "Thank you. I'll review it. One more thing before you go." She reached into her pocket and extracted a sealed envelope. "This contains memories of your parents from the conference I mentioned, preserved through a modified pensieve technique. You'll need a proper pensieve to view them fully, but even holding the envelope should allow you to sense impressions of the memories inside. It's yours regardless of whether you accept my offer of tutelage." Harry stared at the envelope, momentarily speechless. Actual memories of his parents, not just photographs or second-hand accounts, were beyond precious. "Why?" he managed finally. "Why give me this?" Serafina's expression softened slightly. "Because every child deserves to know their parents, Mr. Potter. And because I believe in building trust through actions, not merely words." Harry carefully tucked both the book and the envelope into his inner pocket, their weight seeming to carry far more significance than their physical presence. "I'll contact you once I've made my decision." She nodded and rose gracefully. "I'll remain in London for another month before traveling to the continent. Take the time you need to consider carefully." As Harry prepared to leave, she added, "Whatever you decide, remember that knowledge is your greatest weapon. Seek it from diverse sources, test it against your own experience, and never stop questioning." The memory envelope burned in Harry's pocket throughout his return journey to Gringotts. Though he couldn't fully access the memories without a pensieve, he could feel them resonating with his magic, faint impressions of laughter, warmth, and what he somehow knew was his mother's voice. He reported the meeting in detail to Ragnak and his goblin advisors, who received Serafina's offer with cautious interest. "Her assessment of goblin magical limitations is not entirely inaccurate," Ragnak admitted reluctantly. "There are aspects of wizarding magic we understand theoretically but cannot perform. The book appears to contain legitimate sensing exercises," Bonecrusher confirmed after examining it with various detection spells. "No hidden curses or tracking charms." "And the memory envelope?" Harry asked eagerly. "Genuine preserved memories," Griphook verified. "Though we lack the equipment to properly view them. Pensieves are rare and typically controlled by the Ministry or old pure-blood families." Harry's disappointment must have shown on his face, because Ragnak added, "We could potentially arrange limited access to one through our curse-breaking division. They occasionally use pensieves to examine memories of complex ward structures." "Thank you," Harry said sincerely. "About Madame Pickery's offer, what do you think?" The goblins exchanged glances before Ragnak answered carefully. "Her credentials are impressive. Her knowledge would complement rather than duplicate what we've arranged for you. The question is whether her motives align with your interests." "She was honest about having her own agenda," Harry pointed out. "Preventing Voldemort's return benefits everyone except his followers." "True," Bonecrusher acknowledged. "And her gift of memory suggests genuine goodwill." After further discussion, they reached a compromise. Harry would accept limited training sessions with Serafina while maintaining his full schedule with his existing tutors. The sessions would take place in a secure location arranged by Gringotts rather than at her accommodation. That night, alone in his quarters, Harry carefully opened the memory envelope. Though he couldn't see the full memories, he held it against his heart and closed his eyes, allowing the impressions to wash over him. His mother's laugh, bright and clear. His father's voice, deeper than he'd imagined. The sensation of his mother's hand protectively covering her stomach where he grew inside her. These fragments weren't complete memories, but they were more than he'd ever had before, tangible connections to the parents he'd lost. For the first time since discovering Dumbledore's betrayal, Harry wept openly, not from anger or fear, but from the bittersweet joy of finally knowing his parents had truly loved him. Autumn deepened into winter. Harry's days settled into a new routine, mornings at Flourish and Blots, afternoons with his regular tutors, and twice-weekly sessions with Seraphina Pickquery in a secured room at Gringotts. The former MACUSA president proved to be a demanding but exceptional teacher. She focused primarily on magical sensing and control, skills that formed the foundation for more advanced wandless magic than Harry had yet attempted. Magic isn't simply a tool you use, she explained during an early lesson. It's an extension of your very being, a manifestation of your life force interacting with the world around you. Wands channel and focus that energy, but they also create artificial limitations. Under her guidance, Harry learned to perceive the magical currents flowing through Gringotts' ancient halls, to distinguish between different types of enchantments by their magical flavor, and to manipulate his own magical output with increasing precision. Dumbledore and Voldemort are both masters of wandless magic, she told him once. Though they use wands for complex spell work, both can perform significant magic without them. That's part of what makes them so formidable. Harry absorbed these lessons eagerly, finding that they complemented his goblin training rather than conflicting with it. Where Bonecrusher taught structured, methodical approaches to magic, Seraphina emphasized intuition and adaptability. Meanwhile, his observations at Flourish and Blots provided invaluable insights into wizarding society. From his unassuming position as a shop assistant, Harry witnessed the complex social dynamics of magical Britain, the deference shown to certain family names, the subtle discrimination against Muggleborns and magical creatures, the political alliances formed and broken over supposedly casual conversations among the bookshelves. He also began to appreciate the true extent of Dumbledore's influence. The headmaster's supporters frequently mentioned his name with reverence bordering on worship, crediting him with everything from defeating Grindelwald decades ago to single-handedly preventing the Ministry's collapse during Voldemort's rise. Notice how they never question his decisions, Seraphina observed after Harry recounted a conversation he'd overheard between two prominent Ministry officials. That's the most dangerous form of power, authority so respected it becomes immune to scrutiny. December brought heavy snow to Diagon Alley and increased activity as wizards and witches prepared for holiday celebrations. The bookshop bustled with customers seeking gifts, and Harry found himself working longer hours to meet the demand. It was during this pre-holiday rush that Harry encountered his first serious test. He was restocking shelves in the magical theory section when a tall, severe-looking witch approached. Her emerald robes and square spectacles gave her a distinctly academic appearance. "Excuse me, young man," she said in a Scottish accent. "I'm looking for Advances in Transfiguration Theory by Emmerich Switch. The newest edition." "Yes, ma'am," Harry replied politely. "We received those last week. They're in our academic section, I can show you." As he led her toward the appropriate shelf, he noticed her studying him with unusual intensity. A prickle of unease ran down his spine, a sensation Seraphina had taught him to recognize as his magic detecting potential danger. "Have you worked here long?" the witch asked conversationally as they reached the Transfiguration texts. "A few months, ma'am," Harry answered, maintaining his cover story. "Mr. Blott was kind enough to take me on after my parents' passing." "I see," she murmured, accepting the book he offered. "And before that? Where did you attend primary school?" The question seemed innocent enough, but Harry's internal alarms intensified. This wasn't casual conversation, it was probing, specific. "A small Muggle school in Devon, ma'am," he replied, offering the prepared backstory. "My mother thought it important I understand both worlds." The witch's eyes narrowed slightly. "How interesting. I have colleagues in Devon's magical community. Perhaps I know your family." Harry forced a polite smile while his mind raced. "That's unlikely, ma'am." We lived quite privately. Is there anything else I can help you find today? Before she could respond, Mr. Blott called from the counter, Daniel. The herbology delivery needs processing. Coming, sir. Harry replied, grateful for the interruption. Will that be all, ma'am? The witch seemed reluctant to end their conversation but nodded. Yes, thank you for your assistance. Harry hurried toward the stockroom, feeling her gaze following him. Once out of sight, he quickly activated the warning charm Griphook had provided, a signal to his goblin guardians that someone might be investigating his identity. Through a small enchanted window in the stockroom door, he watched as the witch paid for her purchase. Before leaving, she engaged Mr. Blott in conversation, gesturing subtly in the direction Harry had gone. The shopkeeper's expression remained neutral, but Harry could read the slight stiffening of his posture. Mr. Blott was aware something was amiss. Later that evening, after closing the shop, Harry reported the incident in detail to Ragnarok. Minerva McGonagall, the goblin confirmed grimly. Transfiguration professor at Hogwarts and Dumbledore's deputy headmistress. One of his most trusted lieutenants. Harry's stomach tightened. She was questioning me specifically. Not just casual conversation. Indeed, Ragnarok agreed. The timing aligns with our intelligence that Dumbledore has intensified his search. The approaching holidays have him concerned that you might attempt to visit your former residence or familiar locations. What does this mean for my position at the bookshop? Harry asked, dreading the answer. Despite being a cover, he'd grown to enjoy his work there, the quiet satisfaction of organizing books, the snippets of magical knowledge gained from browsing during quiet periods, the sense of normalcy it provided. Ragnarok considered the question carefully. We should reassess. McGonagall's interest is concerning but not definitive proof your cover is compromised. Mr. Blott gave no indication of suspicion when questioned about you. None that I could detect, Harry confirmed. He seemed uncomfortable with her questions but attributed that to her being associated with Hogwarts rather than any suspicion about me specifically. Then perhaps we can maintain your position with additional precautions, Griphook suggested. Strengthen the glamour charms, adjust your schedule to avoid predictable patterns, and prepare alternative escape routes should direct confrontation become unavoidable. Harry nodded in agreement. The thought of abandoning his carefully constructed routine was unsettling, but he understood the risks of complacency. There's something else, he added. I've been thinking about Sirius, about how long he's been in Azkaban without trial. The goblins who verified his location mentioned the effects of long-term Dementor exposure. What if? What if by the time we can free him legally, he's no longer himself? The question hung heavily in the air. The goblins exchanged troubled glances. You're suggesting a more direct approach, Ragnarok stated rather than asked. Harry met his gaze steadily. I'm suggesting we consider all options. Sirius is innocent. Every day he spends in that place is another injustice. Breaking someone out of Azkaban would be unprecedented, Griphook cautioned. The prison is considered inescapable for good reason, surrounded by open sea, guarded by Dementors who cannot be reasoned with or bribed, and warded against every known form of magical transportation. Yet you've had goblins visit to verify his location, Harry countered. How did they manage that? Through official channels, ministry-approved inspections of the facility's structural integrity, Ragnarok explained. Gringotts maintains certain contracts with the ministry regarding magical buildings. But those visits are strictly monitored. Harry wasn't deterred. There must be some way. If we can't get him out legally soon, we need to consider alternatives. Ragnarok studied him for a long moment. Your loyalty to your godfather is commendable, Mr. Potter. We will expand our research into Azkaban's defenses. Not with immediate action in mind, but to better understand what might be possible should legal channels prove insufficient. Harry recognized this as the most he could hope for at present and nodded in acceptance. Thank you. As the meeting concluded, Seraphina arrived for their scheduled lesson. Ragnarok briefed her on McGonagall's appearance, and she frowned thoughtfully. Minerva McGonagall is exceptionally observant, she noted. If she's been tasked with finding you specifically, your disguise may not hold for long. She taught your father and would recognize certain mannerisms or magical patterns. What do you suggest? Harry asked. Misdirection rather than just concealment, Seraphina replied. It's time to advance your training in occlumency, the magical art of protecting your mind from external intrusion. Dumbledore is a skilled legilimens who can extract surface thoughts and impressions without most wizards even noticing. Harry's eyes widened in alarm. He can read minds. Not precisely. The mind isn't a book to be opened and read at will. But a skilled legilimens can navigate the layers of consciousness, interpreting emotions, memories, and thoughts when making direct eye contact. She paused before adding grimly, and Dumbledore is among the most skilled living practitioners. A cold dread settled in Harry's stomach at this new information. The thought of Dumbledore, the man who had signed his death warrant, being able to extract thoughts from his mind was deeply disturbing. How long will it take to learn this occlumency? He asked urgently. Years to master fully, Seraphina admitted. But basic shields can be established more quickly with dedicated practice. We'll begin tonight. The week following McGonagall's visit was tense. Harry maintained his position at the bookshop but with enhanced disguise charms and a heightened awareness of everyone who entered. Seraphina's occlumency training proved brutally difficult, requiring levels of mental discipline that challenged him deeply. Clear your mind, she instructed during their fourth session. Imagine your thoughts as water, flowing, never still enough to grasp. Harry struggled to maintain the mental state she described while she probed gently at his consciousness. Each time her legilimency broke through his defenses, fragments of memories flashed between them, Uncle Vernon's purple face shouting, Dudley's gang chasing him, the moment he first read the death warrant. Again, Seraphina commanded after another failed attempt. You're trying too hard to empty your mind completely. That's nearly impossible, especially for someone your age. Instead, create a surface layer of mundane thoughts, a shield behind which you hide what matters. Harry tried again, this time concentrating on boring tasks from the bookshop, shelving, dusting, inventory lists. To his surprise, this approach worked better. When Seraphina's presence touched his mind, she encountered only these superficial thoughts. Good, she approved. Much better. That's enough for today. Harry slumped in his chair, mentally exhausted. Is this how Dumbledore controls so many people? By reading their thoughts? Partially, Seraphina acknowledged. Though his influence comes more from carefully cultivated reputation and strategic positioning. He rarely needs to use legilimency overtly, most people tell him whatever he wants to know willingly, believing in his wisdom and benevolence. Like a cult leader, Harry observed darkly. Seraphina raised an eyebrow. An interesting comparison, though I'd suggest more like a master chess player. Dumbledore sees moves ahead that others don't, arranges pieces with patience spanning decades. And I'm just one of his pieces, Harry said bitterly. A piece he's currently missing from his board, she corrected. Which gives you a rare advantage. Use this time wisely, Harry. Once you're back in his sphere of influence, everything becomes more complicated. Harry nodded grimly. The countdown to his eventual Hogwarts attendance, and direct confrontation with Dumbledore, seemed to accelerate with each passing day. 2 days before Christmas, Harry was sorting through a new shipment of holiday-themed magical cookbooks when the shop's bell jingled. He glanced up automatically, then froze. Albus Dumbledore himself stood in the entrance, resplendent in robes of deep purple embroidered with silver stars. His long white beard gleamed in the shop's magical lighting, and his half-moon spectacles perched on a crooked nose. Despite his grandfatherly appearance, the power radiating from him was palpable, even Harry's developing magical senses could detect it. Harry immediately lowered his gaze, focusing on the books before him while frantically reinforcing his occlumency shields. His heart pounded so loudly he was certain everyone in the shop must hear it. Mr. Blott hurried forward, clearly flustered by the prestigious visitor. Headmaster Dumbledore. What an unexpected honor. Bartholomew, my dear fellow, Dumbledore greeted warmly. Forgive the intrusion during your busy season. I'm seeking a rather specific text for my research, Convergence of Eastern and Western Magical Philosophies by Adalbert Waffling. Of course. We have a copy in our magical theory section. Daniel. Mr. Blott called, causing Harry's stomach to plummet. Please assist the headmaster while I help these other customers. Harry had no choice. Abandoning his task, he approached Dumbledore with carefully controlled movements and downcast eyes. This way, sir, he murmured, leading toward the appropriate section. Thank you, young man, Dumbledore replied kindly. You're new here, aren't you? I don't recall seeing you during my previous visits. Yes, sir, Harry answered, keeping his voice quiet and his thoughts firmly focused on bookshop inventory. Started a few months ago. Excellent. Always good to see young people taking an interest in literary pursuits. Dumbledore followed at a leisurely pace, seemingly in no hurry despite his stated purpose. I understand you're staying with relatives of the Flourish family. The specific question, revealing knowledge about his cover story that Dumbledore shouldn't casually possess, sent warning signals through Harry's mind. He was being probed, tested. Distant relations, sir, Harry replied vaguely as they reached the appropriate shelf. Here's the section on magical theory. Waffling's works are arranged chronologically. Dumbledore made no move to examine the books. Instead, his piercing blue eyes studied Harry with uncomfortable intensity. You know, you remind me of someone, a former student. Something about your magical signature. Harry felt a gentle pressure against his mind, subtle, almost imperceptible, but definitely there. Seraphina's training kicked in automatically. He reinforced his shield of mundane thoughts while keeping his expression politely blank. I get that sometimes, sir, he replied with practiced awkwardness. One of those faces, I guess. Will there be anything else? The pressure increased slightly, and Harry fought to maintain his defenses without showing obvious resistance. Just when he thought his shields might buckle, Dumbledore broke eye contact to examine the books. No, thank you. You've been most helpful. The headmaster selected the volume he'd requested. Curious that we sometimes see echoes of people in unexpected places. Perhaps it's magic's way of reminding us that what is lost is never truly gone. The cryptic comment sent chills down Harry's spine, but he maintained his composure. The register is at the front when you're ready, sir. Dumbledore nodded, then reached into his pocket and withdrew a small wrapped sweet. Sherbet lemon. I find they help one think more clearly. Harry hesitated, then cautiously accepted the candy, though he had no intention of consuming anything given to him by Dumbledore. Thank you, sir. Remember, Daniel, Dumbledore said with a gentle smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, help will always be given at Hogwarts to those who ask for it. Should you ever need assistance, my door is open to all magical children. With that, he turned and made his way to the counter, leaving Harry fighting to control his racing heart. The encounter had lasted barely 3 minutes, yet felt like hours. Had his disguise held? Had his occlumency shields been sufficient? Or had Dumbledore somehow seen through his defenses? Harry couldn't risk remaining in the shop. As soon as Dumbledore left with his purchase, he approached Mr. Blott. Sir, I'm not feeling well. Might I leave early today? The shopkeeper, still flustered from Dumbledore's visit, waved him off absently. Yes, go on then. Rest up for tomorrow's rush. Harry slipped out the back entrance and took the most circuitous route possible back to Gringotts, constantly checking for followers and doubling back multiple times. Only when he passed through the bank's protective wards did he allow himself to breathe normally again. Ragnarok was alarmed by his report. Direct contact with Dumbledore is concerning. His comment about your magical signature suggests he sensed something familiar despite the disguise charms. He tried to read my mind, Harry added. It was subtle, but definitely legitimacy. And your shields held? Seraphina asked sharply, having been summoned immediately. I think so. I kept focused on book inventory like you taught me. She nodded approvingly. Good. But this confirms our fears, your position at the bookshop is no longer secure. Dumbledore doesn't make casual visits without purpose. I agree, Ragnarok said grimly. We must accelerate our plans. The Daniel Evans identity is likely compromised, if not immediately, then soon. Harry felt a pang of regret. Despite being a cover, his life as Daniel had provided valuable experience and a sense of normalcy he'd never had with the Dursleys. What now? A strategic withdrawal and identity shift, Ragnarok declared. We've prepared contingencies for this scenario. The question is where to relocate you. I have a suggestion, Seraphina interjected. My property in Cornwall, unplottable, under Fidelius, and unknown to British magical authorities since I acquired it through Muggle channels. It would provide a secure location for continued training away from Dumbledore's sphere of influence. The goblins exchanged measured looks. That would place Mr. Potter solely under your protection, Griphook observed cautiously. Not solely, Seraphina countered. I propose a shared arrangement, Goblin Wardmasters to maintain security, continued access to his vault managers and financial advisors, and my personal oversight of his magical education. A cooperative approach rather than exclusive control. After extensive discussion and negotiation of terms, an agreement was reached. Harry would leave his position at Flourish and Blots after the holiday rush, ostensibly returning to family in the countryside. The Daniel Evans identity would be gradually phased out rather than abruptly abandoned, reducing suspicion. Meanwhile, preparations would begin for his relocation to Seraphina's Cornwall property. What about Sirius? Harry asked as plans were finalized. And Pettigrew? Our investigations continue, Ragnarok assured him. The suspected rat remains with the Weasley family. We're developing a capture plan that won't alert Dumbledore's allies. And I've been researching Azkaban's defenses, Griphook added meaningfully. There are possibilities, should legal remedies prove insufficient. Harry nodded, satisfied that his godfather wasn't being forgotten in the midst of these new developments. That night, alone in his quarters, Harry examined the sherbet lemon Dumbledore had given him. Suspicious, he placed it on a detection plate Bonecrusher had provided for testing potentially harmful objects. The candy glowed faintly blue, indicating the presence of a mild tracking charm. Harry's jaw tightened as he contemplated this confirmation of Dumbledore's duplicity. Even in something as seemingly innocent as offering candy to a child, the headmaster had ulterior motives. He carefully sealed the charmed sweet in a lead-lined container to block its signal. It might prove useful evidence someday, another small piece in the growing collection of proof regarding Dumbledore's manipulative methods. As he prepared for bed, Harry reflected on how much had changed in the months since his accidental apparition to Diagon Alley. He'd gone from abused, ignorant child to educated, training wizard with powerful allies and growing skills. Yet the path ahead remained daunting, filled with enemies, unknowns, and the looming shadow of whatever Voldemort's return might bring. The thought should have terrified him. Instead, he felt something unexpected, anticipation. Not for conflict itself, but for the opportunity to shape his own destiny rather than being shaped by others' designs. I'm not your pawn, Dumbledore, he whispered into the darkness. And I never will be again. Christmas morning found Harry celebrating his first real holiday. The goblins didn't observe the human festival, but they respectfully acknowledged its importance to him, arranging a small private feast and even presenting him with practical gifts, an enchanted moleskin pouch, a set of protective amulets, and a goblin-crafted dagger that could cut through most magical barriers. Seraphina contributed a more personal touch, a framed photograph of his parents from the conference she'd mentioned, dancing beneath enchanted snowfall at what appeared to be a formal winter gala. His mother's emerald dress matched his eyes, while his father looked handsome and carefree in formal robes. "Thank you," Harry said softly, tracing their smiling faces with a gentle finger. "This is perfect." His own gifts to his goblin guardians had been carefully selected, rare metals and stones from the Potter vaults that held special significance in goblin culture. For Seraphina, he'd commissioned a silver bookmark engraved with protective runes, drawing on his early lessons in goblin crafting techniques. After the celebration, Harry sat with Ragnarok reviewing the events of the past months and planning for the coming year. "Your progress has been remarkable," the goblin acknowledged. "Particularly in wandless magic and political understanding. Few adult wizards accomplish as much in years as you have in months." "I've had excellent teachers," Harry replied honestly. "And motivation most don't have." "Indeed." Ragnarok's expression grew serious. "The coming year will bring new challenges. Dumbledore clearly suspects something, though he may not yet have connected Daniel Evans to Harry Potter. His agents will intensify their search. And Voldemort? Our international contacts report increasing disturbances in Albania consistent with Seraphina's information. If he is regaining strength, we must accelerate your preparation accordingly." Harry nodded, accepting this reality without flinching. "What about the soul fragment mentioned in the death warrant? Have you learned anything more about that?" Ragnarok's expression darkened further. "Our researchers have found concerning references to a dark ritual called a Horcrux, a means of achieving a twisted form of immortality by splitting one's soul and embedding fragments in objects. The texts are ancient and incomplete, but they align disturbingly well with Dumbledore's phrasing. And he thinks I have one of these Horcruxes inside me." "It's a working theory," Ragnarok confirmed grimly. "One that would explain both your connection to Voldemort and Dumbledore's willingness to sacrifice you." Harry unconsciously touched his scar. "Can it be removed? Without killing me?" "Unknown. But that question now drives much of our research." Ragnarok leaned forward. "Remember, Mr. Potter, knowledge of a problem is the first step toward its solution. We now know what we're facing, which gives us advantage Dumbledore doesn't expect." Harry considered this, drawing strength from the goblin's confidence. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he would face them with preparation rather than ignorance, with allies rather than isolation, and with determination rather than fear. As snow fell softly outside Gringotts' enchanted windows, Harry raised his glass in a toast. "To unexpected journeys and surprising allies. May the coming year bring us closer to justice, for my parents, for Sirius, and for all those manipulated by those who claim to serve the greater good." Ragnarok raised his own goblet, his sharp teeth gleaming in a rare smile. "To justice, Mr. Potter. And to the day when you reclaim your rightful place in the wizarding world, not as anyone's pawn, but as a power in your own right." The transition from Daniel Evans to his new identity was meticulously planned. Over the following month, Daniel gradually reduced his hours at Flourish and Blots, citing family obligations. His final day came in late January, a quiet Tuesday with few customers to witness his departure. "You've been a good worker," Mr. Blott told him gruffly as Harry collected his final wages. "Your family in Cornwall is fortunate to have you back." "Thank you for everything," Harry replied sincerely. "I've learned more here than you might imagine." As he left the shop for the final time, Harry felt a curious mix of nostalgia and anticipation. His months in Diagon Alley had provided invaluable first-hand experience with Wizarding Society, but new horizons awaited. Seraphina's Cornwall property exceeded expectations. Nestled on a cliff top overlooking the sea, the main house was an elegant stone structure surrounded by extensive grounds protected by both muggle-repelling charms and more sophisticated magical defenses. A small forest provided natural coverage on one side, while sheer cliffs offered protection on the other. The locals believe this property belongs to a reclusive author who values privacy, Seraphina explained as she showed Harry around. The few who remember seeing the owner describe an elderly man with a fondness for Tweed, an illusion I maintain on the rare occasions interaction is necessary. The interior was spacious yet comfortable, with one wing converted to training facilities, a dueling chamber, potions laboratory, and extensive library. Large windows captured spectacular ocean views, though they appeared as solid wall to anyone observing from outside. The Fidelius charm makes this location unplottable, Seraphina continued. I serve as secret keeper, with Ragnarok as secondary keeper should anything happen to me. Even if someone suspected your presence here, they couldn't find this place without being told its location by one of us. Harry's private quarters were larger than his entire suite at Gringotts, a bedroom with an adjoining study and private bathroom. Unlike the stone confines beneath the bank, these rooms were airy and filled with natural light. This is... Harry struggled to find appropriate words. Thank you. Seraphina nodded in acknowledgement. Your goblin guardians have approved a rotating schedule of tutors who will travel here rather than meeting at Gringotts. I've prepared a training regimen that builds on your progress while introducing more advanced concepts. With Dumbledore actively searching, we must accelerate certain aspects of your education. The following weeks established a new routine. Mornings began with physical training, running along the cliffs, swimming in a sheltered cove when weather permitted, and basic combat exercises that Moody insisted were essential for a wizard who might find himself wandless in dangerous situations. Your body is a weapon too, boy. The grizzled Exor would growl. Can't always rely on magic to save you. Afternoons focused on magical theory and practice, with rotating specialists in defense, transfiguration, charms, and other core disciplines. Evenings were dedicated to cultural and political education with Madame Marchbanks or specialized magical arts with Seraphina. Without the limitations of his bookshop cover, Harry's progress accelerated dramatically. His wandless abilities in particular developed rapidly under Seraphina's guidance, progressing from simple levitation to more complex transformations and shield charms. Your affinity for defensive magic is remarkable, she observed during one session. Your shields form almost instinctively now. Moody says it's because I've spent my life defending against the Dursleys, Harry replied with a wry smile. Apparently, survival instincts translate well to magical defense. Regular communication with Gringotts kept him informed of developments regarding Sirius and Pettigrew. The suspected rat remained with the Weasley family, though intelligence suggested it would soon pass to the youngest son who would be attending Hogwarts the same year as Harry. This complicates our capture plan, Ragnarok admitted during a secure fire call. But may ultimately work in our favor if we can arrange interception during transit to Hogwarts rather than attempting extraction from a protected family home. The investigation into removing potential Horcrux fragments continued as well, with Goblin researchers consulting ancient texts and even cautiously reaching out to international experts in soul magic. Progress was slow but steady. February brought unexpected news from an unlikely source. Madame Marchbanks arrived for her regular session looking unusually troubled. There have been breaches at Gringotts, she informed Harry without preamble. Not of your vaults, she added quickly, seeing his alarm. But significant nonetheless. First, an attempted break-in to a high-security vault that was emptied earlier that same day. Then, more disturbing, evidence of tampering with the bank's personnel records, specifically, information about cursebreakers with access to certain restricted areas. Do the goblins know who's responsible? Harry asked, immediately connecting these events to their larger concerns. They have suspicions but no proof. The timing is troubling, coinciding with increased activity in Albania and unusual movements among known former Death Eaters. This information lent new urgency to Harry's training. If Voldemort was making moves, potentially seeking powerful artifacts or information, the timeline Ragnarok had projected might be accelerating. March arrived with storms that battered the Cornwall coast, matching the intensity of Harry's training. His progress in occlumency had reached the point where Seraphina could no longer easily penetrate his defenses, a milestone that filled him with quiet pride. You've built impressive shields for someone so young, she acknowledged. Though Dumbledore's legilimency is subtler and more powerful than mine. Still, you'd likely detect his intrusion now, which gives you significant advantage over most wizards. His wandless capabilities had expanded as well. While still far from the level of fully trained adult wizards with wands, he could consistently perform basic spells and even some intermediate magic without verbal incantations, an achievement that impressed even Moody. Seen fully qualified aurors with less control, the scarred wizard grunted during one evaluation. Keep this up, and you'll give Dumbledore a proper surprise when the time comes. April brought a breakthrough in the Pettigrew investigation. A goblin operative posing as a pest control specialist had managed to get close enough to the Weasley home to confirm that the family rat indeed showed magical signatures consistent with an animagus. The evidence is compelling, Ragnarok reported during his monthly visit to the Cornwall property. The creature has survived far beyond normal rat lifespan and exhibits behavior patterns inconsistent with ordinary rodents. More importantly, our sensing spells detected human magical core elements despite his animal form. So we can prove Sirius is innocent. Harry exclaimed. With Pettigrew in hand, yes, Ragnarok agreed. The challenge remains capturing him without alerting Dumbledore's allies. The Weasleys are firmly in his camp. What about when the boy brings the rat to Hogwarts? Harry suggested. That's still over a year away, but it might provide an opportunity away from the family home. An excellent observation, Serafina approved. Train stations are inherently chaotic environments. The confusion of Platform 9 3/4 on departure day could provide ideal cover for an operation. Ragnarok nodded thoughtfully. We'll develop contingencies for multiple scenarios, including that one. In the meantime, our legal team continues building the case for reviewing Sirius Black's imprisonment based on procedural irregularities. As spring brightened the Cornwall landscape, Harry found moments to enjoy the simple pleasure of being outdoors without disguise or fear of discovery. The cliffside paths became favorite walking routes where he could clear his mind, practice his magical sensing in natural surroundings, and simply exist as himself rather than any carefully constructed identity. It was during one such walk in late April that Harry experienced something unexpected. Sitting on his favorite outcropping overlooking the sea, he was practicing extending his magical awareness, a technique Serafina had recently introduced, when he felt a strange resonance from his scar. Unlike the occasional twinges he'd experienced since childhood, this was a more complex sensation, almost like hearing a distant voice. Focusing his attention on it, Harry tried the mental visualization techniques from his occlumency training to better understand what he was experiencing. To his shock, he could sense emotions. Anger. Frustration. Anticipation. None of them his own. Harry opened his eyes with a gasp, his hand flying to his scar. The foreign feelings faded immediately, but the implications were disturbing. If Ragnarok's Horcrux theory was correct, could he be sensing Voldemort's emotions through whatever fragment might reside in his scar? He reported the experience to Serafina that evening, watching her expression grow grave as he described the sensation. This confirms our concerns about a connection between you and Voldemort, she said finally. But it also presents an opportunity. If you can sense his emotions, perhaps with training you could control the connection, even gather information through it. Isn't that dangerous? Harry asked. What if he can sense me too? Hence the critical importance of your occlumency, she replied. We'll adapt your training to include techniques for compartmentalizing this connection, containing it without blocking it entirely. The discovery added yet another dimension to Harry's already intensive education. Alongside his regular lessons, he now spent time each day carefully exploring the strange connection, learning to recognize when foreign emotions leaked through and how to shield his own thoughts while observing these intrusions. By early May, he could consistently distinguish between his feelings and those coming through the connection. The latter were predominantly negative, rage, impatience, and cruel satisfaction predominating, but occasionally revealed useful insights. He's searching for something, Harry reported during one session with Serafina and Ragnarok. Something hidden at Hogwarts. I keep sensing frustration about barriers or protections. This aligns with our intelligence about unusual security measures Dumbledore has implemented at the school this year, Ragnock noted. Sources indicate additional wards around certain areas and restricted access to the third-floor corridor. The timing corresponds with the Gringotts break-in attempt, Serafina observed. If an item was moved from the bank to Hogwarts for safekeeping, then Voldemort, or someone working for him, is trying to acquire it, Harry finished. Should we warn someone? Whom would we warn? Ragnock asked pointedly. Dumbledore already knows, as it's his protection the intruder is trying to circumvent. The Ministry is compromised at multiple levels. And revealing our knowledge would expose our sources and potentially your location. Harry saw the logic but felt uncomfortable doing nothing while sensing Voldemort's increasingly focused determination. What if he succeeds? What if whatever he's seeking makes him stronger? A valid concern, Serafina acknowledged. Which is why we accelerate your preparation. Knowledge of his target gives us advantage in anticipating his next moves. As May progressed, the emotional leakage through Harry's Scar connection intensified. Voldemort's frustration gave way to calculation, then triumph, suggesting plans coming together. The foreign emotion sometimes became so strong that Harry had to employ his most powerful occlumency techniques to maintain separation between them and his own feelings. Then, in early June, everything changed. Harry woke in the middle of the night, his scar burning with unprecedented intensity. Through the connection-flooded emotions so powerful they momentarily overwhelmed his mental barriers, rage and hatred so pure they took his breath away. Staggering to the bathroom, Harry splashed cold water on his face, struggling to reassert his occlumency shields. As the pain slowly subsided, he became aware of Serafina standing in the doorway, wand drawn. Your wards alerted me to distress, she explained, lowering her wand when she saw he was conscious and coherent. What happened? Something's changed, Harry gasped, still reeling from the intensity of the experience. He's furious. Beyond furious. Whatever he was planning at Hogwarts, I think it failed. Serafina helped him back to bed, conjuring a cool cloth for his forehead. Rest now. We'll contact Gringotts in the morning for any news from their information network. The following day brought confirmation of Harry's midnight insight. Ragnock's sources reported unusual activity at Hogwarts, a teacher mysteriously deceased, rumors of a confrontation in a secured area of the castle, and Dumbledore abruptly returning from a ministry meeting he'd been called away to attend. The details remain murky, Griphook explained via secure communication, but it appears someone attempted to steal an item being guarded at the school, likely the same object moved from Gringotts earlier this year. Do we know what it was? Harry asked. Not definitively, Ragnock replied. But circumstantial evidence suggests the Philosopher's Stone, an alchemical artifact created by Nicholas Flamel that can transform base metals to gold and produce the elixir of life. Harry's eyes widened. Immortality and infinite gold. No wonder Voldemort wanted it. Indeed. Our sources indicate the stone has now been destroyed by mutual agreement between Flamel and Dumbledore. So Voldemort failed, Harry said, relief evident in his voice. But he's still out there. I can feel him, weaker now, but still, existing. This confirms our timeline is accurate, Serafina noted. He's actively seeking means to restore himself, which means we must accelerate your preparation for eventual confrontation. As June faded into July, Harry's training intensified further. His wandless magic capabilities expanded significantly, and his understanding of magical theory deepened under Serafina's demanding tutelage. His connection to Voldemort remained, though the emotions flowing through it became more distant and sporadic, suggesting the Dark Wizard had retreated to recover from whatever setback he'd experienced at Hogwarts. On the last day of July, Harry's 9th birthday, his goblin guardians and tutors gathered at the Cornwall property for a small celebration. Unlike the previous year spent in hiding beneath Gringotts, this birthday found Harry stronger, more confident, and increasingly prepared for the challenges ahead. As evening fell, he stood on his favorite cliff top, watching the sun sink into the ocean in a blaze of orange and gold. Seraphina joined him, her tall figure silhouetted against the spectacular sunset. "A year ago, you were a confused child who accidentally apparat to Diagon Alley," she observed. "Look at you now." Harry smiled slightly. "I still have so much to learn. So much to prepare for." "True. But consider what you've already accomplished. You've mastered basic wandless magic years ahead of schedule. Your occlumency shields would challenge many adult wizards. You've learned to monitor and control the connection to Voldemort. And you've done all this while evading Dumbledore's concentrated search efforts. We still haven't freed Sirius," Harry pointed out. "Or captured Pettigrew." "Patience, young strategist," Seraphina counseled. "Some game pieces can only be moved at the right moment. The foundations are being laid, legally and tactically. When the time comes to act, you'll be ready." Harry nodded, accepting the wisdom in her words. The sunset painted the sky in breathtaking colors, reminding him how far he'd come from the darkness of his cupboard under the stairs. 2 more years until Hogwarts, he mused, watching seabirds wheel against the darkening sky. 2 years to prepare to face Dumbledore. "And face him you will," Seraphina affirmed. Not as the pawn he expected, but as a player he never anticipated. That, Harry Potter, is the power of being hidden in plain sight, watching, learning, and preparing while your opponent believes you lost or powerless. As stars began appearing in the twilight sky, Harry felt a surge of determination. The road ahead remained daunting, filled with powerful enemies and complex challenges. But he no longer faced it alone or ignorant. Whatever came next, Hogwarts, Dumbledore, Voldemort, he would meet it with knowledge, allies, and the unwavering resolve to control his own destiny. No longer a frightened child hiding in a cupboard, Harry Potter had become something unexpected, a young wizard growing into his power, hidden in plain sight while the wizarding world searched frantically for their missing savior. And when he finally stepped back into the light, nothing would ever be the same again. Chapter 3, The Unseen Alliance. The summer dawn painted Cornwall's cliffs in gold and amber. Harry Potter, now 10 years old, stood motionless on a rocky outcrop, eyes closed, hands extended slightly from his sides. The sea breeze ruffled his untidy black hair, no longer disguised with glamours or potions. Around him, 12 small stones hovered in perfect formation, orbiting his body like tiny planets around a sun. Impressive control, Seraphina Pickweary observed from several yards away. Now, transition to the second formation while maintaining elevation. Without opening his eyes, Harry shifted his fingers slightly. The stones responded immediately, reorganizing from their circular pattern into a complex geometric shape, a 3-dimensional star with precisely calculated angles between each hovering pebble. Now transmute. Sequential pattern. Harry's brow furrowed in concentration. One by one, each stone transformed, first to crystal, then to metal, then to wood, before returning to stone again. The transmutations flowed smoothly from one object to the next, creating a rippling effect through the formation. "Excellent," Seraphina approved. "Now return them to their original state and locations." With a controlled exhale, Harry reversed the process. The stones returned to their natural state before gently floating back to their original positions scattered across the clifftop. Only when the last pebbles settled did he open his eyes, revealing irises that glowed faintly with residual magical energy. "Your precision has improved significantly," Seraphina noted, approaching with her ever-graceful stride. 6 months ago, you couldn't maintain the second transformation past the 8th stone. Harry nodded, taking a moment to center himself as the magical exertion caught up with him. "I've been practicing the visualization techniques you taught me. Seeing the entire pattern rather than focusing on individual objects makes maintaining multiple transmutations easier." Indeed. Many adult wizards never grasp that principle, relying instead on brute magical force rather than finesse. She gestured toward the path leading back to the house. "That's enough for this morning. Ragnarok's delegation arrives at noon, and you should review the financial reports before they get here. They walked together along the cliff path, the sprawling stone house coming into view as they crested a hill. After nearly a year in Cornwall, the property felt like home to Harry in a way neither Privet Drive nor the chambers beneath Gringotts ever had. The extensive grounds provided perfect training areas, while the enchanted boundaries ensured complete privacy from both magical and Muggle detection. "Any news about the Weasley situation?" Harry asked as they approached the house. "Griphook's latest communication confirms our intelligence. The family will travel to Egypt this summer, a trip funded by a daily profit prize draw. The youngest son still possesses pedigree, and current indications suggest he'll bring the rat to Hogwarts when term begins." Harry processed this information thoughtfully. "That gives us just over a year before they're both at Hogwarts. The platform strategy still seems our best opportunity." "Agreed. Though Moody continues to develop alternatives should circumstances change." Inside the house, Harry found breakfast waiting in the sunlit kitchen, a hearty spread prepared by Nipsey, the free elf who had joined their household 6 months earlier. Unlike most house elves, Nipsey wore proper clothes, a neatly tailored uniform of dark blue with silver trim, and received both payment and days off, an arrangement that had initially confused the elf but which she had gradually come to appreciate. "Good morning, Master Harry," she greeted cheerfully. "Nipsey has prepared a strengthening breakfast after your morning magic practice. Extra protein for muscle recovery, and magical nutrients for core replenishment." "Thanks, Nipsey," Harry replied warmly, taking a seat at the kitchen island. "It looks delicious." As he ate, Harry reviewed the folder of financial reports Nipsey had placed beside his plate. The quarterly summary of his estate showed continued growth under Goblin management, with strategic investments in both magical and Muggle markets yielding impressive returns. More interesting were the reports on certain targeted acquisitions, small but significant shares in the daily profit, interests in key distribution networks for magical supplies, and strategic positions in businesses frequented by ministry officials. Building leverage, Ragnarok had explained when proposing this investment strategy. Financial ties create influence networks that operate beneath obvious political alliances. The doorbell chimed precisely at noon, a sound that indicated arrival via the secure flue connection in the eastern wing rather than the actual front door. Harry made his way to the reception room where Serafina already waited, dressed in formal robes befitting the important meeting. The Gringotts delegation consisted of Ragnarok, Griphook, and 2 goblins Harry hadn't met before, introduced as Silverclaw, head of Gringotts International Legal Division, and Bone Digger, chief liaison to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. "Mr. Potter," Ragnarok greeted with a formal bow that Harry returned with equal respect. "You look well. Your magical aura has strengthened considerably since our last meeting." "Thank you, Director," Harry replied, using Ragnarok's formal title for official gatherings. "Madame Pickery's training regimen has been demanding but effective." Once formal greetings concluded and refreshments were served, the meeting turned to business. Silverclaw spread several documents across the conference table, organizing them with practiced efficiency. "We have made significant progress on multiple fronts," Ragnarok began. "First, regarding your godfather's situation. Silverclaw, please brief Mr. Potter." The sleek, silver-streaked goblin nodded sharply. "We have successfully placed key documentation regarding procedural irregularities in Sirius Black's case before Madame Bones, Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. While we couldn't reveal your parents' will directly without exposing our involvement, we arranged for certain archived records to be discovered during a routine review of wartime cases. Amelia Bones is as close to incorruptible as any ministry official gets," Bone Digger added. "She's begun a quiet investigation into Black's imprisonment without trial. Currently, she believes she initiated this review independently, unaware of our subtle guidance." "How long before this leads to action?" Harry asked. "Ministry bureaucracy moves slowly by design," Silverclaw explained. "But Madame Bones has requested Black's original case files, only to discover significant portions are mysteriously missing. This has raised her suspicions further, particularly given that Bartemius Crouch, who authorized the imprisonment, has since fallen from political grace. Our current timeline projects potential movement by late autumn, Ragnarok added. Though we're proceeding cautiously to avoid alerting Dumbledore to our involvement. Harry nodded, understanding the delicate balance required. Too much pressure might trigger opposition from Dumbledore's allies, too little would leave Sirius languishing in Azkaban indefinitely. Next, Ragnarok continued, the Pettigrew situation. Griphook. The younger goblin produced a detailed map of King's Cross Station, with platform 9 3/4 highlighted in magical ink that shifted to show projected crowd movements. Our operatives have thoroughly analyzed the platform's security and traffic patterns during departure days. We've identified 3 optimal interception points where the Weasley boy and his rat could be briefly separated from both family and crowds. He indicated marked locations on the map. Each offers approximately 30 seconds of opportunity with minimal witness exposure. The challenge remains execution, Bonedigger noted. Any magic performed would trigger the trace for underage students and alert ministry officials. Physical interception risks exposure of our agents. Harry studied the map thoughtfully. What about a non-magical solution? Something that wouldn't trigger detection charms. Such as? Griphook prompted, though his expression suggested he already anticipated Harry's thinking. A trained animal. Something that could target the rat specifically. A cat or Kneazle perhaps, enchanted beforehand rather than during the operation. Ragnarok's sharp teeth flashed in a brief smile. An elegant solution, Mr. Potter. We'll develop this approach further. The meeting continued with updates on other strategic initiatives, the ongoing research into Horcruxes and potential methods for removing soul fragments without harming the host, surveillance of known Death Eater activities, and preparations for Harry's eventual public re-emergence in the wizarding world. Finally, Ragnarok said as the formal agenda concluded, we come to a matter of some sensitivity. Seraphina. Madame Pickquery straightened in her chair. Harry, what I'm about to share involves significant risk, but potential reward. Through my international contacts, I've identified a loose network of witches and wizards who share certain concerns about Albus Dumbledore's influence and methods. Harry's attention sharpened immediately. What kind of network? Not organized in any formal sense. More a collection of individuals who have independently recognized troubling patterns in Dumbledore's actions over decades. Former Order of the Phoenix members who questioned certain decisions. Ministry officials who noted instances where his influence circumvented proper procedures. International representatives who observed his consolidation of power across multiple institutions. The Unseen Alliance, Griphook interjected, as they've come to call themselves. They're not Death Eaters? Harry asked cautiously. Quite the opposite, Seraphina assured him. Many fought actively against Voldemort. Their concern is specifically about unchecked power concentrated in one individual, even one widely considered light-oriented. Ragnarok folded his long fingers together. We vetted several key members through Goblin intelligence networks. Their concerns appear genuine, their motivations largely aligned with justice rather than personal gain. And they know about me? About what Dumbledore did? No, Seraphina said firmly. They know only that certain evidence suggests Dumbledore has made questionable decisions regarding war orphans and prophecy children. Most believe you remain safely hidden for protection from Death Eater remnants. We propose a carefully controlled introduction to select members, those most trustworthy and potentially valuable to your long-term strategy. Harry considered this information carefully. Additional allies could prove invaluable, especially those with positions inside Wizarding Britain's power structures. Yet each new person who knew his true situation represented potential vulnerability. I need to know more about these people before making any decisions, he said finally. Their specific grievances with Dumbledore, their positions, their vulnerabilities to manipulation or exposure. A prudent response, Ragnarok approved. Madame Pickquery has compiled preliminary dossiers on the most promising candidates for contact. Review them at your leisure before we proceed further. The meeting concluded with arrangements for their next gathering and confirmation of Harry's upcoming training schedule. As the goblins prepared to depart, Ragnarok held back momentarily. "A moment in private, Mr. Potter." Once the others had left, Ragnarok produced a small, velvet-covered box from within his formal robes. "This belongs to you. It was recovered from your parents' vault during our most recent audit." Harry accepted the box with curiosity. Opening it revealed a simple gold ring bearing the Potter family crest, a shield with 3 diagonal bands across it. "Your father's signet ring," Ragnarok explained. "Traditionally worn by the Potter heir from their 10th birthday, though circumstances prevented its proper transfer to you." Harry removed the ring carefully, feeling unexpected emotion tightening his throat. "I didn't know such things existed in wizarding families. Many old traditions have faded, but the Potter family maintains certain customs despite not flaunting their status like some pure-blood lines." Ragnarok watched as Harry slipped the ring onto his right hand. The ring carries minor enchantments, protection against most mind-affecting potions, detection of ill intent within conversation, and recognition by certain ancient magical sites tied to your family heritage. The ring resized automatically to fit Harry's finger, and he felt a brief, warm pulse of magic as it recognized his bloodline. "Thank you for bringing this to me." Ragnarok bowed slightly. "It is merely your rightful inheritance. There will be more when you formally claim your full lordship at 17. Until then, this serves as a tangible connection to your family legacy." After the delegation departed, Harry spent the afternoon reviewing the dossiers Serafina had prepared. The potential allies came from surprisingly diverse backgrounds: a senior unspeakable in the Department of Mysteries, a respected wandmaker from continental Europe, a former dueling champion who now trained elite security teams, a historian specializing in prophecy interpretation, and most surprisingly, a relative of Dumbledore himself who had broken ties with the headmaster decades earlier. Each file detailed not only their professional qualifications but their specific reasons for distrusting Dumbledore's methods. Some cited particular incidents where innocents were sacrificed for strategic necessity. Others noted patterns of information control and manipulation spanning decades. All expressed concern about the concentration of power in Dumbledore's hands across multiple influential positions: Hogwarts headmaster, chief warlock, supreme mugwump, with inadequate checks on his authority. "Interesting reading?" Serafina asked, entering the study where Harry had spread the files. "Very." Harry gestured to the documents. "I see why you call them an alliance now, even if they're not formally organized. They share core concerns despite their different backgrounds." "Precisely. Each recognize troubling patterns independently, which lends credibility to their collective perspective." She took a seat across from him. "Your thoughts?" Harry tapped the file of Algernon Croker, the Unspeakable. His position would provide valuable intelligence on ministry operations and research. And his expertise in prophecy might help understand whatever prediction supposedly linked me to Voldemort. A sound assessment. Croker has opposed Dumbledore's attempts to access certain Department of Mysteries resources for years. His loyalty is to magical knowledge itself rather than any individual or faction. "The Wandmaker concerns me," Harry continued, indicating another file. "Gregorovitch has commercial interests that could compromise his discretion." Valid concern. Though his grudge against Dumbledore dates back to an incident in the 1940s involving a powerful wand that Gregorovitch once possessed and claims Dumbledore knowingly tracked down through morally questionable means. Harry continued his analysis of each potential ally, weighing risks against potential benefits with a strategic thinking that would have impressed adults twice his age. Finally, he closed the last file. "I'd like to meet Croker first. His unspeakable oaths would provide additional security for my secrets, and his knowledge could prove immediately valuable regarding the prophecy and potential Horcrux." Serafina nodded approvingly. "I concur. I'll arrange a secure meeting for next week." The following morning found Harry in the specialized training room deep within the house's east wing. Unlike the airy, sunlit spaces used for most of his education, this chamber was deliberately austere, stone walls, no windows, and complex wards embedded in every surface. It resembled nothing so much as a medieval dungeon, albeit one equipped with advanced magical monitoring equipment. Moody paced before him, magical lights swiveling constantly despite the room's secure nature. Today's exercise addresses a critical vulnerability in your training. You've progressed admirably in wandless magic, strategic thinking, and even physical combat. But you've yet to face your greatest weakness. Which is? Harry prompted when the ex-Auror paused dramatically. Fear, Potter. Deep, primal fear. The kind that bypasses rational thought and triggers panic responses. Moody gestured to a large trunk in the corner. Seraphina and I agree you're ready for this challenge, though neither of us expects mastery on your first attempt. Harry eyed the trunk warily, noting the multiple locks and reinforcement charms visible on its surface. What's in there? Boggart, Moody replied bluntly. Shapeshifter that takes the form of your worst fear. Standard magical creature, typically covered in third-year defense against the dark arts. And you want me to face it? Now. Can't prepare for Hogwarts without addressing psychological vulnerabilities. Dumbledore's an expert at exploiting emotional weaknesses. Moody limped toward the trunk. The standard counterspell is ridiculous, accompanied by visualization of something humorous to undermine the fear. But that's wand-based. You'll need to adapt using your wandless techniques. Harry positioned himself in the center of the room, centering his breathing as Seraphina had taught him. What's your assessment of what it will become? Impossible to predict with certainty. Could be Voldemort. Could be Dumbledore. Could be something more abstract like failure or abandonment. Moody's scarred face twisted into what passed for an encouraging expression. Remember, it feeds on fear. Control that, and you control the encounter. With a flick of his wand, Moody unlocked the trunk. The lid creaked open slowly, and for a moment, nothing happened. Then a dark mist spilled over the edges, pooling on the floor before rising and solidifying into a shape. Harry's breath caught as the mist formed not into Voldemort or Dumbledore as he'd expected, but into a tall, thin door, the door of the cupboard under the stairs at Privet Drive. The door swung open to reveal the cramped, dark space that had been his prison for so many years. From within the darkness came Uncle Vernon's voice, distorted and more menacing than in real life. Get in, freak. This is where you belong. This is all you'll ever be. Harry felt his heart racing despite his mental preparations. The rational part of his mind recognized this as merely a boggart playing on old traumas, but the emotional response was powerful, a visceral reminder of years spent in helpless confinement. Defend yourself, Potter. Moody barked from behind him. Harry raised his hands, focusing his magical intent as he'd practiced countless times. Ridiculous, he attempted wandlessly, trying to visualize the cupboard transformed into something humorous. Nothing happened. The boggart cupboard remained, the darkness within seeming to deepen as Vernon's voice was joined by Petunia's shrill tones and Dudley's mocking laughter. You're nothing, the voices taunted. No one wants you. No one ever will. Harry felt his concentration slipping, old insecurities flooding back despite years of progress. His wandless magic faltered as the emotional assault intensified. Focus, Potter. Moody commanded. It's not real. The rational reminder helped Harry regain some control. Rather than forcing humor he couldn't genuinely feel, he shifted tactics. Drawing on Seraphina's teaching about intent-based magic, he concentrated on what he truly wanted, not to mock the cupboard, but to destroy it. Harry extended both hands, channeling his magic through pure determination. The familiar warmth of power flowed through his core, down his arms, and out through his fingertips in visible streams of golden energy. You have no power over me anymore, he stated clearly, his voice gaining strength with each word. I am not defined by you. I am not contained by you. I am free of you. The cupboard began to tremble, its outlines wavering as Harry's magic disrupted the boggart's form. With a final push of concentrated will, Harry sent a pulse of raw magical energy toward the creature. The boggart cupboard exploded into splinters that dissolved back into mist before retreating hastily into the trunk. Moody slammed the lid shut, securing the locks with rapid wand movements. "Well," the ex-Auror said after a moment of silence, "that was unexpected." Harry stood breathing heavily, his hands still tingling with residual magic. "I couldn't make it funny. It wasn't. I couldn't find humor in that. So you obliterated it instead." Moody's magical eye fixed on Harry with unusual intensity. "Not the textbook approach, but effective. Raw power won't always be the answer, but it's good to know you can channel it when necessary." Harry nodded, still processing the encounter. The boggart's choice had surprised him. He'd genuinely expected to face Voldemort or Dumbledore, present threats rather than past traumas. The fact that his subconscious still feared returning to that cupboard, to that helpless existence, was uncomfortable to acknowledge. "Facing our deepest fears is never easy," Moody said, showing rare perception of Harry's emotional state. "But recognizing them is the first step toward mastering them. We'll continue these sessions weekly. Next time, you'll be better prepared." Later that evening, Harry found himself unable to sleep, the boggart encounter having stirred memories he typically kept firmly suppressed. After tossing restlessly for hours, he finally rose and made his way to the house's small library, intending to distract himself with research. He was surprised to find the room already occupied. Seraphina sat in an armchair by the fire, reading from an ancient-looking tome bound in midnight blue leather. "Trouble sleeping?" she asked without looking up. "The boggart session," Harry admitted, taking the chair opposite her. "It stirred things up." Seraphina marked her place and closed the book. "Alastor told me what form it took. The past often haunts us more persistently than present dangers." "I thought I'd moved beyond that," Harry said quietly. "It's been almost 2 years since I left Privet Drive. I've learned so much, grown stronger. Yet some part of me still fears ending up back in that cupboard, powerless and alone. That fear doesn't represent weakness, Harry. It represents memory, your body and mind remembering genuine trauma." Seraphina's typically formal demeanor softened slightly. "Even the most accomplished wizards carry such fears. Alastor still faces a boggart that takes the form of his own corpse, displaying evidence of the mistakes that led to his injuries." "What does yours become?" Harry asked, then immediately regretted the personal question. "Sorry, that's intrusive. It's a fair question, given that I know yours." Seraphina gazed into the fire. "Mine takes the form of a magical catastrophe I failed to prevent early in my career as an Auror, a building collapsing with children inside while I stand helpless, my magic inexplicably failing." The admission, so personal from someone typically reserved, surprised Harry. "How do you overcome it?" "I don't, entirely. I manage it. I recognize it as fear rather than prophecy. I prepare extensively to ensure such failures become increasingly unlikely." She returned her attention to him. "The goal isn't fearlessness, Harry. It's courage, acting effectively despite fear." Harry considered this perspective. "I destroyed the boggart rather than making it ridiculous." Moody seemed surprised by that approach. "It's unconventional but revealing. When faced with your deepest fear, you instinctively chose to confront and eliminate it rather than diminish it through humor." A slight smile curved her lips. "That reflects both your growing magical strength and your fundamental character. You've never been one to sidestep challenges." They sat in companionable silence for a while, the crackling fire the only sound in the quiet library. Finally, Harry asked a question that had been weighing on him since reviewing the Unseen Alliance dossiers. "Do you think it's possible to defeat Dumbledore without becoming like him? Without resorting to the same manipulative tactics?" Seraphina considered the question with appropriate gravity. "It depends on how you define victory. If your goal is to completely destroy his influence and power, then perhaps not, such total defeat of someone so entrenched might require morally compromised methods. But if your goal is to protect yourself, secure justice for those he's wronged, and establish sufficient counter-influence to check his worst tendencies, then yes, that can be accomplished through principled means. That's the moral dilemma, isn't it? Finding the balance between effective action and maintaining principles worth fighting for. Indeed. And it's a dilemma you'll face repeatedly, not just with Dumbledore. She studied him thoughtfully. You're unusually contemplative tonight. Harry unconsciously touched the Potter signet ring, which glinted in the firelight. Receiving this, it made everything more real somehow. Not just my parents' deaths or Dumbledore's betrayal, but my responsibility to their legacy. What I choose to do won't just affect me. A mature perspective for someone your age, Seraphina noted. Though you've never had the luxury of typical childhood concerns. I don't regret that, Harry said with surprising firmness. If I'd remained ignorant at Privet Drive, or if I'd gone to Hogwarts without knowing about the death warrant, I'd be completely vulnerable to Dumbledore's plans. Knowledge has given me choices, even if they're difficult ones. Seraphina nodded approvingly. Hold on to that perspective. In many ways, information, not magic, is the true currency of power in the wizarding world. Dumbledore's influence stems largely from controlling what others know or believe. Eventually, Harry felt calm enough to return to bed, the conversation having settled his troubled thoughts. As he drifted toward sleep, he found himself not dwelling on the Boggart cupboard, but rather planning his approach to meeting Algernon Croker and the potential alliance his connection might bring. The arranged meeting with Croker took place the following week in a location that surprised Harry, a small, unremarkable lighthouse on a remote stretch of the Welsh coast. The structure appeared abandoned from the outside, with peeling paint and boarded windows, but inside revealed a comfortable, magically expanded space serving as one of the Unspeakable's private research retreats. Algernon Croker himself defied Harry's expectations. Rather than the mysterious, hooded figure he'd imagined, Croker was a cheerful, rotund man with thinning gray hair and spectacles that magnified his keen blue eyes. He wore practical robes of navy blue with numerous enchanted pockets containing everything from shrunken reference books to curious magical instruments. "Mr. Potter," he greeted warmly, shaking Harry's hand with genuine enthusiasm. Or should I say, the boy who vanished even more impressively than he once lived. Your disappearance caused quite the uproar in certain ministry circles. So I've heard, Harry replied cautiously. Seraphina stood slightly behind him, wand not drawn but clearly ready if needed. Croker waved them toward comfortable armchairs arranged around a small table laden with tea and cakes. No need for such vigilance, Madam Pickquery. My unspeakable oaths physically prevent me from revealing information shared in confidence. More secure than any magical contract you might arrange. Once they were seated with tea served, Croker regarded Harry with unconcealed curiosity. I must admit, when Seraphina suggested this meeting, I was skeptical. The official narrative regarding your placement and protection has always struck me as suspiciously convenient, but to learn the depth of deception involved. He shook his head. Even for someone accustomed to the ministry's creative relationship with truth, it's disturbing. What exactly has Madame Pickquery told you? Harry asked directly. Only general outlines, that documentation exists suggesting Dumbledore authorized potentially fatal outcomes for you, that your magical guardian knowingly circumvented your parents' will, and that your disappearance was self-protective rather than foul play as widely assumed. Croker sipped his tea. Deliberately vague, but sufficient to pique professional interest. Harry exchanged glances with Seraphina, who nodded slightly, permission to proceed with carefully selected revelations. I discovered a death warrant, Harry stated bluntly, watching Croker's reaction closely. Signed by Dumbledore, authorizing my sacrifice when confronting Voldemort. It referenced soul fragments and prophesied confrontation. The teacup in Croker's hand froze halfway to his lips. I see, he said after a moment, setting the cup down with deliberate care. That, Aligns with certain research patterns I've observed in Dumbledore's restricted requests to our department over the years. What kind of research? Serafina prompted. Soul magic, primarily. Ancient cases of magical possession and transference. Particularly unusual was his interest in documented cases where magical signatures transferred between victims and attackers during fatal encounters. Croker's expression grew troubled. Initially, I assumed academic interest related to Voldemort's defeat. But requests continued long after, becoming more specific regarding children surviving killing curses and potential contamination. Harry unconsciously touched his scar. He believes I contain a fragment of Voldemort's soul. A Horcrux, according to Goblin researchers. Croker blanched visibly. Merlin's beard. Actual Horcruxes. Plural. He removed his spectacles to polish them anxiously. That would explain many things. Particularly why certain magical detection systems never registered Voldemort's death as complete. You have such systems? Serafina asked sharply. The department monitors magical extinction events for individuals of exceptional power. Standard procedure since Grindelwald's rise. Voldemort's magical signature diminished drastically after his encounter with young Mr. Potter, but never fully dissipated as would be expected with true death. Croker replaced his glasses. The records are sealed to all but senior unspeakables, naturally. Harry leaned forward intently. What do you know about the prophecy involving Voldemort and me? Ah, Croker sighed, the heart of the matter. The actual prophecy orb remains within the department's Hall of Prophecy, accessible only to those named within it. Its contents are not recorded elsewhere, by design. What I know comes from observing patterns of interest and access. Dumbledore witnessed the original prophecy, Harry stated rather than asked. Indeed. From restricted records of prophecy registration, I can confirm it was delivered to Albus Dumbledore by Sybil Trelawney during a job interview at the Hog's Head Inn in early 1980. A Death Eater overheard at least part of it before being ejected, which presumably led to Voldemort targeting your family. And its contents? Croker spread his hands apologetically. Unknown to me, regrettably. Dumbledore registered it properly but utilized his Wisengamot authority to classify all details beyond basic provenance. Unusual, but technically within his authority as Chief Warlock. Harry absorbed this information with growing frustration. The prophecy remained a critical missing piece in understanding Dumbledore's actions and planning his own counter-strategy. However, Croker continued, while I don't know the specific wording, I can share informed speculation based on observable patterns. Prophecies typically follow certain linguistic and magical structures. Those involving direct confrontation between named individuals often specify conditions for victory, crucial timing elements, or required sacrifices. Which would align with Dumbledore's death warrant, Serafina noted. Precisely. If the prophecy indicated you must die by Voldemort's hand to ensure his final defeat. Croker trailed off, the implication clear. Dumbledore would view my death as necessary sacrifice for the greater good, Harry finished grimly. One life weighed against many. It's the coldly logical position, viewed from certain utilitarian perspectives, Croker acknowledged. Though ethically abhorrent to authorize such a sacrifice without consent, particularly of a child. They continued discussing the prophecy's potential contents and implications, with Croker offering valuable insights from his extensive knowledge of prophetic magic. Eventually, the conversation shifted to the Horcrux problem. The department has limited research on soul fragments, Croker admitted. Such magic has been forbidden for centuries, with most texts destroyed during various purges. However, he hesitated, then continued, there is one avenue that might prove fruitful. Our Artifacts Division recently acquired a collection from an ancient temple in Peru where soul-healing rituals were performed. The translations remain incomplete, but preliminary findings suggest methods for extracting foreign magical essences from living hosts. Without harming the host? Harry asked urgently. That's the crucial question. The texts describe successful extractions, but the survival rate for hosts isn't clearly documented. Croker adjusted his spectacles thoughtfully. I could prioritize this research discreetly, perhaps recruit specialists in ancient Incan magical practices without revealing the specific application. That would be extremely valuable, Serafina acknowledged. As their meeting concluded, Croker surprised Harry by extending his hand again, this time with formal gravity. Mr. Potter, I wish to offer my services to your cause, not just regarding the specific issues we've discussed today, but more broadly in your inevitable confrontation with both Dumbledore and Voldemort's legacy. Why? Harry asked directly. What motivates your opposition to Dumbledore? The dossier mentioned professional disagreements, but this feels more personal. Croker's typically jovial expression sobered. Astute observation. Yes, there is a personal element. He sighed heavily. My niece, Alice Longbottom, perhaps you know the name. Frank and Alice Longbottom were listed in my parents' will as potential guardians if Sirius wasn't available, Harry replied, surprised by the connection. Indeed. After their torture by the Lestranges left them permanently in St. Mungo's, their son Neville, born just a day before you, was raised by my sister Augusta. What few know is that Alice and Frank were under Fidelius' protection similar to your parents, but with one crucial difference: Dumbledore convinced them to use a secret keeper from his inner circle rather than a close friend as your parents initially chose. And they were betrayed? Serafina asked softly. Not deliberately, perhaps. But their secret keeper died unexpectedly in an Order mission, causing the Fidelius to collapse without warning. They were attacked within hours, too quickly for coincidence. Croker's voice hardened. Dumbledore's strategy exposed them, yet he accepted no responsibility, instead focusing all attention on your parents' tragedy while the Longbottoms became a footnote in the war's history. Harry felt a new connection forming, another family shattered by what might have been Dumbledore's strategic miscalculation or, worse, deliberate sacrifice. I'd like to meet Neville someday, he said quietly. It sounds like we have much in common. You will at Hogwarts, assuming current plans hold. He's a quiet boy, struggling somewhat under Augusta's demanding expectations. But there's strength in him, waiting to emerge. Croker smiled sadly. Perhaps friendship with someone who truly understands his loss would help that process. Before departing, they established secure communication protocols and agreed to meet monthly to exchange information. As an unspeakable, Croker had access to magical knowledge and ministry intelligence that complemented the Goblin and international networks already supporting Harry. A successful first alliance, Serafina observed as they returned to Cornwall via secure portkey. Croker brings valuable expertise and connections without the political entanglements of more public figures. Harry nodded in agreement, though his thoughts remained on Neville Longbottom, another boy whose life had been profoundly shaped by both prophecy and Dumbledore's decisions. Another potential victim of the headmaster's greater good calculations. I want to learn more about the Longbottoms, he told Serafina. About what happened to them, and about Neville. If our situations are as parallel as Croker suggests, understanding his path might help clarify my own. Summer progressed into autumn, bringing intensified training and expanded connections with the Unseen Alliance. Following the successful meeting with Croker, Harry gradually met with other selected members, each carefully vetted and approached under controlled circumstances. Madame Marchbanks remained his primary tutor for wizarding culture and politics, but her lessons now included practical exercises in navigating the complex social hierarchies he would encounter at Hogwarts. They conducted simulated Wisengamot debates where Harry represented different family interests, practiced formal dining etiquette for pure-blood gatherings, and analyzed historical political alliances to identify patterns relevant to current power structures. The sorting will be your first critical juncture, she explained during one such lesson. Each house carries implicit alliances and oppositions that will affect how others perceive you, regardless of your actual beliefs or actions. I've been reading about the houses, Harry replied. Each seems to have strengths and limitations. Indeed. Contrary to popular oversimplification, no house is inherently good or evil, magical or mundane. Rather, they represent different approaches to power and achievement. Madame Marchbanks adjusted her pince-nez. Slytherin values ambition and cunning, traits essential for navigating political landscapes but often misdirected toward personal gain at others' expense. Ravenclaw prizes knowledge and intellect, powerful tools that can become ends themselves rather than means to practical improvement. Gryffindor celebrates courage and conviction, admirable qualities that sometimes manifest as recklessness or self-righteousness. Hufflepuff honors loyalty and diligence, foundational virtues that may be undervalued in a society that rewards flashier achievements. Harry considered this nuanced perspective. Where do you think I belong? An interesting question. You demonstrate qualities valued by all four houses: Slytherin cunning in your strategic planning, Ravenclaw thirst for knowledge, Gryffindor courage in facing difficult truths, Hufflepuff loyalty to those who've earned your trust. She studied him thoughtfully. The better question might be, where would you be most effective in achieving your goals? This pragmatic approach to the sorting, viewing it as a strategic positioning rather than simple personality assessment, typified Madame Marchbanks' practical political instruction. Meanwhile, Moody's training grew increasingly demanding. Weekly Boggart sessions continued, with Harry gradually developing more control over his emotional and magical responses. Though the cupboard remained his Boggart's primary form, he now consistently countered it through various wandless techniques rather than raw power alone. Physical training intensified as well. Beyond basic fitness and self-defense, Moody introduced specialized exercises designed to maintain magical focus during physical distress, holding shields while running, casting accurately after exhausting drills, maintaining concentration through controlled exposure to pain and discomfort. Death Eaters won't wait for you to catch your breath, the Exora growled during one particularly grueling session. And Dumbledore won't announce his manipulations with convenient warning labels. By late October, these combined trainings produced visible results. Harry's lean frame showed defined muscle unusual for a 10-year-old, his reflexes had sharpened dramatically, and his magical control continued advancing beyond what many adult wizards achieved with wands. His education expanded in unexpected directions as well. Through Croker's Unseen Alliance connections, Harry began corresponding with magical researchers specializing in obscure branches of magic relevant to his unique situation, soul magic experts, curse specialists, even a squib neurologist who studied magical effects on brain development. Most surprisingly, October brought an unexpected friendship, his first genuine peer relationship since leaving Privet Drive. It began with Seraphina's announcement that a trusted Alliance member would be visiting with his granddaughter, a girl approximately Harry's age who showed exceptional magical sensitivity. Garrick Ollivander is among Britain's foremost wand makers, she explained. His talents for magical sensing exceed even mine, particularly regarding compatibility between magical cores and individuals. His granddaughter, Isabel, appears to have inherited this gift in unusual measure. You think she might help with the Horcrux issue? Harry asked, immediately connecting the visit to their ongoing research. Potentially. Ollivander believes her untrained abilities might perceive aspects of soul magic that adult practitioners with more structured techniques might miss. More importantly, her perspective as a child sensitive to magical auras could provide insights on how such magic affects you developmentally. Harry agreed to the meeting with some trepidation. Despite nearly 2 years in the wizarding world, he had minimal experience with magical children his own age. His interactions had been primarily with adult instructors and goblin advisors, relationships defined by clear purpose and structured dynamics rather than the unpredictable nature of childhood friendships. Isabel Ollivander proved nothing like he expected. Where Harry had imagined a serious, studious girl reflecting her grandfather's somewhat ethereal demeanor, Isabel was vibrant and direct, her honey-blonde hair perpetually escaping its braid, her movements quick and decisive, her questions unfiltered by adult notions of propriety. "You have two distinct magical signatures," were her first words upon meeting Harry, bypassing conventional greetings entirely. "One feels like sunshine through leaves. The others like stepping on something dead in the dark. While the adults exchanged startled glances at this blunt assessment, Harry found himself unexpectedly amused. That's vivid. Most people just comment on my eyes or scar. Isabel shrugged unapologetically. I don't see like most people. Grandfather says I have the sight, but not for future things, for now things that others miss. She tilted her head, studying him with curious blue eyes. You're not scared of me noticing. Most people get uncomfortable. I'm not most people either, Harry replied simply. Their initial assessment session involved exercises where Isabel attempted to describe the magical interactions she perceived when Harry performed various spells. Her descriptions, while seemingly metaphorical, proved surprisingly insightful, identifying patterns and blockages that aligned with their existing research on the soul fragment's influence. The dead feeling magic doesn't flow, she explained while observing Harry levitate multiple objects simultaneously. It sits in one spot, she pointed to his scar, like water behind a dam. But sometimes little bits leak through when you use strong magic, like the dam has tiny cracks. Ollivander nodded thoughtfully at his granddaughter's observations. Fascinating. This suggests the foreign magical element remains largely contained rather than integrated with your natural core. Most promising for potential extraction strategies. What began as a clinical assessment evolved into something unexpected as the day progressed. During a break in the formal exercises, Harry and Isabel found themselves in the estate's kitchen, sharing tea and cakes prepared by Nipsey. Do you have friends? Isabel asked abruptly, in the direct manner Harry was quickly learning characterized her approach to everything. Not really, Harry admitted. There are people who teach me, advise me, help me. But not friends my age. Me neither, she replied, dunking a biscuit with methodical precision. Grandfather homeschools me because of my sensitivity. Other children think I'm weird when I tell them their magic looks like angry bees or smells like thunderstorms. I don't think you're weird, Harry said honestly. Different, yes. But so am I. She studied him with those perceptive blue eyes. You're hiding from bad people who want to use you. Grandfather didn't tell me, but I can see it in how the adults watch the windows and check their wands when they think we're not looking. Harry hesitated, unsure how much was appropriate to share with someone his own age, regardless of her apparent perceptiveness. It's okay, she continued before he could decide. I won't ask questions you can't answer. But I could write to you sometimes, if you want. Grandfather has secure owls that can't be tracked or intercepted. The offer, so simple yet so normal, affected Harry more deeply than he'd anticipated. Despite all his progress, all his training and preparation, he'd had no opportunity for the basic childhood experience of having a friend to correspond with. I'd like that, he said quietly. Their connection developed through letters exchanged weekly, Isabel sharing observations about magical theory from her unique perspective, Harry responding with carefully filtered accounts of his training and studies. Their correspondence provided something his intensive education had lacked, the simple joy of sharing thoughts with someone who understood being different without judgment. Isabel returned to Cornwall several times over the following months, ostensibly for continued assessment of Harry's magical condition but increasingly for genuine friendship. She introduced him to wizarding games like Exploding Snap and taught him to fly on a training broom in the estate's secluded meadow, an experience that revealed his natural talent for aerial navigation. You fly like you were born on a broom, she observed after his third successful attempt at a diving turn. Your magic reaches out to merge with the broom's enchantments instead of just sitting on top directing it like most people. These visits provided Harry's first taste of normal childhood in the wizarding world, hours spent in activities pursued for simple enjoyment rather than strategic advantage or educational value. Even his careful guardians recognized the importance of this development, adjusting security protocols to accommodate occasional recreational outings. As Harry's 11th birthday approached, bringing with it the inevitable Hogwarts letter and return to public wizarding life, these experiences with Isabel proved invaluable in preparing him for peer interactions he would soon face daily. Winter settled over Cornwall, transforming the landscape into stark beauty, frost-covered cliffs, dramatic sea storms, and occasional snow dusting the estate grounds. Harry's training continued unabated despite the weather, with Moody particularly insistent that adverse conditions provided essential challenges. Dark wizards won't only attack on sunny days in comfortable surroundings, he growled during a particularly brutal session conducted during sleeting rain. Learn to fight when you're cold, wet, exhausted, and miserable. That's when your real capacity shows. December brought significant developments on multiple fronts. Croker reported progress in translating the Peruvian soul extraction rituals, with preliminary findings suggesting potentially viable approaches for removing foreign soul fragments without fatal damage to the host. The research remained theoretical, but moved steadily toward practical applications. Meanwhile, Ragnarok's team advanced their legal strategy regarding Sirius Black. Through carefully orchestrated document discoveries, and strategic questions raised by sympathetic Wisengamot members, they had successfully created sufficient doubt about Black's guilt to justify formal review. Amelia Bones, operating under the belief that she had independently identified these irregularities, scheduled preliminary hearings for early spring. The process moves slower than we'd prefer, Griphook reported during the December strategy meeting. But proceeding cautiously reduces the risk of Dumbledore mobilizing effective opposition. He's aware of the developments but seems uncertain of their origin or ultimate purpose. How has he responded so far? Harry asked. With typical indirection, Silverclaw replied. Rather than opposing the review openly, he's expressed mild support while suggesting procedural delays to ensure thoroughness. His public position remains that justice must be served, while privately he works to maintain the status quo. Classic Dumbledore, Seraphina observed. Appearing to champion righteousness while subtly obstructing actual change that might threaten his established narrative. The winter solstice brought an unexpected magical challenge when Harry's scar connection flared with unprecedented intensity. He woke in the pre-dawn darkness, pain lancing through his forehead as foreign emotions flooded his consciousness, rage, triumph, anticipation, all sharper and more defined than previous episodes. Applying his occlumency techniques, Harry contained the intrusion while preserving enough connection to gather information. Through the mental link, he perceived fragmentary impressions, a forest, darkness, a cloaked figure, and most disturbingly, the sensation of life force being drained from another being. When the episode finally subsided, Harry immediately reported the experience to Seraphina, who summoned an emergency consultation with Croker and Ragnarok. The timing aligns with ancient power cycles, Croker noted grimly after hearing Harry's account. The winter solstice represents a magical inflection point when certain rituals become more effective, particularly those involving life force transfers. You believe Voldemort conducted some form of strengthening ritual? Ragnarok asked. It fits the pattern. My department has recorded increased magical disturbances in Albania's forests this month. Local magical creatures fleeing, unexplained deaths of magical beings, ambient magic fluctuations consistent with significant dark rituals. Harry described the draining sensation again, focusing on details that might provide useful intelligence. It felt deliberate. Controlled. Not desperate feeding like previous impressions I've received. More like someone following a specific procedure with confidence in the outcome. Croker's expression darkened further. This suggests progression in whatever form Voldemort currently exists. From parasitic survival to active rebuilding. Not yet corporeal resurrection, but moving in that direction. How long? Harry asked the question everyone was thinking. Impossible to predict precisely. Traditional resurrection rituals require specific astronomical alignments, rare ingredients, and considerable magical power. Based on historical patterns. Croker hesitated, performing mental calculations. Perhaps 2 to 3 years before full corporeal return becomes magically feasible, assuming steady progression. Coinciding with your early years at Hogwarts, Seraphina observed gravely. The revelation accelerated certain aspects of Harry's training. Moody introduced more advanced defensive techniques, focusing on countering dark magic rather than simple dueling tactics. Serafina intensified their work on magical sensing, with emphasis on detecting and identifying dark magical signatures at a distance. Most significantly, Harry began dedicated training in controlled use of the scar connection, not merely shielding against intrusions, but actively directing his awareness through the link to gather intelligence when safe to do so. The connection is both vulnerability and asset, Serafina explained during these specialized sessions. With proper technique, you can observe without being observed in return, extracting information while maintaining your own mental integrity. This delicate balance proved enormously challenging, requiring precision Harry had previously applied only to external magic rather than internal mental disciplines. The risk of alerting Voldemort to the connection loomed constantly, tempering their experimentation with necessary caution. January brought another development, the first direct communication from Harry to another member of the Unseen Alliance without Serafina's mediation. Augusta Longbottom, Neville's formidable grandmother and a respected Wizengamot elder, had joined their network through Croker's introduction. After careful consideration, Harry decided to write to her directly regarding her grandson. The letter required multiple drafts, as Harry sought to balance honesty about his circumstances with appropriate discretion, while expressing genuine interest in developing a connection with Neville without revealing too much too soon. Dear Madam Longbottom, while we have not yet had the pleasure of meeting in person, I understand through our mutual associate that you are now aware of my circumstances and the parallel tragedies that connect our families. I write not regarding the larger political matters we both understand to be at stake, but about something more personal. I've learned that your grandson Neville and I were born just a day apart, that both our families suffered grievously in the war, and that we may well find ourselves classmates at Hogwarts this coming September. It seems our paths were meant to intersect in ways perhaps not fully understood by either of us yet. I would very much like the opportunity to correspond with Neville before we meet at school, to establish a connection based on mutual understanding rather than the inevitable public speculation that will surround my return to Wizarding Society. I understand if you feel such communication would be premature or potentially unsettling for Neville, who I gather does not yet know the full circumstances surrounding his parents' condition or my disappearance. I would follow your guidance regarding appropriate timing and content. What I can promise is that my interest stems from genuine desire for friendship with someone who might uniquely understand certain aspects of my experience, not from political calculation or strategic positioning. I look forward to eventually meeting you both in person, regardless of your decision regarding correspondence at this time. With respect, Harry J. Potter. Augusta's response arrived a week later, formal but not unkind, thanking Harry for his interest while gently declining immediate direct communication with Neville. Young Mr. Potter, thank you for your thoughtful letter. Your maturity and consideration are evident in both content and tone, reflecting well on those who have guided your education during these hidden years. After careful reflection, I believe direct correspondence with Neville would be premature at this juncture. My grandson remains unaware of certain connections between your circumstances and his own, and introducing such complexities by letter before you've had opportunity to meet in person risks unnecessary confusion. Neville continues to struggle with confidence in his magical abilities, a challenge I attribute partly to the trauma of losing his parents so young, even if he cannot consciously recall those events. His magical development has progressed unevenly, causing some in our family to question his potential. I have complete faith that he will eventually demonstrate the strength inherent in the Longbottom line, but introducing additional complications regarding prophecies and parallel destinies might overwhelm rather than encourage him at this stage. I believe the most natural course would be for your friendship to develop organically once you meet at Hogwarts, without the burden of predetermined connection or expectation. Should that friendship flourish naturally, a more complete sharing of your intertwined histories would then be appropriate. I look forward to meeting you personally before term begins and would be pleased to provide any appropriate guidance regarding Wizengamot matters or historical context that might assist your transition back into public wizarding life. With regards, Augusta Longbottom. Regent of House Longbottom. Though disappointed, Harry respected Augusta's reasoning. From what he'd learned about Neville through Croker and other sources, the boy indeed struggled with magical confidence despite coming from a powerful magical lineage. Adding the weight of prophetic connection and parallel tragedy might indeed prove overwhelming through impersonal correspondence. A wise decision on Augusta's part, Madame Marchbanks commented when Harry shared the response. Neville requires careful handling. Too much pressure from his family has already created unfortunate blocks in his magical development. Building natural friendship first will provide foundation for the more complex revelations that must eventually come. Harry accepted this perspective, while still feeling disappointed at the delayed connection. Something about Neville's situation resonated deeply with him, another boy shaped by prophecy and tragedy, another potential pawn in Dumbledore's grand strategies, another child robbed of parents by the war. "You'll meet him soon enough," Seraphina reminded him. "And approach him with understanding no one else at Hogwarts could possibly offer." February's arrival marked 6 months until Harry's expected return to public wizarding society. Preparations intensified across multiple fronts, legal groundwork for challenging any attempt by Dumbledore to reassert guardianship, political positioning through quiet conversations among Wizengamot members, and refined strategies for Harry's public reintroduction. The critical question, Ragnarok emphasized during a strategy session, remains how and when you'll reveal your knowledge of Dumbledore's actions. Immediate confrontation would prompt defensive countermeasures before our evidence and alliances are fully positioned. Too long a delay risks allowing him to reassert control through Hogwarts infrastructure and his influence over your peer group. "I've been thinking about that," Harry replied, indicating notes he'd prepared. "What if we separated the issues? Address my illegal placement with the Dursleys first, through proper ministry channels without directly accusing Dumbledore. Focus on Sirius's wrongful imprisonment as a separate legal matter. Build momentum through these more provable injustices before addressing the death warrant directly." Seraphina nodded approvingly. A measured approach. Each victory establishes credibility and creates foundation for the more serious accusations. It also allows us to observe Dumbledore's defensive tactics on less critical matters before engaging on the central issue. They spent hours refining this graduated strategy, mapping potential responses from Dumbledore and his allies, and identifying key decision points where approaches might need adjustment based on developing circumstances. As these preparations continued, Harry's magical training reached new milestones. His wandless abilities now included shields capable of deflecting moderate offensive spells, transformation magic that could alter small objects' fundamental properties, and limited healing magic for minor injuries. "You've progressed faster than anticipated," Seraphina acknowledged after Harry successfully maintained a multi-layered shield against Moody's coordinated attack sequence. "Though wandless magic typically develops more organically than wand-based instruction, your rate of advancement exceeds historical precedents for your age group. The removal of Dumbledore's blocks explains part of that," Moody noted, his magical eye swiveling to examine Harry's magical aura. "But there's more. The boy has natural affinity for intent-based magic that most wizards never develop, even with decades of practice. This affinity manifested most dramatically during a March training session focused on elemental manipulation, magic typically introduced only to advanced students due to its potentially dangerous applications. Seraphina had begun with basic exercises, creating small flames, manipulating water droplets, generating minor air currents, expecting modest initial results. Instead, Harry displayed immediate, intuitive understanding of elemental principles. When instructed to light a candle wandlessly, he not only produced the requested flame but demonstrated precise control over its size, heat, and movement. Water manipulation exercises revealed similar aptitude, with Harry shaping liquid into complex forms and maintaining them with minimal apparent effort. "Remarkable," Seraphina murmured as Harry created a miniature whirlwind that danced across the training room at his direction. "This level of elemental affinity typically requires years of specialized study. Is that unusual?" Harry asked, dissolving the air current with a gesture. "It feels natural. Like the elements want to respond." "That perception itself is significant," Seraphina explained. "Most wizards experience magic as something they impose upon the world through will and technical knowledge. You're describing a more harmonic relationship, sensing the inherent magical properties of elements and working with rather than against their nature." This perspective characterized much of Harry's magical development, an approach emphasizing cooperation with magical forces rather than domination of them. Whether stemming from his unique circumstances, his formative experiences, or some innate quality, this philosophy yielded increasingly impressive results. April brought another significant advancement in their understanding of the Horcrux situation. Croker arrived for their monthly meeting with evident excitement barely contained behind his professional demeanor. "We've completed translating the key ritual segments," he announced, spreading ancient-looking parchments across the study table. "And confirmed their practical application through magical residue analysis of temple artifacts. The Incan high priests developed a specific ceremony for extracting foreign magical essences from living hosts, primarily used for removing possession by malevolent spirits." Harry leaned forward eagerly. "And it works without harming the host?" "When performed correctly, yes. The ritual creates a magical pathway that draws the foreign essence along lines of least resistance, out through the original point of entry rather than tearing through the host's own magical core." Croker adjusted his spectacles. "The danger lies in preparation and precision. The containment vessels must be perfectly attuned, the extraction sequence precisely calibrated to the specific nature of the intrusion." "What's required for the ritual?" Serafina asked, examining the translated texts. "Specialized artifacts, unfortunately. The original Incan implements remain in Peru under heavy protection. Creating functional equivalents would require master-level crafting by individuals with specific magical affinities." Croker sighed. "Not impossible, but definitely challenging to arrange without drawing attention." "The goblins," Harry suggested immediately. "Their crafting abilities exceed most wizards, especially for magically attuned implements." "Possible," Croker acknowledged. "Though adapting Incan magical principles to goblin crafting traditions would require careful translation between magical systems. And we'd need rare materials, meteoric silver, volcanic glass from specific magical eruptions, crystals grown in the presence of phoenix tears." Despite these challenges, the discovery represented their first concrete path toward potentially removing Voldemort's soul fragment without lethal consequences for Harry, a critical advancement after nearly 2 years of theoretical research. "How soon could we attempt this?" Harry asked, hope and apprehension mingling in his voice. "Not immediately," Croker cautioned. "The preparation alone would require months, assuming we can secure the necessary materials and crafting expertise. The ritual itself must be performed under specific astronomical alignments. The next viable configuration occurs in approximately 14 months. After I've started at Hogwarts," Harry noted with concern. "Indeed. Which introduces additional complications regarding timing and location." Croker tapped the parchments thoughtfully. "However, this timeline may prove advantageous in one respect: it allows further refinement of the technique while we gather necessary components. The ritual's effectiveness improves with precise attunement to the specific nature of the foreign essence." "Meaning I need to better understand the Horcrux itself," Harry concluded, "including my connection to it through the scar." "Precisely. The more information we gather about how Voldemort's soul fragment interacts with your magic, the more accurately we can calibrate the extraction parameters." This new direction added another dimension to Harry's already intensive training regimen. Working carefully with Serafina and occasionally Isabel Ollivander, whose unique perceptive abilities provided valuable insights, he began systematically mapping the boundaries between his natural magic and the foreign presence in his scar. These investigations revealed patterns previously unnoticed: how certain emotional states strengthened or weakened the connection, how specific types of magic seemed to resonate with or repel the foreign essence, and how the fragment responded to external magical stimuli. "It's like it has preferences," Harry observed during one assessment session. "Defensive magic feels clean, coming entirely from my core. But when I practice certain offensive spells, particularly those involving intent to harm, I can feel it, stirring. Reaching out to connect with the magic flowing through me. That aligns with its origin," Serafina noted. "A fragment of Voldemort would naturally resonate with magic aligned to his nature and purposes." This observation led to more refined training approaches, emphasizing magical disciplines less likely to activate the connection while developing specific techniques to contain the fragment's influence when working with potentially triggering magic. By early May, these combined efforts produced a comprehensive understanding of Harry's unique magical condition and a viable, if complex, plan for eventually removing the Horcrux. Though execution remained months away, the path forward had crystallized from theoretical possibility to practical strategy. As spring blossomed across the Cornwall estate, Harry found himself increasingly reflecting on the approaching transition. In just 3 months, his Hogwarts letter would arrive. 2 months after that, he would board the Hogwarts Express, officially re-entering the wizarding world he'd observed from hiding for nearly 3 years. During an evening walk along his favorite cliff path, Harry found Seraphina waiting at the outlook point that provided the most spectacular view of the sunset over the ocean. "I thought I might find you here," she said as he approached. "This has always been your thinking spot." Harry nodded, joining her at the stone bench overlooking the dramatic coastline. "I've been considering everything that's coming. Hogwarts. Dumbledore. Voldemort. It's all becoming very real now." "Indeed. The theoretical becomes concrete as timelines converge." She studied his expression. "You've changed considerably since our first meeting in that side street. Not just physically or magically, but in your fundamental approach to these challenges." "How so?" "When we first met, you were reactive, responding to discoveries about Dumbledore's betrayal, seeking security and understanding. Now you're proactive, developing strategies, building alliances, preparing for confrontations on your terms rather than others." Harry considered this assessment. "I still feel unprepared in many ways. There's so much I haven't experienced: normal interactions with other students, navigating Hogwarts politics, managing daily proximity to Dumbledore." "True. Those experiences cannot be fully simulated, regardless of how thorough our preparation." Seraphina watched as the setting sun painted the sky in brilliant oranges and pinks. "But remember, while Dumbledore expects to welcome back an ignorant child raised in isolation from magical knowledge, you return as something entirely different. That fundamental misconception on his part represents your greatest advantage." They sat in companionable silence as twilight deepened. Finally, Harry asked the question that had increasingly occupied his thoughts in recent weeks. "Do you think my parents would approve of the path I'm taking? Not just opposing Dumbledore, but the means we're using, the secretive planning, the strategic alliances, the careful positioning. Sometimes it feels—" He hesitated, searching for the right word, manipulative. "Even if for justified reasons." Seraphina considered the question with appropriate gravity. "From what I knew of your parents, they valued both justice and integrity. James Potter had no patience for those who abused power, regardless of their claimed allegiance to light or dark. Lily Evans was brilliantly strategic but fundamentally compassionate. She understood that good intentions don't justify harmful methods." She turned to face Harry directly. "The critical distinction lies in your ultimate purpose. Are you manipulating circumstances solely for personal advantage, or to prevent further injustice and protect others from similar manipulation? Are you seeking vengeance, or accountability? Power for its own sake, or the ability to determine your own path?" "I want justice," Harry said firmly. "For my parents, for Sirius, for myself. But not just punishment for Dumbledore. I want to prevent him from doing similar things to others. I want to change the system that let him acquire so much unchecked power in the first place. Then I believe they would be proud of your approach. Justice pursued through principled means, even when those means require careful strategy rather than direct confrontation." Seraphina smiled slightly. "Remember too that your mother was remarkably pragmatic for a Gryffindor. She understood that effective opposition to entrenched power requires more than righteous indignation, it demands intelligent application of available resources." This perspective provided comfort as Harry continued processing the complex emotions surrounding his parents' memory. The approaching milestone of Hogwarts attendance had intensified his awareness of their absence, they should have been the ones preparing him for school, sharing stories of their own experiences there, helping him navigate this transition. Instead, he'd cobbled together understanding from others' memories and accounts, building a composite image of James and Lily Potter that sometimes felt more legend than reality. The photographs, the pensive memories Seraphina had shared, the stories from those who'd known them, all valuable, yet leaving an unfillable emptiness where direct experience should have been. "I wish I'd known them," Harry said softly as darkness settled over the cliffs. "Really known them, not just learned about them." "That grief never entirely fades," Seraphina acknowledged, her tone gentler than her typical formal speech. "But it can transform over time into something that strengthens rather than weakens, a foundation of values and connection that informs your choices without constraining them." Harry nodded, feeling a complex mixture of sorrow and determination settle within him. As stars appeared in the darkening sky, he made a silent promise to the parents he barely remembered, to honor their sacrifice not just through opposition to those who had betrayed them, but through living with the courage and integrity they had demonstrated in their own too brief lives. The final months before Harry's 11th birthday passed in intensive preparation across multiple fronts. Practical training continued with Moody and Seraphina, focusing increasingly on scenarios he might encounter at Hogwarts, navigating potentially hostile social situations, recognizing common hexes used in student conflicts, and maintaining his cover story under questioning. Madam Marchbanks conducted comprehensive reviews of wizarding cultural knowledge, testing Harry's readiness to interact naturally within magical society without revealing his unusual education. These sessions included everything from proper greetings for various social classes to typical wizarding childhood experiences he should reasonably know about despite his Muggle upbringing. "The challenge," she explained during one such session, "lies in balancing your cover story against suspicious knowledge gaps. You must appear knowledgeable enough for someone recently reintroduced to magic, yet not so informed as to raise questions about your true circumstances." This delicate balance required careful calibration, deciding which magical concepts Harry should discover at Hogwarts, which he could reasonably know from preliminary reading, and which might be explained through his family heritage despite his Muggle upbringing. Meanwhile, the legal and political groundwork continued through Ragnarok's team and Unseen Alliance connections. Amelia Bones had officially scheduled Sirius Black's case review for October, still months away, but representing significant progress given the Ministry's typical resistance to addressing potential miscarriages of justice. The Pettigrew capture plan had been refined to near completion, with specialized magical containers prepared for transporting an animagus and enchanted Kneazle kittens being trained specifically to identify and isolate the rat form without harming it. As July approached, Harry's personal preparations intensified. Working with Ragnarok, he reviewed his financial affairs and established protocols for accessing funds while at Hogwarts without revealing the full extent of his independent management of the Potter estate. Specialized communication methods were arranged with various allies, including enchanted journals for secure correspondence with Seraphina and Croaker. The planned narrative for his public reappearance took final form after extensive discussion with his advisors. The agreed story, containing strategic elements of truth to withstand scrutiny, explained that Harry had indeed lived with the Dursleys until age 8, when accidental magic had transported him away during a stressful incident. Rather than returning him immediately, concerned magical authorities had discovered evidence of mistreatment and arranged alternative guardianship with distant magical relatives, fictitious but documented through carefully crafted paper trails. This narrative allowed Harry to acknowledge his early upbringing without exposing the Goblin involvement or his knowledge of Dumbledore's manipulations. It explained his absence from Privet Drive while providing plausible reason for his improved health, education, and magical awareness. The story must withstand both casual questioning and deeper investigation, Ragnarok emphasized. Each element has been vetted against existing records and potential counternarratives Dumbledore might propose. The last weeks of June brought final adjustments to these preparations, with daily strategy sessions addressing remaining contingencies and refining responses to potential challenges. Secure accommodations were arranged in London for the days immediately preceding Harry's journey to Hogwarts, allowing controlled reintroduction to Wizarding Society through a carefully planned Diagon Alley visit. On the summer solstice, just over a month before Harry's 11th birthday, the Unseen Alliance representatives gathered at the Cornwall estate for a comprehensive review of their collective strategy. Croker, Ollivander, Augusta Longbottom, and several other trusted members joined Ragnarok's team and Harry's regular instructors for this critical planning session. The meeting stretched from morning into evening, addressing every aspect of the approaching transition, from immediate logistics of Harry's Hogwarts letter arrival through longer-term considerations regarding Voldemort's eventual return and the Horcrux extraction ritual. As the gathering concluded, Croker raised his glass in a toast that captured the gravity of the moment, to young Mr. Potter, who entered our world as a symbol but returns as a strategist. May your path forward bring both justice and healing to a community too long comfortable with convenient falsehoods. Later that night, Harry stood alone on his favorite cliff overlook, watching a spectacular solstice sunset paint the sky in colors more vibrant than any magical display. The weight of the coming changes pressed upon him, not oppressively, but with undeniable significance. In just over 2 months, he would face Dumbledore directly for the first time since discovering the death warrant. He would navigate Hogwarts not as the ignorant child the headmaster expected, but as a young wizard prepared, protected, and positioned to challenge the manipulations that had shaped his early life. The magnitude of this confrontation might have overwhelmed the frightened 8-year-old who had accidentally apparat to Diagon Alley 3 years earlier. But that child had grown into someone different, someone strengthened by knowledge rather than weakened by ignorance, supported by genuine allies rather than isolated by deliberate design. As darkness settled over Cornwall, Harry Potter traced the familiar weight of his father's signet ring, a tangible connection to the heritage Dumbledore had attempted to deny him. Whatever challenges the coming months would bring, he would face them not as a pawn in someone else's game, but as a player making his own moves on a board he now understood. The Unseen Alliance had given him what Dumbledore had deliberately withheld: truth, preparation, and the freedom to choose his own path forward. Now it was time to use those gifts to reclaim his rightful place in the wizarding world and, eventually, bring accountability to those who had sacrificed justice on the altar of their greater good. Chapter 4, Shadows of the Past. The letter arrived precisely on Harry Potter's 11th birthday. Not by owl post as most Hogwarts invitations were delivered, but carried personally by a stern-faced witch in emerald robes who apparat to the designated coordinates with a sharp crack that disturbed the seagulls wheeling above Cornwall's dramatic coastline. Professor Minerva McGonagall found herself in a small clearing surrounded by ancient standing stones, a meeting place carefully selected by Harry's guardians to reveal nothing about his actual residence. The tall, silver-haired woman waiting for her was unfamiliar, though something about her bearing suggested significant magical training. Professor McGonagall, Seraphina greeted formally. "Thank you for accommodating our request for personal delivery." McGonagall's lips thinned slightly. "The headmaster was quite interested in your correspondence. Most unusual to receive advance notice regarding a Muggle-raised student's location, particularly in this case. We felt a personal touch appropriate, given Mr. Potter's unique circumstances." Seraphina gestured toward a figure emerging from behind one of the massive stones. "As you can see, he's been well cared for." Harry stepped forward, heart pounding despite months of preparation for this moment. He wore simple but quality robes of deep blue, his appearance deliberately crafted, healthy but not too polished, educated but not too sophisticated, the lightning scar visible through carefully arranged bangs. "Hello, Professor," he said with precisely calibrated politeness. "Thank you for bringing my letter personally." McGonagall's composure faltered momentarily. Whatever she had expected after 3 years of fruitless searching, this poised young man clearly wasn't it. "Mr. Potter," she recovered quickly. "You've been exceedingly difficult to locate." "That was rather the point," Seraphina interjected smoothly. "After the unfortunate incidents with his previous guardians, security became our primary concern." McGonagall's sharp gaze assessed Harry with professional thoroughness. "You seem well recovered from those incidents." Harry nodded, following their rehearsed narrative. "My relatives didn't approve of magic. When I accidentally apparat away during a particularly difficult moment, my current guardians thought it best I remain with them rather than return to that environment. Accidental apparition at 8 years old. McGonagall's eyebrows rose. Most unusual, even for a magical child of your heritage. We've found Mr. Potter has natural aptitudes in several areas, Seraphina replied with deliberate vagueness. His magical education has progressed appropriately for his age and circumstances. McGonagall produced the familiar parchment envelope bearing the Hogwarts crest. Your acceptance letter, Mr. Potter. The school has been quite concerned about your whereabouts. I imagine Professor Dumbledore has been particularly concerned, Harry responded, accepting the envelope while maintaining eye contact. His occlumency shields remained firmly in place, though he'd been trained to make them subtle enough to avoid detection by casual legilimency scans. Something flickered across McGonagall's face, surprise at his direct reference to Dumbledore, perhaps. Indeed. The headmaster takes personal interest in the welfare of all students, especially those with your unique background. Harry broke the wax seal and removed the contents, the standard acceptance letter and supply list identical to thousands sent to magical children across Britain. Yet for him, this ordinary document represented a critical juncture, official re-entry into the world that had both celebrated and abandoned him. I accept the invitation, he said formally. Though I have some questions about practical arrangements. Such as? McGonagall prompted. Access to my family vault for school supplies. My current guardians have provided for my needs, but I understand there's a Potter Trust vault specifically for educational expenses. McGonagall seemed slightly taken aback by this knowledge. Yes, that's correct. A trust vault was established by your parents. Normally, Professor Dumbledore as your magical guardian would, that's precisely what requires clarification, Seraphina interrupted smoothly. Given the circumstances of Mr. Potter's removal from his previous placement, questions have arisen regarding ongoing guardianship arrangements. McGonagall's expression sharpened. The headmaster has maintained magical guardianship throughout Mr. Potter's absence, regardless of his physical location. A matter currently under legal review, Seraphina countered. The inappropriateness of Mr. Potter's initial placement with magic-hating relatives raises significant questions about whether that guardianship was exercised with proper care. Harry watched this verbal fencing match with carefully concealed interest. The guardianship question represented the first strategic confrontation in their larger plan, an opening move designed to establish boundaries while revealing nothing about their knowledge of Dumbledore's deeper betrayals. These are matters for the appropriate authorities, McGonagall replied stiffly. My role today is simply to deliver Mr. Potter's acceptance letter and confirm his attendance. Which I've done, Harry interjected with deliberate politeness. I look forward to attending Hogwarts, Professor. My parents would have wanted that. The mention of his parents softened McGonagall's expression slightly. They would indeed. They were exceptional students, both of them. Your mother particularly excelled in charms and potions, while your father showed remarkable aptitude for transfiguration. I'd like to hear more about them sometime, Harry said, allowing genuine emotion to color his voice. I have so few memories. Of course, McGonagall replied, her tone warming fractionally. Perhaps during the school year, when there's more time. After confirming practical details about the September 1st departure and answering Harry's carefully prepared questions about textbooks and school procedures, McGonagall prepared to depart. One last thing, Professor, Harry said as she turned to leave. Would you please tell Headmaster Dumbledore that while I appreciate his concern during my absence, I'm quite curious why he never personally checked on my welfare during the years I lived with the Dursleys. The question, delivered with innocent curiosity rather than accusation, landed precisely as intended. McGonagall's composure faltered visibly. That would be a question better directed to the headmaster himself, she replied, discomfort evident in her typically confident demeanor. I'll be sure to ask him when we meet, Harry assured her with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Thank you again for bringing my letter personally. After McGonagall disapparated, Seraphina turned to Harry with a measured nod. Well executed. You maintained the appropriate balance, knowledgeable but not suspiciously so, respectful but not deferential. Your final question was particularly effective. I wanted to plant seeds of doubt, Harry explained as they activated the portkey, returning them to the Cornwall estate. McGonagall strikes me as genuinely concerned for students' welfare. If she starts questioning Dumbledore's decisions regarding my placement, it creates useful internal pressure. Indeed. The most effective opposition often comes from within one's own camp. Seraphina's expression grew more serious as they arrived in the estate's entrance hall. Dumbledore will analyze every aspect of this encounter through McGonagall's memories. He now knows you're more articulate and informed than he likely expected, though not enough to confirm his worst fears. Let him wonder, Harry replied, his voice hardening slightly. After years of searching, he's finally found me, but not the ignorant child he abandoned on a doorstep. The weeks following Harry's official Hogwarts acceptance brought intensified preparation. What had been theoretical planning now crystallized into concrete timelines and actions. An emergency meeting of his key advisors convened the evening after McGonagall's visit to analyze the encounter and finalize their approach to Harry's public re-emergence. McGonagall's reaction to the guardianship question confirms our suspicions, Ragnock observed as they reviewed pensive memories of the meeting. Dumbledore has maintained his legal position despite having no contact with you for 3 years. Which strengthens our case for formal review, Silverclaw added. Magical guardianship carries obligations beyond mere legal authority, regular assessment of the ward's welfare, appropriate magical education, protection of inherited assets. Dumbledore has fulfilled none of these duties since your disappearance. Yet he'll claim extraordinary circumstances, Seraphina countered. That your unexpected disappearance prevented normal guardianship functions, that he conducted extensive searches, that his primary concern remained your safety. Harry considered these perspectives while examining the formal Hogwarts acceptance letter, identical to thousands of others yet representing something profoundly personal for him. The guardianship challenge is just our opening move. What matters is establishing enough legal ambiguity to prevent him from simply reasserting control when I arrive at Hogwarts. Ragnock nodded approvingly. Precisely. We filed the preliminary paperwork questioning his guardianship without directly accusing negligence. This creates administrative limbo, his authority neither fully revoked nor completely confirmed. During this review period, certain decisions require additional approval from the Department of Child Welfare. Meanwhile, Griphook continued, we've secured your financial independence through separate legal mechanisms. The Potter Trust Vault remains accessible to you regardless of guardianship status, while the main family vaults remain under Goblin management until you reach majority. These preparations continued alongside Harry's practical readiness for Hogwarts. His training schedule intensified, focusing on areas where he needed to appear appropriately knowledgeable for a first-year student while concealing his more advanced capabilities. Remember, Moody growled during a specialized session on concealing magical abilities, at Hogwarts you'll need to use a wand for everything public. Your wandless abilities must remain completely hidden, your trump card if things go sideways. Won't my performance with a wand seem suspiciously advanced given my supposed limited training? Harry questioned. That's why we're developing your official magical profile, Seraphina explained. You'll demonstrate advanced capability in specific areas consistent with your known heritage, defense and transfiguration where your father excelled, charms where your mother showed brilliance. In other subjects, particularly those requiring specialized wizarding knowledge like herbology or astronomy, you'll perform at levels expected for Muggle-raised students. This calibrated approach extended beyond academics to social interactions and personal history. Harry spent hours with Madame Marchbanks refining his cover story and practicing responses to inevitable questions about his mysterious absence. Students will be intensely curious about where you've been, she cautioned during one such session. Some from genuine interest, others seeking weaknesses or inconsistencies. Your responses must balance authenticity with appropriate discretion. What about my knowledge of the wizarding world? Harry asked. How much should I reasonably know after 3 years with magical guardians but no formal schooling? Cultural understanding without technical expertise, Marchbanks advised. You should recognize major wizarding customs, important historical events, and basic magical concepts, but show appropriate surprise at the more spectacular aspects of Hogwarts and advanced magic. As July turned to August, Harry's preparation extended to physical components of his Hogwarts identity. A secure trip to Diagon Alley was arranged under multiple layers of protection, glamour charms to alter his appearance, goblin security teams maintaining discreet surveillance, and scheduled during early morning hours to minimize exposure to crowds. Ollivander had been privately informed of the visit to ensure privacy during the critical wand selection process. The ancient wand maker greeted Harry with knowing eyes when he entered the dusty shop before official opening hours. "Mr. Potter," he murmured, looking beyond the glamour charms to the magical signature beneath. "I've been expecting you. Most interesting circumstances, most interesting indeed." The wand selection process proved both similar to and different from what Harry had anticipated. As Ollivander presented various combinations of woods and cores, Harry felt distinct magical reactions, some rejecting him immediately, others showing partial compatibility, none feeling completely right. "Tricky customer," Ollivander murmured, his excitement visibly growing with each failed match. "Not to worry, we'll find your perfect match, unless..." His silver eyes suddenly widened. "I wonder." The wand maker disappeared into the depths of his shop, returning with a dusty box handled with particular reverence. "Holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple. A most unusual combination." The moment Harry's fingers closed around the wand, he felt an immediate connection, warm energy flowing between his magical core and the wand's essence. Golden sparks erupted from the tip, illuminating the dim shop with brilliant light. "Curious," Ollivander whispered, watching the display with intense fascination. "Most curious indeed." "What's curious, sir?" Harry asked, though he suspected the answer based on Seraphina's briefings. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. The phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is curious that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar." Though prepared for this revelation, Harry felt a genuine chill. The physical connection to Voldemort, beyond the soul fragment in his scar, represented another layer of their intertwined destinies. "Does that mean something significant?" he asked carefully. "I think we must expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things, terrible, yes, but great." As Harry paid the 7 galleons for his wand, Ollivander leaned closer, voice dropping to a whisper. "My granddaughter sends her regards. She mentioned something about sunshine through leaves when I told her I would be seeing you." Harry smiled slightly at the reference to Isabel's description of his magical signature. "Please give her my best. I look forward to continuing our correspondence." With the wand, his most important magical tool despite his wandless capabilities, secured, Harry completed his school shopping efficiently. Books, cauldron, telescope, and basic potion ingredients were acquired with minimal interaction with other shoppers. His final stop at Madame Malkin's for school robes nearly resulted in an unexpected encounter when a familiar blonde boy entered for fittings, but Seraphina deftly rescheduled their appointment to avoid the meeting. "Draco Malfoy," she explained as they exited the shop. "Lucius Malfoy's son. That encounter should happen naturally on the train or at school, not during our controlled reintroduction to Wizarding Society." Back at the Cornwall estate, Harry carefully organized his school supplies, examining each item with mixed emotions. The mundane textbooks, standard cauldron, and uniform robes represented normalcy, experiences shared by every Hogwarts student. Yet for him, they also symbolized his carefully orchestrated masquerade, appearing as an ordinary first year while carrying knowledge and abilities far beyond his peers. "Having second thoughts?" Seraphina asked, finding him in his room staring at the neatly packed trunk. "Not doubts," Harry clarified. "Just recognizing the strangeness of it all. I've spent years preparing to attend Hogwarts while hiding what I know about Dumbledore. Now it's actually happening. The transition from preparation to execution is always unsettling, Serafina acknowledged. Even the most thoroughly developed strategy feels different when implementation begins. Harry nodded, absently tracing his lightning scar. McGonagall seemed genuinely concerned about my welfare. I wonder how many of Dumbledore's supporters actually know what he's done, versus how many simply trust his judgment without question. An important distinction, Serafina agreed. In my experience, true corruption rarely extends throughout an entire organization. More commonly, a few key figures make compromised decisions while others follow with sincere belief in the rightness of their cause. Which means some potential allies might exist even among Dumbledore's current supporters, Harry concluded, thinking particularly of McGonagall's momentary discomfort when questioned about his placement with the Dursleys. Precisely why our approach emphasizes graduated revelations rather than immediate confrontation, Serafina confirmed. Each disclosure creates opportunity to observe who questions and who defends without reflection. Mid-August brought another significant development when Ragnarok arrived for an unscheduled meeting, his expression uncharacteristically animated for a goblin of his stature. "We have confirmation," he announced without preamble. "Pettigrew is definitely with the Weasley family, currently in Egypt on their prize holiday. More importantly, our sources within the ministry confirm he'll return with the youngest son for his first year at Hogwarts, your year." Harry sat forward intently. "So the platform plan remains our best opportunity?" "With modifications," Griphook interjected, spreading updated diagrams across the table. "The Weasleys typically arrive at King's Cross with minimal time before departure, often running to catch the train. This compresses our window for interception. We've adjusted accordingly," Ragnarok continued. "Rather than attempting capture on the platform itself, we've developed a two-phase approach. Phase 1 involves marking the target using an untraceable tracking charm delivered by one of our specialized measles. Phase 2 executes the actual capture during the train journey, when students are compartmentalized and ministry oversight is minimal." Harry studied the detailed plans with growing appreciation for the Goblin's strategic precision. "This improves our chances significantly. What about the legal follow-through once we have Pettigrew?" "Already prepared," Silverclaw assured him. "Documentation proving his supposed death was falsified, evidence of his animagus registration being backdated after the Potter murders, and witness statements regarding the Fidelius change that Dumbledore authorized. Once physically captured, Pettigrew provides irrefutable proof of Black's innocence. And timing aligns perfectly with the scheduled review of Sirius's case in October," Harry noted. "By then, I'll be established at Hogwarts, the initial adjustment period will have passed, and attention will have shifted from my return to routine school matters." Ragnarok nodded approvingly. "You continue thinking strategically, Mr. Potter." "Yes, the timing is deliberate. The revelation about Pettigrew and Black creates significant distraction precisely when Dumbledore might otherwise be consolidating his influence over you through Hogwarts structures. These developments crystallize the approaching confrontation, making abstract plans suddenly concrete. After years of preparation and positioning, the actual execution phase would begin in mere weeks, Harry entering Hogwarts, implementing their carefully crafted strategy, and directly facing the man who had signed his death warrant. The realization brought renewed focus to Harry's final preparations. His training with Moody became increasingly specialized, developing techniques to practice advanced magic privately while maintaining his cover as a typical first-year student in public settings. "Focus on situational awareness," the grizzled ex-Auror advised during their final sessions. "Hogwarts offers both dangers and opportunities, hidden passages for private practice, portraits that report to the headmaster, ghosts with centuries of accumulated secrets. Learn the castle's patterns before revealing any part of your true capabilities." Serafina's lessons emphasized maintaining his occlumency shields under various stressors, fatigue, emotional upheaval, surprise questioning, conditions he would inevitably face in close proximity to Dumbledore and other potential legilimency practitioners. "Remember," she cautioned, "Dumbledore rarely uses obvious legilimency, his approach is typically so subtle that most never realize their minds are being gently examined. Maintain your surface thoughts as we've practiced, particularly during direct interactions. As August drew to a close, Harry's communication network was finalized. An enchanted journal paired with others held by Seraphina, Ragnarok, and Croaker would allow secure communication without relying on easily monitored owlpost. A specialized mirror connected to similar devices at Gringotts provided emergency contact capability. Various other magical objects disguised as ordinary school supplies offered additional security and monitoring functions. Your trunk has been modified as requested, Griphook reported, demonstrating the specialized compartments hidden within the seemingly standard school luggage. The primary section appears completely normal for school inspections. The secondary compartment, accessed by pressing your signet ring to this hidden panel, contains your more sensitive books and equipment. The tertiary space, activated by the passphrase we established, provides a small but functional practice area shielded from external magical detection. These practical preparations progressed alongside equally important political positioning. Through carefully placed articles in various publications, subtle rumors circulated about Harry's impending return to Wizarding Society. Rather than dramatic headlines, these mentions appeared as casual references, a ministry official noting preparations for all incoming students, including those of particular public interest, a school governor mentioning enhanced security measures appropriate for our more prominent pupils. This approach created awareness without sensationalism, allowing Harry's actual appearance to seem less shocking when it occurred. Meanwhile, unseen Alliance members strategically positioned themselves for the coming phases, Croaker accelerating his Horcrux research, Augusta Longbottom subtly questioning certain Wisengamot procedures that had allowed Dumbledore unchecked authority, and other allies establishing themselves in positions to support Harry once his public conflict with Dumbledore eventually emerged. The final week of August brought one last critical development, confirmation of Dumbledore's planned approach to Harry's return. Through sources within Hogwarts staff, they learned that the headmaster had assigned Rubeus Hagrid to escort Harry for his school shopping, apparently unaware this had already been accomplished. Interesting choice, Seraphina observed when this intelligence reached them. Hagrid is absolutely loyal to Dumbledore but lacks subtlety or political acumen. He's likely chosen for his genuine affection toward you rather than any strategic capability. From what we've learned, Hagrid knew my parents well and has spoken fondly of me over the years, Harry noted. By sending someone with emotional connection rather than administrative authority like McGonagall, Dumbledore creates a more personal welcome while maintaining control over what information I receive. This insight prompted adjustments to their plan. Rather than avoiding Hagrid's contact entirely, they decided to allow a modified meeting, maintaining their narrative of Harry already being safely with magical guardians while using the interaction to gather intelligence about Dumbledore's current thinking. When the massive gamekeeper arrived at the pre-arranged meeting point, a small wizarding inn in Devon, he found Harry waiting with Seraphina, surrounded by already purchased school supplies. Harry! Hagrid boomed, his beetle-black eyes crinkling with genuine delight. Look at ya! Last time I saw ya was just a tiny baby. Ya look like your dad, but Yevi got your mother's eyes. Despite knowing this encounter was part of Dumbledore's strategy, Harry couldn't help responding to Hagrid's obvious sincerity. You knew my parents well? He asked, allowing real eagerness to color his voice. Course I did. Wonderful people, Lily and James. Head boy and girl in their day at Hogwarts. Hagrid's expression clouded momentarily. Terrible what happened to M. Terrible. But Ye survived. The boy who lived, they call Ye. While Hagrid explained his mission to help Harry purchase school supplies, showing surprise but not suspicion when informed this had already been handled, Seraphina observed the interaction carefully. The gamekeeper's transparent emotions and unguarded conversation provided valuable insights into Dumbledore's current approach. Professor Dumbledore was worried sick when Ye disappeared from your aunt and uncle's, Hagrid mentioned as they shared butterbeer. Searched everywhere for Ye, he did. Right relieved when your letter was answered. I'm surprised he was so concerned, Harry replied carefully. He never visited while I was living there. Hagrid looked momentarily confused. Well, he's a very busy man, isn't he? Greatest wizard of our age, Dumbledore. Lots of important responsibilities. But he made sure you were safe, kept people watching the house. People were watching me? Harry asked, genuine surprise entering his voice. Course. Couldn't leave the boy who lived without protection, could he? Hagrid seemed to realize he might have said too much and quickly changed subjects. Anyway, Professor Dumbledore asked me to give you this. From one of his many pockets, Hagrid produced a small golden key. Your vault key for Gringotts. Professor Dumbledore's kept it safe all these years. Harry accepted the key with carefully concealed amusement, knowing the goblins had already provided him with replacement keys years earlier and invalidated any others. Thank you, Hagrid. That's very thoughtful of him. The conversation continued, with Harry carefully extracting information while maintaining his cover as a knowledgeable but not suspiciously well-informed first-year student. Hagrid proved to be a treasure trove of unintentional intelligence, mentioning Dumbledore's multiple attempts to locate Harry over the years, referencing important business at Gringotts that the headmaster had recently assigned him, and inadvertently revealing that a significant faculty debate had occurred regarding Harry's return. Professor McGonagall thought maybe another teacher should have come today, Hagrid mentioned offhandedly. Seein' as you've been with magical folk already. But Dumbledore said better someone who knew your parents personally. When their meeting concluded, Harry had gathered valuable insights while carefully maintaining his constructed narrative. Hagrid departed with promises to see Harry at Hogwarts, apparently satisfied with his mission despite not actually escorting Harry for shopping as planned. Successful exchange, Seraphina assessed after Hagrid's departure. He'll report that you appear healthy, well-adjusted, and appropriately knowledgeable, neither ignorant of magic nor suspiciously advanced. Meanwhile, we've confirmed Dumbledore's approach involves establishing emotional connections rather than direct control at this stage. Harry nodded thoughtfully. Hagrid himself seems genuinely good-hearted. His loyalty to Dumbledore comes from personal gratitude and trust rather than calculated alliance. I don't think he knows anything about the death warrant or Dumbledore's deeper plans. Most pawns don't recognize they're being positioned, Seraphina observed. That's what makes them effective, their sincerity is genuine because their understanding is incomplete. This realization added another dimension to Harry's approaching confrontation with Dumbledore's world. Beyond the headmaster himself lay a network of supporters, some potentially complicit in his questionable methods, others simply loyal to a man they believed fundamentally good. Navigating these complex relationships would require discernment beyond simply identifying enemies and allies. The final days of August brought last-minute preparations and a comprehensive review of their strategy. Harry's trunk was packed with both standard school supplies and specialized equipment hidden in its secret compartments. His communication devices were tested, emergency protocols confirmed, and contingency plans established for various scenarios. On August 31st, Harry spent his last evening at the Cornwall estate walking the familiar cliff paths and reflecting on the journey that had brought him to this threshold. From the terrified 8-year-old who had accidentally apparat from his cupboard to Diagon Alley, he had transformed into someone unrecognizable to both his former self and those who had attempted to control his destiny. Seraphina found him at his favorite outlook point, watching the sunset paint the sea in brilliant golds and crimsons. "Your last sunset here for some time," she observed, joining him at the stone bench. "Though I expect you'll return for holidays and continue training." Harry nodded, a complex mix of emotions evident in his expression. 3 years ago, I didn't know magic existed, didn't know the truth about my parents, didn't understand why strange things happened around me. Now I'm preparing to enter Hogwarts with more knowledge about certain aspects of magic than many 7th years. Knowledge acquired through necessity rather than normal progression, Seraphina reminded him. Your circumstances demanded accelerated development in specific areas while leaving others for natural discovery at Hogwarts. Still, it's strange to think about living among children who've never had to consider soul fragments or death warrants or political maneuvering. Harry's voice held no self-pity, merely thoughtful observation. I wonder sometimes what it would have been like to attend Hogwarts as just Harry, not the boy who lived or Dumbledore's intended sacrifice. That path was never available to you, Seraphina replied gently. Even without discovering the death warrant, your fame and the prophecy ensured your Hogwarts experience would never be ordinary. The difference is that now you enter with awareness and preparation rather than blissful ignorance. As darkness settled over the cliffs, Harry made peace with this reality. Whatever normal childhood experiences he might miss at Hogwarts, he had gained something more valuable, agency in determining his own future, understanding of the forces arrayed against him, and allies committed to justice rather than convenient narratives. Tomorrow begins the next phase, he said finally, rising from the bench. After years of preparation, I finally faced Dumbledore directly. Remember, Seraphina cautioned, tomorrow is merely positioning. The real confrontation comes later, when our evidence and alliances are fully established. At this stage, observation and intelligence gathering remain the primary objectives. Harry nodded his understanding. Establish myself as knowledgeable but not threatening. Build relationships with potential allies. Learn Hogwarts physical and social geography. Maintain my cover while advancing our larger strategy. Precisely. The groundwork laid now creates foundation for more direct action later. Seraphina studied him with unusual intensity. You've exceeded all expectations in your preparation, Harry. Remember that regardless of Dumbledore's position or power, you enter this confrontation with advantages he cannot anticipate. The following morning brought final preparations for departure. Harry would travel with Seraphina to London via secure portkey, staying overnight at carefully warded accommodations before making his public appearance at King's Cross Station the next day. Before leaving Cornwall, Harry took a moment to thank each of his instructors and advisors individually, expressing genuine appreciation for their roles in transforming him from vulnerable child to prepared strategist. Remember, Moody growled during their final handshake, his magical eye swiveling independently as always, constant vigilance. Hogwarts has more hidden dangers than obvious ones. Watch the quiet professors more than the strict ones. Madame Marchbanks offered more refined advice, social alliances matter as much as magical prowess at Hogwarts. Choose friends carefully, not just for current compatibility but for future potential. The study partners you select as a first year may become political allies when you eventually confront Dumbledore publicly. Ragnar's farewell was characteristically direct. The Goblin Nation has invested considerably in your development, Mr. Potter. We expect significant returns on that investment through the changes your eventual victory will bring to Wizard-Goblin relations. Remember our agreements when you ultimately achieve influence. These partings completed, Harry activated the portkey with Seraphina, leaving behind the safety of Cornwall for the more complex challenges awaiting in London and beyond. They arrived at a sophisticated magical apartment in Kensington, luxurious accommodations with extensive security features provided by an unseen Alliance member currently traveling abroad. That evening, Harry reviewed his strategy one final time, mentally rehearsing responses to various scenarios he might encounter the following day. His trunk stood ready by the door, his wand holstered in the specially designed forearm sheath that allowed quick access while maintaining proper public appearance of a first-year student. Try to sleep, Seraphina advised, finding him still awake near midnight. Tomorrow requires peak mental performance. I was thinking about Dumbledore, Harry admitted. About what he might have planned for our eventual meeting. About whether he suspects how much I know. Speculation with insufficient data, Seraphina reminded him. We've prepared for multiple scenarios, from Dumbledore believing you completely ignorant to suspecting partial knowledge. Your responses are calibrated for any approach he might take. Harry nodded, recognizing the wisdom in her counsel. Excessive speculation about Dumbledore's precise knowledge would only create counterproductive anxiety. Better to trust their preparation and adapt as new information emerged. One last thing, Seraphina said, pausing at his doorway. Remember that whatever happens tomorrow, you're not alone in this confrontation. The Unseen Alliance, the Goblin Nation, and I remain actively involved regardless of your physical location at Hogwarts. This separation is strategic, not absolute. This reminder provided comfort as Harry finally drifted to sleep. Despite entering Dumbledore's domain, he did so with a support network the headmaster couldn't possibly anticipate, allies positioned throughout magical Britain's institutions, communication systems beyond standard monitoring, and knowledge of Dumbledore's ultimate intentions that the man believed completely secret. September 1st dawned bright and clear, perfect weather for the momentous day ahead. Harry rose early, reviewing key details one final time before donning carefully selected clothing, quality but not ostentatious, appropriate for a well-cared-for child without suggesting unusual wealth or influence. Breakfast was a quiet affair, both Harry and Seraphina focused on the approaching milestone. Their final strategy session addressed logistics for the platform arrival and train journey. "We've confirmed the Weasleys will arrive approximately 20 minutes before departure," Seraphina reported, reviewing intelligence gathered by their network. "Our tracking specialist will position the enchanted Kneazle nearby to mark Pettigrew without arousing suspicion. And I should maintain distance from their group to avoid complications," Harry confirmed. "Precisely. Your public reappearance will create sufficient attention without adding unnecessary variables." Seraphina checked her timepiece. "We should depart in 30 minutes to arrive at the designated time, early enough to board without rushing but late enough to minimize extended platform exposure." Their transportation to King's Cross had been carefully arranged, a magical taxi service known for discretion, commonly used by wizarding families living in Muggle areas. This provided appropriate cover while avoiding the attention a ministry car might attract. As they prepared to leave, Harry caught his reflection in the apartment's ornate mirror. The boy's staring back seemed simultaneously familiar and foreign, the lightning scar prominently visible where he'd usually kept it concealed, his posture deliberately adjusted to appear less trained than reality, his expression schooled to show appropriate mixture of excitement and nervousness for a first-year student. "Ready?" Seraphina asked, observing his final self-assessment. Harry nodded, squaring his shoulders. "As ready as 3 years of preparation can make me." The journey to King's Cross passed uneventfully, their driver maintaining professional silence beyond basic courtesies. Upon arrival, Seraphina transfigured her appearance slightly, adjusting her distinctive silver-streaked hair to brown, altering facial features just enough to prevent recognition by anyone familiar with her true identity. "Remember," she said as they approached the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, "I'll remain on the platform until departure but won't approach unless absolutely necessary. Maintain our communication schedule, initial report tonight after the welcoming feast, then regular updates as we've arranged." Harry nodded, steeling himself for what came next, his first truly public appearance in magical society since his disappearance 3 years earlier. With practiced casualness, he leaned against the barrier between platforms, sliding through the magical portal onto platform 9 3/4. The scene that greeted him matched descriptions provided by his advisors, a magnificent scarlet steam engine billowing white smoke, hundreds of students and parents engaged in farewell rituals, owls hooting from cages, cats winding between legs, and the general controlled chaos of departure day. Harry moved purposefully through the crowd, noting with satisfaction that his arrival had gone temporarily unnoticed amid the platform's activity. This granted precious moments to observe before inevitable recognition occurred. His attention was drawn to a large family of redheads, unmistakably the Weasleys based on Griphook's detailed descriptions. The mother fussed over her children while the father managed luggage, a scene of domestic normality that triggered an unexpected pang of emotion in Harry. Somewhere in that group, likely in the pocket of the youngest boy, was Peter Pettigrew in rat form, the man whose betrayal had orphaned Harry and condemned Sirius to Azkaban. Forcing his focus away from the Weasleys, Harry continued toward the train, sensing rather than seeing Seraphina's disguised presence maintaining discreet surveillance from near the platform entrance. He had nearly reached the nearest carriage when the first whisper of recognition rippled through nearby families. "Is that? It can't be. Harry Potter. Where has he been all this time?" The whispers multiplied rapidly, cascading through the platform as heads turned and conversations halted. Harry maintained steady progress toward the train, acknowledging the attention with polite nods but avoiding direct engagement, exactly as practiced with Madame Marchbanks for this moment. He had nearly reached the train steps when a flash of platinum blonde hair caught his attention. Lucius Malfoy stood with his wife and son, the family's aristocratic features set in identical expressions of calculation as they observed the spreading recognition of Harry's presence. The moment passed quickly as Harry boarded the train, finding an empty compartment near the middle of the carriage. Through the window, he could see the platform's activity had subtly reorganized around his arrival, parents positioning themselves for better views, children whispering excitedly, even a few bolder individuals approaching the train clearly hoping for introduction. Harry settled into his seat, trunk secured overhead, maintaining the careful balance they'd established, approachable but not seeking attention, aware of his status without appearing to revel in it. Within minutes, the compartment door slid open to reveal a round-faced boy looking anxious. "Sorry," he said hesitantly, "but have you seen a toad? I've lost mine. He keeps getting away." Harry recognized Neville Longbottom immediately from Augusta's descriptions, the nervous posture, the slightly pudgy features that hadn't yet resolved into adult definition, the eyes that held more intelligence than his uncertain demeanor suggested. "I haven't seen one," Harry replied kindly, "but I'd be happy to help you look. I'm Harry, by the way. Harry Potter." Neville's eyes widened predictably. "You're Harry Potter. I'm Neville Longbottom. Nice to meet you, Neville. Why don't we check a few more compartments? Your toad can't have gone far on a moving train." This simple offer of assistance seemed to surprise Neville, who had clearly expected either dismissal or the fame-focused reaction Harry received from most wizards. As they searched neighboring compartments, Harry maintained casual conversation, deliberately avoiding any reference to their family's connected histories while establishing basic rapport. Their search soon brought them into contact with a bushy-haired girl who introduced herself as Hermione Granger with characteristic intensity and immediately recognized Harry's name. "I've read all about you, of course. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century." The three continued searching for Neville's toad, providing natural opportunity for Harry to observe various student groupings throughout the train while establishing initial social connections. The dynamics unfolding matched Madame Marchbanks' briefings with remarkable accuracy, clear house divisions already evident even among unsorted first years, subtle hierarchies based on blood status and family connections, and the beginning frameworks of alliances that would shape their Hogwarts experience. When they eventually returned to Harry's original compartment, Neville's toad still missing but reportedly found later by a prefect, they were joined by Ron Weasley, who introduced himself with obvious awe at meeting the famous Harry Potter. Harry maintained friendly conversation while surreptitiously observing Ron's pocket, where Pettigrew presumably hid in rat form. "This is Scabbers," Ron mentioned eventually, producing the seemingly ordinary rat. "Pathetic, isn't he? Been in the family for years, originally my brother Percy's pet." Harry regarded the rat with carefully controlled expression, aware he was looking at the man responsible for his parents' deaths. Nothing in the creature's appearance suggested its true nature, only the unnaturally long lifespan for a common rat indicated anything unusual. Yet Harry's magically enhanced senses, developed through years of training with Seraphina, detected the faint magical signature of human core beneath the animal form. "He seems comfortable," Harry offered neutrally, suppressing the surge of anger threatening his carefully maintained facade. Their conversation was interrupted by the compartment door sliding open again, revealing Draco Malfoy flanked by two larger boys, the first direct confrontation with an established player from the opposing political camp. "They're saying all down the train that Harry Potter's in this compartment," Malfoy stated imperiously. "So it's you, is it?" "Yes," Harry replied simply, assessing the blonde boy with calm interest rather than the immediate hostility their family's history might suggest. This measured response clearly wasn't what Malfoy expected. "This is Crabbe and Goyle," Malfoy continued, gesturing to his companions. "And I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy." Ron's poorly suppressed snicker drew Malfoy's immediate attention, triggering a predictable blood status insult directed at the Weasley family. Harry observed the interaction with analytical detachment, recognizing the opening moves in social positioning that would define much of their Hogwarts experience. When Malfoy extended his hand with an offer of guidance about the right sort of wizarding families, Harry made his first calculated social decision, neither accepting the alliance nor creating unnecessary enmity. "I appreciate the offer," he replied, briefly shaking Malfoy's hand without enthusiasm or insult, "but I think I can figure out the right sort for myself. Maybe once we've all had time to know each other better." The response, polite but non-committal, clearly confused Malfoy, who had expected either eager acceptance or outright rejection. This middle path denied him both the alliance he sought and the grievance he would have leveraged from rejection. After Malfoy's departure, conversation resumed among the remaining students, with Harry carefully balancing normal first-year interests with his constructed background. He expressed appropriate excitement about learning magic, answered questions about his mysterious whereabouts with practiced vagueness. "I lived with Muggle relatives for a while, then with a wizarding family after some difficulties, and generally established himself as friendly but somewhat reserved." As the journey continued, Harry maintained this careful balance, engaging enough to form initial connections while observing more than participating. The arrival of the food trolley, changing into school robes, and growing anticipation about the approaching sorting ceremony provided natural conversation topics requiring minimal deception. Finally, the train began slowing as they approached Hogsmeade Station. Through the windows, darkness had fallen, revealing the first distant lights of the village. Harry felt a momentary tightness in his chest. After years of preparation, he stood at the threshold of Hogwarts, about to enter Dumbledore's domain directly. "Furs years over here." Hagrid's booming voice carried easily as they disembarked. The massive gamekeeper beamed upon spotting Harry. "All right there, Harry." Harry nodded with genuine smile, finding Hagrid's transparent goodwill refreshing amid so much calculation and positioning. The first years followed Hagrid down a steep, narrow path toward the traditional boats that would carry them across the lake for their first view of Hogwarts. "Y'all get your furs sight Hogwarts in a sec," Hagrid called over his shoulder, "just round this bend here." The narrow path opened suddenly onto the shore of a great black lake. Perched atop a high mountain on the other side, its windows sparkling in the starry sky, stood Hogwarts Castle, a vast structure of turrets and towers that radiated ancient magic even at this distance. Despite his extensive briefings and magical education, Harry felt genuine wonder at the sight. Hogwarts represented not just Dumbledore's domain but his parents' legacy, the birthplace of their relationship, the environment that had shaped their development as the people they became. Whatever dangers and challenges awaited within those stone walls, they existed alongside deep personal history he had only begun to understand. As the boats glided across the Black Lake toward the castle, Harry maintained his outward appearance of typical first-year amazement while inwardly reviewing final preparations for the coming encounter. Somewhere within that magnificent structure, Albus Dumbledore awaited, the man who had signed Harry's death warrant, who had left him with abusive relatives, who had manipulated events toward some grand design where Harry's sacrifice represented acceptable cost. Their boats reached the underground harbor where students disembarked onto rocks and pebbles, then followed Hagrid up a passageway in the cliff face, emerging onto smooth, damp grass in the castle's shadow. Stone steps led to a huge oak front door where Hagrid knocked 3 times. The door swung open immediately to reveal Professor McGonagall, her stern expression surveying the first years with professional assessment. Her gaze lingered briefly on Harry before continuing her inspection of the assembled students. "The first years, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid announced. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here." She led them across the flagged stone floor of the entrance hall, past the doorway where hundreds of other students' voices could be heard, and into a small empty chamber. There she delivered the standard explanation of Hogwarts houses, their importance as family-like units, and the approaching sorting ceremony. Throughout her speech, Harry maintained appropriate first-year nervousness while surreptitiously studying the castle's magical environment. The ambient magic here felt different from any location he'd previously experienced, layers upon layers of spells, enchantments, and protections accumulated over centuries, creating an almost living magical ecosystem. When McGonagall departed to prepare for their entrance, nervous speculation about the sorting process erupted among the first years. Harry listened with mild amusement to theories ranging from painful tests to complex spellcasting challenges, aware from his advisor's briefings that the actual ceremony involved the simple placement of an enchanted hat. His attention shifted momentarily as several ghosts drifted through the wall, expressing surprise at finding first years waiting. While his classmates gasped in shock, Harry observed the spectral figures with careful interest, recalling Moody's warning that Hogwarts ghosts potentially reported to Dumbledore and nothing said in their presence could be considered truly private. McGonagall's return interrupted the ghostly introductions. "Move along now," she instructed the spirits. "The sorting ceremony's about to start." To the students, she continued, "Now, form a line and follow me." Harry positioned himself in the middle of the line, neither conspicuously forward nor hiding at the rear, as they entered the great hall through double doors. Despite extensive preparation, the reality of the space impressed even his carefully controlled demeanor. Thousands of candles floated midair above 4 long tables where older students watched their entrance with varying degrees of interest. Above them, the enchanted ceiling reflected the night sky with perfect fidelity, stars glittering among velvety blackness. At the hall's far end stood another long table where the teachers sat. And there, in a large gold chair at the center, sat Albus Dumbledore, resplendent in magnificent robes of deep purple, his silver beard gleaming in the candlelight, half-moon spectacles perched on his crooked nose. Their eyes met briefly across the distance, and Harry felt the lightest touch against his mental shields, so subtle that without Seraphina's extensive training, he would never have detected it. He maintained his constructed surface thoughts of nervous excitement while revealing nothing deeper, breaking eye contact after an appropriate moment as if simply continuing to survey the magnificent hall. McGonagall placed a 4-legged stool before the first years, setting an extremely old, patched wizard's hat atop it. Harry watched with practiced interest as the hat twitched, a rip near the brim opening wide like a mouth, and began to sing. The Sorting Hat's song explained the 4 houses and their defining characteristics: brave Gryffindor, loyal Hufflepuff, wise Ravenclaw, and cunning Slytherin. Harry listened attentively, considering again which house would best serve his complex purposes at Hogwarts. When the song concluded and applause filled the hall, McGonagall stepped forward holding a long roll of parchment. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted." The sorting began with Abbott, Hannah, becoming a Hufflepuff. Harry observed each sorting with apparent casual interest while mentally preparing for his own imminent moment under the hat, a potential vulnerability in their carefully constructed strategy. Seraphina and Croaker had extensively debated whether the sorting hat might detect Harry's true knowledge and circumstances. Their research suggested the hat accessed surface thoughts and core personality traits rather than performing deep memory extraction, but uncertainty remained about its exact magical mechanisms after 1,000 years of existence. As the ceremony progressed through the alphabet, Harry noted the sorting of key students they'd identified through advanced intelligence: Hermione Granger to Gryffindor despite the hat's lengthy deliberation suggesting Ravenclaw consideration, Draco Malfoy to Slytherin with barely a touch of the hat to his head, and Neville Longbottom to Gryffindor after nearly a full minute of apparent debate. Finally, McGonagall called, "Potter, Harry." Whispers suddenly broke out across the hall like little hissing fires. "Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter?" Every face turned toward him as Harry walked forward with practiced composure, neither arrogantly confident nor timidly uncertain. He felt hundreds of eyes tracking his movement to the stool, where McGonagall placed the ancient hat upon his head. The last thing he saw before the hat dropped over his eyes was the hall full of people craning for a better look at the boy who lived. Said a small voice in his ear. "Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes, and a thirst to prove yourself. Now that's interesting. But what's this? A clemency shields in one so young. Most unusual." Harry maintained careful control over his surface thoughts, allowing the hat to perceive his core traits and ambitions while keeping his deeper knowledge and plans shielded behind barriers Seraphina had helped him construct specifically for this moment. Hiding something, are we? The hat mused, sounding more intrigued than concerned. I've sorted children with secrets before, but rarely with such sophisticated protections. You're no ordinary first year, regardless of what you show the world. Harry remained silent, neither confirming nor denying the hat's observations. I see ambition worthy of Slytherin, the hat continued, courage fitting Gryffindor, intellect suited to Ravenclaw, and loyalty deserving Hufflepuff. Where to put you? Your path is complex, entangled with destinies not yet fully revealed. Still Harry waited, letting the hat come to its own conclusions without actively influencing the decision. I sense shadows in your future, confrontations with powers both seen and unseen. You'll need allies across all houses, not just one. Interesting indeed. The hat seemed to be thinking aloud rather than addressing Harry directly. The obvious choice would be Gryffindor where your parents shone, yet Slytherin could help you achieve your hidden goals. Ravenclaw might sharpen your strategic mind, while Hufflepuff would grant loyal supporters for the trials ahead. Harry finally ventured a thought toward the hat. I need to be where I can best prepare for what's coming. Ah, so you do speak, the hat responded with what sounded like amusement. Very well. Your path is unusual, but your heart remains true despite the burdens placed upon you. Better be Gryffindor. The last word echoed throughout the great hall as McGonagall removed the hat from Harry's head. The Gryffindor table erupted in thunderous applause, with the Weasley twins chanting, "We got Potter. We got Potter." As Harry made his way to an empty seat. As he settled among his new housemates, he glanced toward the high table, allowing himself a brief assessment of the staff. Hagrid gave him an encouraging thumbs up. Professor McGonagall maintained her stern expression while overseeing the continuing ceremony. At the table's center, Dumbledore watched Harry with twinkling blue eyes and an inscrutable smile that revealed nothing of his true thoughts. Harry noted other faculty members with careful attention, the nervous-looking man in a purple turban who his briefings identified as Professor Quirrell, the hook-nosed, greasy-haired potions master Severus Snape whose history with Harry's parents had been extensively documented by Seraphina, and others whose roles would become significant during his time at Hogwarts. The remaining students were sorted, with Ron Weasley joining Gryffindor as expected and Blaise Zabini becoming the final Slytherin. As McGonagall removed the stool and sorting hat, Dumbledore rose to his feet, beaming at the students with arms opened wide in welcome. "Welcome," he said. "Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words, nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you." As food appeared magically on the golden plates before them and conversation erupted throughout the hall, Harry considered the sorting hat's unusual commentary. It had clearly detected his occlumency shields and recognized something atypical about his mind, yet had chosen not to expose this to Dumbledore or the school at large. Whether from some concept of confidentiality or other unknown motivation, the hat had maintained Harry's secrets while placing him in his parents' former house. The strategic implications of Gryffindor placement were significant. It positioned Harry among families traditionally aligned with Dumbledore, the Weasleys, Longbottoms, and other light-affiliated families, while potentially granting greater access to McGonagall as head of house. It also aligned with his cover story by seeming natural for James and Lily Potter's son without raising suspicions that might have accompanied a Slytherin sorting. Throughout the welcoming feast, Harry maintained his carefully constructed persona, friendly but slightly reserved, knowledgeable about magic without seeming suspiciously advanced, and appropriately awed by Hogwarts wonders. He answered questions about his mysterious years away with the practiced vagueness they had rehearsed, deflecting personal inquiries with gentle humor while establishing connections with housemates who would become his daily companions. Nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor ghost, provided entertaining distraction with his partially severed head, while conversations about families and magical backgrounds flowed naturally around the table. Harry contributed appropriately while observing the complex social dynamics already forming among his yearmates. His attention periodically returned to the high table, where faculty interactions revealed subtle patterns for future reference. Dumbledore conversed animatedly with Professor Flitwick while occasionally glancing toward the Gryffindor table. McGonagall and Snape appeared to be having a tense discussion, their body language suggesting professional disagreement rather than personal animosity. Most interestingly, Professor Quirrell seemed unusually focused on Harry despite attempting to appear casually engaged with his dining companions. On one occasion when their eyes briefly met, Harry felt a sharp pain in his scar, unexpected and concerning given the protections they'd established around his Horcrux connection. The incident passed quickly, but Harry filed it away for his evening report to Seraphina. Any magical reaction involving his scar potentially indicated Voldemort-related activity, particularly concerning given Quirrell's reported sabbatical in Albania, the same region where Voldemort's wraith had been rumored to hide. When the feast concluded, Dumbledore rose again for start-of-term notices, standard announcements about forbidden forest access and prohibited magic in corridors, along with a curious warning about the third-floor corridor being off-limits to anyone who didn't wish to die a very painful death. This specific prohibition aligned with intelligence Croker had provided about unusual security measures implemented at Hogwarts this year. Whatever Dumbledore had removed from Gringotts for safekeeping now apparently resided in that forbidden corridor, protected by defenses warranting such a serious warning. After singing the school song, an experience Harry found bizarrely chaotic given Hogwarts' otherwise structured traditions, students were dismissed to their dormitories. As first years followed their prefects through the castle's complex passages, Harry carefully memorized routes and landmarks, noting potential private areas for future secure communications or practice. Percy Weasley led them through hidden doorways, up marble staircases, and past whispering portraits whose occupants pointed and commented on Harry's presence. Finally, they reached the entrance to Gryffindor Tower, a portrait of a fat lady in a pink silk dress who requested a password, Caput Draconis, before swinging open to reveal a cozy common room filled with squashy armchairs, tables, and a crackling fire. The first-year boys were directed to their dormitory at the top of a spiral staircase, where 5 four-poster beds hung with deep red velvet curtains awaited them. Their trunks had already been delivered, with Harry's positioned between Neville's and Ron's. As his dormmates prepared for bed amid excited chatter about the day's events, Harry performed his own evening routine with practiced efficiency. He arranged his visible possessions to appear ordinary while ensuring access to his trunk's hidden compartments remained unobstructed. Under pretense of organizing schoolbooks, he activated the specialized ward's grip hook had installed to alert him of any tampering attempts. When conversation finally quieted and his dormmates drifted to sleep, Harry closed his bed curtains and activated privacy charms disguised as simple silencing spells to prevent his sleep-talking from disturbing others, a cover identity feature Seraphina had cleverly suggested to explain such protective measures. Within this secured space, he removed the enchanted journal from its hidden pocket in his trunk's lining. Touching his wand to the blank page, he whispered the activation phrase, "Shadows reveal truth to trusted eyes." The page shimmered briefly before text appeared, a status inquiry from Seraphina written hours earlier, initial position established. Report assessment when secure. Harry composed his first Hogwarts report with careful precision, detailing significant observations while prioritizing urgent matters, positioned in Gryffindor as anticipated. Sorting Hat detected a clemency but maintained confidentiality. Dumbledore attempted light surface scan during initial eye contact, shields held without detection. McGonagall watchful but not suspicious. Established preliminary connections with targets L, G, and W, Pettigrew confirmed present as R's pet. Unexpected development, scar pain when making eye contact with Quirrell. Possible connection to intelligence about Albania. Third floor corridor explicitly forbidden, confirm sees information about special protections. Castle ambient magic exceeds expectations, potential for enhancement of certain capabilities. Next scheduled contact tomorrow after first day of classes. The journal absorbed his words, the ink fading into the page to be transmitted to the paired journals held by Seraphina, Ragnarok, and Croker. Within minutes, Seraphina's response appeared, assessment received. Scar reaction concerning, Maintain distance from Q while investigating possible connection. Enhance personal wards before sleep. Train journey tracking charm successfully applied to target P. Extraction planning proceeds. Midnight conversation between D and M observed entering castle, discussion appeared tense. External surveillance established per protocol. Primary objective remains unchanged, observe, integrate, gather intelligence. Specialized training instructions will follow pattern discussed. Maintain scheduled contact. Allies remain vigilant. Harry added a brief acknowledgement before closing the journal and securing it within his trunk's hidden compartment. He then reinforced his personal wards as instructed, additional protections against mental intrusion during sleep when natural occlumency barriers might weaken. Finally alone with his thoughts, Harry reflected on the momentous day's events. After years of preparation, he had entered Hogwarts and established his initial position. Dumbledore had made no overt moves beyond a subtle mental probe easily deflected. The foundations for his cover identity were laid, initial social connections established, and intelligence gathering begun. Yet beneath these tactical achievements lay deeper currents of emotion. Today he had walked where his parents once walked, sat where they had sat, been sorted into their house. For all his strategic preparation and focus on confronting Dumbledore's betrayal, these personal connections to his lost family affected him more profoundly than anticipated. As sleep finally claimed him, Harry's last conscious thought was of the complex path ahead, navigating between justice and vengeance, between strategic necessity and moral principle, between the calculated player he had become and the child he had never been allowed to be. Somewhere in the same castle, behind layers of gargoyles and passwords and enchantments, Albus Dumbledore sat in his circular office pondering the return of Harry Potter, a child simultaneously familiar and unknown, the prophesied savior whose cooperation remained essential to plans decades in the making. The pieces were all in position. The game had begun. Chapter 5, Return to the light. Morning sunlight streamed through tall windows, painting golden paths across Hogwarts' ancient stone floors. Harry Potter walked to breakfast with measured steps, carefully calibrating his expression to show appropriate first-day excitement while his mind catalogued every detail of the castle's morning routines. Students flowed through corridors in predictable patterns. Prefects directed lost first-years. Professors observed from strategic positions. And everywhere, eyes followed Harry. There he is, where's the scar? Taller than I expected, did you hear he vanished for years? Ron walked beside him, chattering about classes and breakfast, seemingly oblivious to the whispers trailing in their wake. Neville followed a step behind, still shy but gravitating toward Harry's calm presence. Together they entered the Great Hall, where hundreds of faces turned toward them before quickly pretending they hadn't been watching. Mental, isn't it? Ron commented through a mouthful of toast after they'd settled at the Gryffindor table. Everyone's staring like you've got two heads. I expected it, Harry replied with a carefully practiced shrug. Famous for something I can't even remember. My gran says it'll settle down, Neville offered quietly. News always does, eventually. Harry nodded appreciatively at Neville, noting another small opportunity to build the connection with his prophetic counterpart. Your gran sounds sensible. What's she like? As Neville described Augusta Longbottom's formidable character, Harry divided his attention between the conversation and systematic observation of the high table. McGonagall moved among the tables distributing schedules. Snape watched the Slytherins with calculated favoritism. And at the center, Dumbledore surveyed his domain with benevolent detachment, occasionally glancing toward Harry with grandfatherly interest that never quite reached his calculating eyes. When McGonagall reached their section, she handed out schedules with characteristic efficiency. Potter, she said, lingering a moment longer than necessary, Professor Dumbledore mentioned he would like a word after you've settled in. Perhaps Friday afternoon, after your classes conclude for the week. Yes, Professor, Harry replied with polite neutrality. Should I come to his office? Indeed. The entrance is located behind the gargoyle statue on the 3rd floor. The password is Chocolate Frog. She studied him briefly before adding, it's merely an informal welcome, nothing to be concerned about. Harry maintained his calm demeanor while inwardly analyzing this development. Dumbledore was moving faster than anticipated, seeking private conversation before Harry could fully establish himself within Hogwarts' social and physical geography. The timing suggested cautious assessment rather than immediate confrontation, but required careful preparation nonetheless. "Thank you, Professor," Harry responded with exactly the right mixture of respect and curiosity. "I look forward to meeting him properly." McGonagall nodded briskly before continuing her scheduled distribution. Harry returned to his breakfast, exchanging glances with Hermione, who sat nearby with obvious interest in their conversation. The young witch had already organized her books by subject, color-coded her notes, and memorized their schedule. "We've got Transfiguration first," she informed anyone listening. "Then Charms after lunch, and Herbology with the Hufflepuffs tomorrow morning." Harry reviewed his own schedule thoughtfully. The arrangement provided perfect opportunity to establish his carefully calibrated academic profile, advanced enough to reflect his parentage without revealing his true capabilities. Transfiguration with McGonagall would be particularly important, as Dumbledore's deputy. Her assessment would undoubtedly influence the headmaster's approach. As breakfast concluded, Harry activated the enchanted galleon in his pocket, a simple quarter-turn signaling standard progress to his external allies without requiring journal communication. The coin would warm briefly in Seraphina's matching galleon, confirming his well-being while maintaining operational security. First-year Gryffindors migrated toward McGonagall's classroom, Ron and Neville flanking Harry while Hermione hurried ahead, determined to secure optimal seating. They filed into the classroom where the professor herself sat in cat form on her desk, a test of observation and magical awareness that Harry had been briefed to expect. He settled into his seat, notebook and wand arranged precisely, then deliberately glanced at the cat with a slight narrowing of his eyes, recognition calibrated to suggest magical intuition without revealing prior knowledge. McGonagall's feline gaze met his for a fractional moment before shifting away. When the final students rushed in apologizing for lateness, the professor's transformation elicited appropriate gasps of amazement. Harry allowed himself a small, appreciative smile, genuine admiration for the complex magic underlying the Animagus transformation, particularly knowing its relevance to his Pettigrew strategy. "Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts," McGonagall announced after silencing the excited chatter. "Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned." Her demonstration of transforming her desk into a pig and back drew further amazement from the first years. The subsequent lecture on magical theory provided Harry his first opportunity to demonstrate the precise level of knowledge they had planned, advanced enough to show aptitude without triggering suspicion. When McGonagall distributed matches for their first practical exercise, transforming them into needles, Harry waited until several students had made attempts before beginning his own work. He deliberately failed his first attempt, succeeded partially on his second, producing a silver-colored match with a pointed end, then achieved a complete but imperfect transformation on his third try. "Well done, Mr. Potter," McGonagall commented, inspecting his needle. "Your father showed similar aptitude in his first lesson. 5 points to Gryffindor." Harry allowed himself appropriate pride at the comparison while noting Hermione's slightly crestfallen expression when her own nearly perfect needle received similar praise without the personal connection. "Yours is better balanced," he told her quietly. "The eye is more precisely formed." Her expression brightened at his observation. "Thanks. I read about visualization techniques in transformation theory, but it's much harder in practice than the book suggested." This small interaction cemented another connection in Harry's developing social network, the brilliant Muggleborn witch whose intelligence and drive would make her either valuable ally or dangerous opponent depending on how their relationship evolved. The remainder of the class proceeded according to plan, with Harry carefully maintaining his position as talented but not suspiciously advanced. As they gathered their books at the conclusion, he felt McGonagall's assessing gaze following him from the classroom. "That was brilliant," Ron declared as they headed toward Charms. "Dad said McGonagall hardly ever awards points in first lessons. You must be a natural like your parents." I just focused on imagining the needle clearly, Harry replied modestly. It helps to picture exactly what you're trying to create. This deliberate sharing of a genuine magical insight served multiple purposes, reinforcing his cover as talented but humble, establishing helpful credentials with classmates, and beginning the subtle guidance of potential allies toward more effective magical practice. The pattern continued through their remaining classes that day. In each, Harry demonstrated carefully calibrated competence, enough to establish himself as magically gifted but remaining within parameters expected for a first year with his heritage. He answered questions thoughtfully when called upon but avoided drawing excessive attention, allowing others, particularly Hermione, to take academic spotlight when appropriate. Between classes, he navigated Hogwarts' complex geography with deliberate efficiency, making occasional wrong turns where reasonable for a new student, while methodically mapping the castle's layout against the briefings he'd received. Each corridor, staircase, and hidden passage represented potential strategic value for future operations. During lunch and dinner, he continued building connections with fellow Gryffindors while maintaining awareness of broader house dynamics. The Weasley twins approached with theatrical bows, introducing themselves with characteristic humor before declaring their willingness to assist the newest troublemaker in the noble house of Lionhearts. Harry responded with genuine amusement while mentally filing their offer for future consideration. The twins' knowledge of Hogwarts secrets potentially represented significant operational advantage. Throughout the day, he maintained subtle observation of Scabbers, confirming the rat remained in Ron's possession while rarely emerging from pocket or dormitory. The tracking charm placed during the platform operation would enable precise monitoring until extraction became viable. That evening in the common room, Harry established study patterns that would define his Hogwarts routine, visible dedication to coursework without isolating himself from social integration. He worked alongside Neville, offering occasional assistance that built confidence in the insecure boy while observing Ron's more relaxed approach to academics with good-natured acceptance. Chess, Harry. Ron offered after completing minimal homework. Best game there is, my brothers taught me. Harry accepted the invitation despite having anticipated it through Croker's detailed briefing on wizarding childhood activities. The strategic game provided perfect opportunity to demonstrate another carefully calibrated skill, playing competently enough to engage Ron's interest while deliberately making occasional suboptimal moves to maintain his cover. "You're pretty good for someone raised by Muggles," Ron commented after winning their second match. "Most beginners don't understand night movement patterns so quickly. My guardian taught me," Harry explained, deploying another fragment of his constructed background. He believed strategic thinking transfers between magical and non-magical contexts. "Smart bloke," Ron replied absently, already resetting the board. "Another game?" When curfew approached and students dispersed toward dormitories, Harry executed his first secure communication since arriving at Hogwarts. Pleading forgotten toothbrush, he returned briefly to their dormitory while others remained in the common room. Within the temporary privacy, he activated his journal with practiced efficiency. First day completed successfully. Academic profile established within parameters. Social connections developing with primary targets. McGonagall scheduled Dumbledore meeting Friday afternoon, sooner than anticipated. Target P remains accessible but extraction requires further preparation. Ambient castle security consistent with briefings, no unexpected monitoring detected. Defense against dark arts concerning, Professor Q emanates strange magical signature causing scar discomfort at proximity. Request analysis of potential connection to V's speculated condition. The journal absorbed his message, text fading into enchanted pages for transmission to his allies. Within moments, Seraphina's response appeared, profile reception optimal based on informant feedback. D-meeting timeline acceleration suggests cautious assessment rather than confrontation. Maintain prepared narrative. Q situation concerning, minimize exposure while gathering data. Monitor scar reactions precisely, may provide intelligence regarding V's current condition. SB case development proceeding. First procedural hearing scheduled October 12. P extraction planning continues, avoid premature action despite proximity. Castle Operational Security Assessment continues. Additional resources activated near perimeter for emergency contingency. Harry acknowledged receipt before securing the journal and returning to the common room with his forgotten toiletries. The evening concluded with normal dormitory routines, changing into pajamas, casual conversation about first impressions of Hogwarts, and gradually quieting voices as exhaustion claimed the excited first years. Behind carefully warded bed curtains, Harry performed his nightly acclimacy exercises, reinforcing mental defenses while processing the day's experiences. Beyond strategic considerations lay genuine emotional complexity, pride in successful navigation of his first day, satisfaction in developing connections with peers, and underlying tension regarding his approaching meeting with Dumbledore. Sleep eventually claimed him, bringing dreams of chess pieces moving across Hogwarts grounds, Pettigrew transforming between rat and human forms, and Dumbledore watching from the castle's highest tower, eyes twinkling with secrets beyond counting. The following days established Harry's Hogwarts routine while advancing multiple operational objectives. Each class provided opportunity to refine his academic profile, demonstrating appropriate strengths in his parents' specialty subjects while showing normal learning curves in others. Herbology revealed genuine areas for improvement, as magical plants differed significantly from mundane gardening Harry had performed for the Dursleys. Professor Sprout's practical approach and encouraging manner made the subject unexpectedly enjoyable, while partnering with Neville revealed the shy boy's remarkable aptitude for plant care. "You really understand these," Harry commented sincerely as Neville deftly repotted a wriggling bouncing bulb that had resisted other students' attempts. "How did you learn so much about magical plants?" "Gran has extensive gardens," Neville explained, his usual nervousness diminishing when discussing his area of expertise. "I've helped maintain them since I was little. Plants make more sense than people sometimes, they respond to what you actually do, not what they expect you to be." The insight revealed more about Neville's character than the boy likely intended, confirming Augusta's descriptions of her grandson's struggles with confidence amid his family's expectations. Harry filed this understanding for future relationship development, recognizing Neville's potential importance both personally and strategically. History of Magic provided perfect cover for additional research, as Professor Bin's monotonous lecturing drove most students to distraction or sleep. While maintaining appearance of taking occasional notes, Harry reviewed historical references potentially relevant to Dumbledore's rise to power and the political structures that enabled his multiple positions of authority. Astronomy offered opportunity for nighttime castle familiarization while maintaining legitimate academic activity. The midnight observations from Hogwarts' highest tower provided perspective on the ground's complete layout, security patterns, and potential approach vectors should external emergency extraction become necessary. The most concerning class remained defense against the dark arts. Professor Quirrell's stuttering lectures contained surprisingly sophisticated content frequently undermined by his apparent nervousness and classroom disorganization. More troublingly, Harry's scar consistently prickled with discomfort in the professor's presence, particularly when Quirrell turned his back, where the purple turban sat most prominently. Following Seraphina's instructions, Harry maintained careful distance while documenting these reactions in his secure journal. The pattern suggested localized magical disturbance rather than general curse activation, reinforcing suspicions about Quirrell's potential connection to Voldemort's wraith-like existence. Friday morning brought their first potions lesson with Professor Snape, a critical juncture in Harry's carefully constructed academic profile. Seraphina and Croaker had extensively briefed him on Snape's history with his parents, particularly the complex relationship with Lily Evans that had evolved from childhood friendship to bitter estrangement. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," Snape began in barely more than a whisper, commanding complete attention through precisely controlled intensity rather than volume. "As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, and snaring the senses." Harry maintained appropriate attention while assessing Snape's carefully constructed persona, the theatrical delivery masking genuine passion for his subject, the deliberate intimidation establishing immediate classroom control. When the professor's gaze fixed suddenly upon him, Harry was fully prepared for the coming test. Potter. Snape said suddenly. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? The question exceeded standard first-year knowledge by significant margin, a deliberate challenge measuring both Harry's preparation and reaction to perceived unfairness. Harry maintained calm eye contact while providing a response calibrated to his cover identity. I'm not entirely sure, Professor, he answered respectfully. I believe they're ingredients in some kind of sleeping potion, but I haven't studied advanced potions yet. Snape's expression flickered with something unreadable, perhaps surprise at Harry's restrained response and partial knowledge rather than complete ignorance or defensive hostility. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? Snape continued, voice unchanged despite the subtle shift in his assessment. In the stomach of a goat, sir, Harry replied with appropriate confidence for information that appeared in their textbook's introduction. It protects against most poisons. Snape's eyes narrowed fractionally. What is the difference, Potter, between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant, Professor, Harry answered, then added with careful deference, also called aconite, I believe. Silence held momentarily as Snape assessed this unexpected performance. Harry maintained respectful attention, neither challenging nor submissive, a deliberate balance designed to confound whatever preconceptions the potion's master brought to their interaction. Correct, Snape finally acknowledged with minimal inflection. Asphodel and wormwood create the draught of living death, a sleeping potion so powerful it mimics death itself. 1 point to Gryffindor for basic preparation. His gaze swept the classroom. Well, why aren't you all copying this down? The subsequent practical portion of class required similar calibration. Partnered with Ron, Harry prepared ingredients with practiced precision while allowing minor imperfections consistent with first-time brewing. Their completed potion achieved acceptable quality without displaying the suspicious perfection that might trigger Snape's deeper scrutiny. As they left the dungeons afterward, Ron expressed amazement at Harry's relatively positive interaction with the notoriously harsh professor. Blimey, mate! Did you see Snape's face when you knew those answers? Nearly swallowed his tongue. Everyone says he hates Gryffindors, especially, he stopped abruptly, ears reddening. Especially me? Harry finished calmly. Because of my father. You know about that? Ron asked, surprised. Harry nodded, deploying another carefully prepared background element. My guardian mentioned they had some rivalry during school. Thought I should be prepared. This strategic revelation served multiple purposes, explaining his measured approach to Snape, demonstrating appropriate knowledge of his parents' history without suggesting suspicious sources, and reinforcing his constructed background with consistent details. As lunchtime approached, Harry's focus shifted to his impending meeting with Dumbledore. The timing, Friday afternoon after classes concluded, represented both challenge and opportunity. He would face the headmaster with only 1 week's integration into Hogwarts, yet with minimal academic pressure immediately following. During lunch, he maintained normal social interaction while mentally reviewing prepared narratives and potential conversational directions. The constructed layers of his background had been designed precisely for this encounter, each element consistent with others, verifiable within expected parameters, and revealing nothing about his true knowledge or capabilities. You're quieter than usual, Hermione observed as lunch concluded. Nervous about something? Meeting with Dumbledore this afternoon, Harry explained with calculated openness. McGonagall said it's just a welcome chat, but still. The headmaster? Hermione's eyes widened with appropriate awe. That's incredible. He's the most accomplished wizard of modern times, supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, chief warlock of the Wizengamot, and discoverer of the 12 uses of dragon's blood. You've been reading chocolate frog cards too, Ron observed with amusement. Actually, modern magical history and great wizards of the 20th century, she corrected primly. You should read them, Harry, you're mentioned in both. Maybe I will, Harry replied noncommittally. After I meet the man himself. Their final class that day, double herbology with Hufflepuffs, provided welcome distraction from the approaching meeting. Working with Neville on delicate seedling transplantation, Harry maintained focus on immediate tasks while mentally preparing for what would undoubtedly be the most significant encounter since his return to Wizarding Society. As afternoon sunlight slanted through greenhouse windows, Professor Sprout concluded the lesson with hearty praise for their efforts and a modest homework assignment. Students dispersed toward the castle, conversations turning to weekend plans and completed first-week reflections. "Good luck with Dumbledore," Neville offered quietly as they returned gardening tools to their designated stations. "He's a bit overwhelming at first, but Gran says he's always kind to students." "Thanks, Neville," Harry replied with genuine appreciation for the thoughtful support. "I'll see you at dinner and let you know how it goes." With measured steps that betrayed no anxiety, Harry made his way through Hogwarts corridors toward the third floor where the gargoyle guarded Dumbledore's office. He passed Professor McGonagall near the Transfiguration classroom, receiving an encouraging nod that suggested she recognized his destination. Arriving precisely on time, neither eagerly early nor disrespectfully late, Harry approached the stone gargoyle with appropriate curiosity for a first-year student encountering this particular Hogwarts feature. "Chocolate frog," he stated clearly. The gargoyle sprang aside, revealing the spiral staircase beyond. Harry ascended with measured pace, using each step to reinforce his occlumency shields and review key elements of his prepared approach. At the top, he found a polished oak door with a brass knocker shaped like a griffin. After precisely 3 seconds pause, demonstrating neither hesitation nor haste, he knocked firmly. "Enter," called Dumbledore's voice from within. Harry opened the door to discover the headmaster's office, a large circular room filled with fascinating magical instruments, portraits of previous headmasters, currently pretending sleep or studious disinterest, and countless books lining the walls. Fawkes the Phoenix perched magnificently beside the enormous claw-footed desk where Albus Dumbledore sat, his half-moon spectacles reflecting the afternoon light. "Ah, Harry," the headmaster greeted warmly, rising with grandfatherly grace. "Thank you for coming. Please, sit down." Harry crossed the room with deliberate normalcy, neither timid nor overly confident, while expressing appropriate wonder at the office's magical contents. "Thank you for inviting me, Professor Dumbledore," he replied, taking the offered chair while maintaining casual eye contact without challenging directness. "Sherbet lemon?" Dumbledore offered, gesturing toward a small silver bowl of yellow candies. "No thank you, sir," Harry declined politely, remembering the tracking charm discovered on the similar offering at Flourish and Blot's years earlier. A fleeting expression, perhaps disappointment or recognition, crossed Dumbledore's features before his grandfatherly smile returned. "I hope you found your first week at Hogwarts agreeable, Harry. Your professors speak quite positively of your initial performance." "It's wonderful, sir," Harry replied with genuine enthusiasm carefully balanced with respect. "I've wanted to attend Hogwarts since learning about my parents' time here." "Ah yes, Lily and James." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with what appeared genuine fondness. "Remarkable students and even more remarkable people. You have your mother's eyes, you know." "I've been told that," Harry acknowledged, allowing appropriate emotion to color his voice. "I wish I remembered them better." "A tragedy none could have foreseen," Dumbledore sighed, his expression momentarily grave. "But perhaps we might focus on happier matters. I confess considerable curiosity about your experiences since leaving your aunt and uncle's home. Professor McGonagall mentioned you've been with magical guardians these past 3 years. And there it was, the central purpose of this meeting, carefully framed as casual interest rather than interrogation. Harry implemented their prepared narrative with practiced naturalness. "Yes, sir. After I accidentally operated away during a difficult situation with my relatives, I was found by people who recognized me despite my confusion. When they realized the circumstances I'd left, they felt it best I remain with them rather than return to an environment where magic was so unwelcome." Dumbledore leaned forward slightly, his gaze intensifying though his expression remained kindly. "Most concerning. I had arranged for your placement with your mother's family for important protective reasons, Harry. The blood connection provided ancient magic that kept you safe from those who might wish you harm. I understand they were the only family available, Harry replied carefully. But they really hated magic, Professor. My accidental magic made things difficult. I see, Dumbledore said, though his tone suggested he understood far more than Harry was saying. And these people who took you in, they've treated you well. Very well, sir. They taught me about magic, wizarding customs, and my parents' world. They made sure I was prepared for Hogwarts. I'm pleased to hear it, though concerned about the protective enchantments that were sacrificed. Dumbledore's fingers steepled thoughtfully. Might I inquire who these guardians are? As Hogwarts headmaster, I should be aware of your summer residence for school records. The question represented the meeting's most critical juncture, direct request for information that could compromise Harry's external support network. He deployed the carefully crafted response developed precisely for this scenario. They're quite private people, Professor. After learning about my fame in the wizarding world, they worried about public attention affecting their lives. They asked me not to share specific details until they've had opportunity to establish proper legal arrangements. Harry maintained eye contact with practiced innocence. I hope that's all right. They promised to contact you directly once the school year is properly underway. Dumbledore's expression revealed nothing beyond grandfatherly concern, though Harry sensed calculation beneath the benevolent exterior. I understand their desire for privacy, my boy, but as your magical guardian, I have certain responsibilities regarding your welfare. My magical guardian, sir? Harry asked with precisely calibrated surprise. I thought that arrangement would have changed when I left my relatives. Magical guardianship is determined by wizarding law rather than physical residence, Dumbledore explained gently. As appointed by the Wizengamot following your parents' tragic passing, that responsibility remains mine unless formally transferred through legal proceedings. I see, Harry replied, allowing thoughtful consideration to show on his face. I'll mention that to my guardians in my next letter. They've been speaking with someone at the ministry about formalizing arrangements, but I don't know the details. This deliberate revelation of ongoing legal consultation served dual purpose, warning Dumbledore that others were actively involved while suggesting Harry himself remained uninformed about the specific mechanisms challenging the headmaster's authority. Most interesting, Dumbledore commented mildly. The ministry can be quite particular about proper procedures. Should your guardians require assistance navigating bureaucratic complexities, I would be happy to offer my experience. The offer, assistance that would provide Dumbledore direct access to Harry's support network, came wrapped in helpful generosity that masked its strategic purpose. Harry responded with appropriate appreciation while maintaining operational security. Thank you, Professor. I'll include that in my letter. They're quite capable, but I'm sure they'd appreciate knowing you're willing to help if needed. Dumbledore nodded, apparently satisfied with this exchange despite gaining minimal actionable intelligence. The conversation shifted to more general topics, Harry's classes, his developing friendships, and his impressions of Hogwarts itself. Throughout these seemingly casual exchanges, Harry maintained his constructed persona while sensing Dumbledore's subtle assessment. No direct legitimacy attempt occurred, the headmaster apparently recognizing potential detection risks given Harry's magical heritage and unknown training, but careful conversational probes sought inconsistencies in his narrative. I understand you've already demonstrated considerable aptitude in transfiguration, Dumbledore observed, skillfully returning to academic assessment. Professor McGonagall was quite impressed by your initial practical work. It felt natural somehow, Harry replied with appropriate modesty. Like remembering something rather than learning it new. Magical affinity often follows family lines, Dumbledore noted approvingly. Your father showed similar natural talent, though he occasionally directed it toward less academic pursuits. His eyes twinkled with apparent reminiscence. I hope you'll find balance between your studies and the equally important experiences of friendship and discovery that Hogwarts offers. As their conversation continued, Harry recognized the headmaster's methodical approach, establishing rapport through shared interest in Harry's well-being, demonstrating knowledge of and connection to his parents, and positioning himself as benevolent authority figure rather than opponent or threat. Had Harry actually been the naive child Dumbledore expected, raised in ignorance then rescued by well-meaning but politically unsophisticated magical guardians, this approach would likely have succeeded brilliantly. Instead, Harry maintained his carefully constructed responses while gathering valuable intelligence about the headmaster's current strategy. After approximately 30 minutes, Dumbledore glanced at a curious silver instrument that emitted occasional puffs of colored smoke. "I've enjoyed our conversation immensely, Harry, but I shouldn't keep you from your Friday evening activities. Your classmates will be wondering about your meeting with the fearsome headmaster." His eyes twinkled with self-deprecating humor. "It's been interesting, Professor," Harry responded sincerely, rising from his chair. "Thank you for taking time to welcome me personally. My door remains open should you have questions or concerns during your time at Hogwarts," Dumbledore assured him, standing with remarkable spryness for his advanced age. "And do encourage your guardians to contact me directly. I'm most interested in meeting those who have cared for you these past years." "I will, sir," Harry promised, knowing such contact would occur only under carefully controlled circumstances of their own design. As he departed down the spiral staircase, Harry maintained normal composure until reaching the main corridor. Only then did he permit himself a momentary expression of satisfaction at successfully navigating his first direct encounter with Albus Dumbledore, the man who had signed his death warrant, now unwittingly providing insights into his own strategies and expectations. The meeting confirmed several key assessments from their planning sessions. Dumbledore currently pursued information gathering rather than direct control reassertion. He positioned himself as benevolent mentor rather than authoritarian guardian. Most importantly, he appeared to accept Harry's basic narrative while focusing primarily on identifying his mysterious guardians, suggesting he had not yet connected Harry's disappearance to discovery of the death warrant or other manipulations. Harry proceeded directly to the Ollery, maintaining his cover story by actually sending a letter, though addressed to a drop location monitored by unseen Alliance members rather than his actual guardians. The message contained only innocuous updates about classes and friends, serving as physical evidence supporting his narrative should Dumbledore monitor his communications. From the Ollery's high vantage point, Harry observed Hogwarts grounds bathed in late afternoon sunlight. Students dotted the lakeside enjoying September warmth before dinner. Hagrid tended his pumpkin patch near the forest edge. The Whomping Willow swayed ominously in the distance, concealing the secret passage that would eventually prove crucial to their Sirius Black strategy. This peaceful scene belied the complex game unfolding within these ancient walls, a chess match where Dumbledore moved pieces with confidence born from decades of unchallenged authority, unaware that Harry had transformed from expected pawn to unexpected player with strategies of his own. That evening in the Great Hall, Harry maintained normal interaction with his housemates while conducting subtle observation of staff dynamics. Dumbledore conversed animatedly with Professor Flitwick, occasionally glancing toward the Gryffindor table with grandfatherly benevolence that revealed nothing of their earlier strategic exchange. "How was your meeting with Dumbledore?" Hermione inquired as dinner appeared on golden plates before them. "Interesting," Harry replied truthfully. "He mostly wanted to welcome me to Hogwarts and talk about my parents. He knew them well, apparently." "Dad says Dumbledore knows everything that happens at Hogwarts," Ron contributed while serving himself generous portions. "Has portraits and ghosts reporting to him constantly." "That's an exaggeration, Ronald," Hermione chided, though her expression suggested consideration rather than dismissal. "Though as headmaster, he does have responsibility for students' well-being." This casual exchange reinforced Harry's operational security considerations. Hogwarts monitoring systems, whether formal or informal, required constant awareness. Secure communications needed appropriate protection, while sensitive discussions demanded carefully selected locations away from portraits, ghosts, and potential eavesdroppers. That night after his dorm-mates slept, Harry activated his journal behind warded bed curtains, providing comprehensive analysis of the Dumbledore meeting with particular emphasis on tactical implications. Initial D meeting completed. Approach confirmed information gathering phase rather than direct authority reassertion. Primary focus identified current guardians without challenging constructed narrative. No direct legitimacy attempted. Confirmed ongoing magical guardianship claim while revealing awareness of legal challenges underway. Positioned self as helpful resource/mentor rather than opponent. Assessment: D. Currently uncertain regarding my knowledge level and support network. Maintains grandfatherly persona while pursuing multiple intelligence vectors. Recommend maintaining current operational security while advancing P extraction planning. Seraphina's response appeared with characteristic precision. Analysis matches external assessment from informant network. D. Convened private meeting with McGonagall and Snape immediately following your discussion. Content unknown but timing suggests direct relevance. Legal proceedings advancing. Preliminary hearing scheduled October 12 will establish review basis for guardianship and SB case simultaneously. Ministry informants report unusual interest from Lucius Malfoy regarding your reappearance. Monitoring expanded accordingly. Q situation remains priority intelligence target. Continue distanced observation while documenting SCAR reactions. Maintain established protocols. Allies remain positioned. Harry acknowledged receipt before securing the journal and completing his nightly occlumency exercises. The week's developments confirmed their strategic approach while highlighting emerging complexities, Dumbledore's careful information gathering, quarrels concerning connection to his SCAR, and external parties like Lucius Malfoy entering the equation. As September progressed into October, Harry maintained his carefully constructed Hogwarts routine while advancing multiple operational objectives. His academic performance continued along established parameters, demonstrating appropriate talent without revealing his true capabilities. Social connections deepened with strategic targets while remaining genuine enough to withstand scrutiny. Flying lessons provided unexpected opportunity when Neville's accident and Malfoy's subsequent provocation led to Harry's discovery as a natural flyer. When McGonagall witnessed his perfectly executed dive to catch Neville's Remembrall, the resulting introduction to Oliver Wood and Gryffindor's Quidditch team aligned perfectly with their contingency planning. Youngest house player in a century, Wood announced after explaining Harry's new position as Seeker. McGonagall says you're a natural, better than Charlie Weasley, and he could have played for England. This development served multiple strategic purposes. Quidditch provided legitimate reason for Harry to develop advanced situational awareness and physical capabilities without suspicion. Team membership created additional social connections across multiple year groups. Most importantly, the special permission for a first-year player established precedent for exceptions to standard regulations, potentially useful for future operational flexibility. When Harry's new Nimbus 2000 arrived at breakfast, ostensibly from McGonagall but actually arranged through Gringotts with appropriate documentation, the resulting attention reinforced his carefully constructed public identity. The boy who lived had returned to Wizarding Society, demonstrated remarkable flying talent like his father, and received appropriate recognition without appearing privileged or entitled. Dumbledore observed these developments with apparent approval, his occasional twinkling glances suggesting satisfaction with Harry's integration into Hogwarts life. Their interactions remained limited to mealtime acknowledgements and occasional hallway greetings, the headmaster apparently content with gradual relationship building rather than additional private meetings. Meanwhile, Harry's secure network continued advancing external objectives. Sirius Black's case progressed through preliminary ministry reviews, with the October 12 hearing establishing formal reconsideration based on procedural irregularities. Pettigrew extraction planning reached advanced stages, with specialized containment equipment delivered via secured package to Harry's expanded trunk compartment. The extraction timeline accelerated when Harry's monitoring detected unusual behavior from Scabbers, increasing agitation, attempts to escape Ron's dormitory area, and heightened awareness of Harry's presence. These changes suggested the rat Animagus had begun recognizing potential danger, requiring adjustment to their operation schedule. "He's been acting mental lately," Ron complained during breakfast in early October, displaying a nasty scratch on his hand. "Bit me when I tried to feed him yesterday. Never done that before." "Maybe he's sick," Harry suggested with careful neutrality. "The hospital wing might have something for magical pets." He's just old, Ron dismissed. Percy had him for years before me, and he wasn't young then. Probably just getting cranky in his old age. This conversation confirmed their intelligence while raising operational urgency. If Pettigrew recognized potential exposure and fled, their opportunity to exonerate Sirius would vanish. The extraction required acceleration without compromising security or revealing Harry's involvement. The solution emerged from an unexpected direction when Hermione overheard their discussion about Scabbers' deteriorating behavior. "There's a section on magical pet care in the library," she informed them with characteristic helpfulness. "I noticed it while researching transfiguration theory. They might have information about aging rats." "That's brilliant," Harry responded with genuine appreciation for her problem-solving approach. "Would you help us look? I'm hopeless at finding specific books in there." The resulting research expedition served multiple purposes, engaging Hermione's academic skills, demonstrating Harry's concern for Ron's pet, and most importantly, providing opportunity to implement their modified extraction plan. In the library's peaceful quiet, Harry strategically positioned himself to monitor approaches while Ron and Hermione consulted various magical creature texts. During a carefully timed moment when both were fully engaged in different books, Harry activated the specialized device concealed in his robes, a modified version of the tracking charm delivery system originally planned for the platform operation. The silent spell targeted Scabbers through Ron's book bag, where the rat currently slept. Magical indicators confirmed successful application, a specialized stunning charm designed specifically for animagi, preventing transformation while inducing sleep state resembling natural rodent hibernation. "I think I've found something," Hermione announced triumphantly minutes later. Common magical rats typically live 3 to 5 years, but certain varieties with partial Jarvie ancestry can survive up to 12 years with gradually increasing irritability and territorial behavior. "That sounds like Scabbers," Ron agreed, checking his bag where the rat remained unusually still. "Though he seems proper knocked out now." "Probably just sleeping," Harry suggested casually. "Older animals need more rest." This explanation satisfied Ron, who remained unaware that his pet had actually entered magically induced hibernation designed to facilitate upcoming extraction. The charm would maintain Scabbers in this state for approximately 72 hours, sufficient time to implement the final phase of their operation. That evening, Harry activated his emergency communication mirror rather than the journal, requesting direct consultation regarding accelerated timeline. Ragnar's stern visage appeared in the reflective surface, secure enchantments ensuring their conversation remained undetectable. "The extraction must proceed immediately," Harry explained from within his trunk's expanded compartment, temporary privacy wards ensuring dorm mates heard nothing. "Pettigrew shows recognition signs and attempted escape behaviors. The containment spell is active but temporary." "Understood," Ragnar replied without hesitation. "Extraction team can deploy within 18 hours. The legal preparation is sufficient for immediate filing once physical evidence is secured." "What window of opportunity exists for acquiring the target?" Harry detailed the situation, Pettigrew's current hibernation state, typical dormitory routines, and available extraction opportunities. The most viable scenario emerged around the upcoming Quidditch practice scheduled for the following evening, when Ron typically remained in the common room without his book bag. "The specialized containment vessel must be retrieved from your secure storage and positioned for immediate transfer," Ragnar instructed. "Our operative will access Gryffindor Tower during dinner using the passage behind the mirror on the 4th floor. Authentication signal will be 3 short vibrations of your communication galleon." They finalized operational details with practiced efficiency, contingencies for unexpected complications, secure transfer protocols, and critical timing sequences. The acceleration represented calculated risk, but Pettigrew's changing behavior created greater danger through inaction. "Once secured, the evidence will trigger immediate legal proceedings," Ragnar confirmed. "Amelia Bones stands prepared to expedite matters once physical proof emerges. Your godfather's situation could change significantly within days rather than weeks." The following evening unfolded according to their adjusted plan. Quidditch practice provided perfect cover for Harry's absence from the common room during the critical extraction window. When he returned mud-splattered and legitimately exhausted from Wood's demanding training session, Ron greeted him with alarming news. "Scabbers is gone," he exclaimed with genuine distress. "I left my bag here while playing chess with Seamus, and when I checked later, he'd disappeared. Searched everywhere, under furniture, behind cushions, all around the dormitory." "That's awful," Harry commiserated with appropriate concern. "Could he have gotten out through the portrait hole when someone entered?" "Maybe," Ron acknowledged miserably. "Fat lady says she doesn't notice insignificant creatures coming or going. Percy's helping organize a search of the corridors tomorrow." Harry maintained sympathetic support throughout the evening while secretly confirming successful extraction through periodic checks of his communication galleon. 3 brief warming signals had occurred precisely during the planned operation window, indicating the Goblin operative had successfully retrieved the stunned Animagus and transferred him to the specialized containment vessel. That night's secure journal communication confirmed complete success, target secured and transported to Ministry containment. Specialized Auror team led by AB conducted preliminary verification confirming Animagus identity. Emergency Wisengamot session scheduled tomorrow morning for evidence presentation in SB case. Accelerated timeline operational, potential public developments within 48 hours. Maintain normal routines while preparing for increased scrutiny once news breaks. Surveillance indicates D unaware of operation. Recommend enhanced occlumency protocols during upcoming developments. The following day proceeded with deliberate normalcy despite the momentous events unfolding beyond Hogwarts walls. Harry attended classes, participated in search efforts for the missing Scabbers, and maintained appropriate concern for Ron's distress while carefully monitoring staff behavior for any indication news had reached Dumbledore. The first sign came during afternoon classes when Professor McGonagall was suddenly called from Transfiguration by a pale-faced prefect bearing a sealed note. Her expression revealed nothing as she read the message, though her voice carried unusual tension when appointing a student to oversee remaining classwork during her absence. By dinner, subtle indications of extraordinary developments appeared throughout the castle. Professors engaged in hushed conversations that abruptly ceased when students approached. Dumbledore's seat remained conspicuously empty at the high table. Even the ghosts seemed to gather in unusual groupings, exchanging information in whispered conversations. "Something's happening," Hermione observed perceptively as they ate. Professor Vector practically ran into Professor Sinistra in the corridor and they immediately started whispering. Then they both looked at the Gryffindor table before hurrying away. "Probably just teacher stuff," Ron suggested without great interest, his mood still dampened by Scabbers' disappearance. "End-of-month grading or something boring." Harry maintained noncommittal agreement while mentally reviewing contingency preparations for various public revelation scenarios. Their planning had anticipated multiple possibilities, from quiet administrative handling to sensationalized media coverage, with appropriate responses calibrated for each. The answer came dramatically the following morning when hundreds of owls swept into the Great Hall bearing identical newspapers. The Daily Prophet's headline screamed across the front page in enormous print, "Sirius Black Innocent." Peter Pettigrew found alive after decade in hiding. Emergency Wisengamot session reveals shocking betrayal. The accompanying photograph showed a disheveled, rat-like man being led in magical restraints by stern-faced Aurors, his terrified expression confirming guilt more effectively than any testimony. Smaller headlines detailed the extraordinary developments: Black never received trial, Ministry admits, grievous miscarriage of justice, Pettigrew confesses under Veritaserum to betraying Potters, and framing Black questions raised about Dumbledore's role as witness to Secret Keeper switch. The Great Hall erupted in astonished conversations as students and staff alike absorbed the shocking revelations. At the high table, McGonagall's face appeared drawn with distress while Hagrid openly wept into a tablecloth-sized handkerchief. Dumbledore's seat remained empty, his absence now explained by his presumed involvement in the emergency Wisengamot proceedings. Harry allowed appropriate shock to show on his face as Ron grabbed the newspaper, reading aloud in disbelieving tones, "In an extraordinary development that has shaken the foundations of wizarding justice, Sirius Black, imprisoned for nearly 10 years in Azkaban for the betrayal of James and Lily Potter and murder of Peter Pettigrew, has been completely exonerated after Pettigrew was discovered alive and in hiding. Under ministry questioning with Veritaserum, Pettigrew confessed to being the actual secret keeper for the Potters' Fidelius charm, betraying their location to you-know-who, and framing Black by staging his own death. Hermione leaned closer, her academic mind immediately connecting implications. It says Pettigrew has been hiding as a rat animagus all these years. That's how he escaped the explosion and why everyone thought he was dead. Ron continued reading, his voice rising with each revelation. Most shocking, evidence presented to the Wizengamot included signed witness statements from 1981 confirming Albus Dumbledore personally witnessed the secret keeper switch from Black to Pettigrew just days before the Potters' murder. Questions now arise regarding why this critical information was never presented during initial investigations, and why Black was imprisoned without trial despite Dumbledore's positions as Chief Warlock and Supreme Mugwump at the time. Harry stared at the newspaper with carefully calibrated emotions, shock at Pettigrew's discovery, growing comprehension about his parents' betrayal, and dawning understanding about his godfather's wrongful imprisonment. Each reaction appeared natural while concealing his complete prior knowledge of these developments. "Sirius Black is your godfather," Hermione whispered, having read ahead in the article. "It says so right here. He was named your guardian in your parents' will, but when he was imprisoned, you were placed with your Muggle relatives instead." This public revelation of previously suppressed information represented a critical milestone in their larger strategy, establishing documented proof of Dumbledore's questionable decisions regarding Harry's placement without directly exposing their knowledge of the death warrant. Throughout the day, additional information emerged through special editions and rumored staff discussions. Sirius Black had been immediately transferred from Azkaban to St. Mungo's for treatment of long-term Dementor exposure. Pettigrew remained in ministry custody awaiting formal sentencing for multiple crimes including betrayal of the Potters, framing Sirius Black, illegal animagus activity, and 12 counts of Muggle murder. Most significantly for Harry's strategy, searching questions arose regarding Dumbledore's role in the original miscarriage of justice. The prophet quoted anonymous Wizengamot members expressing grave concern about the Chief Warlock's failure to ensure proper judicial process despite direct knowledge contradicting the public narrative about secret keeper identity. That evening, Dumbledore returned to Hogwarts visibly aged by recent developments. His customary twinkling eyes appeared shadowed with fatigue as he addressed the student body before dinner. "You have all undoubtedly read about the extraordinary events unfolding within our Ministry of Justice. While I cannot comment on ongoing legal proceedings, I wish to assure you that Hogwarts remains committed to your education and well-being regardless of external developments. Should any student feel personally affected by these revelations, my door and those of all staff members remain open for support and conversation." His gaze briefly met Harry's across the Great Hall, a moment of unspoken communication acknowledging the personal significance these developments held for the young Gryffindor. Harry maintained appropriate solemnity while detecting calculation beneath Dumbledore's grandfatherly concern. Later that evening, the expected summons arrived via Professor McGonagall, who approached Harry in the common room with unusual gentleness. "Mr. Potter, the headmaster would like to speak with you in his office at your earliest convenience." The password remains, Chocolate Frog. Her typically stern expression softened momentarily. "This must be quite shocking for you. If you need additional support beyond what Professor Dumbledore offers, my door is always open to Gryffindors." "Thank you, Professor," Harry replied with genuine appreciation for her concern, which appeared untainted by the political calculations surrounding these developments. "I'll go see him now." The journey to Dumbledore's office provided critical moments to reinforce mental preparation for this pivotal confrontation. Unlike their first meeting where information gathering dominated both parties' objectives, this encounter would necessarily address substantive matters following public revelations about Harry's godfather and rightful guardian. The headmaster awaited behind his desk, the usual offering of sherbet lemons conspicuously absent. "Thank you for coming, Harry," he greeted with visible weariness. "I imagine you have many questions about the revelations in today's papers." "Yes, Professor," Harry acknowledged, taking the offered seat while maintaining appropriate emotional transparency. It's all rather overwhelming. Sirius Black is my godfather. And he's innocent. And Peter Pettigrew betrayed my parents while pretending to be their friend? Dumbledore sighed heavily, his ancient fingers steepled before him. A tragic series of events that I deeply regret. The confusion following your parents' murder was extraordinary, magical communities in chaos, Death Eaters still at large, and evidence that appeared conclusive at the time. That Sirius was denied proper trial remains unconscionable, regardless of circumstantial factors. The papers said you knew he wasn't the secret keeper, Harry observed with careful neutrality. That you witnessed the switch to Pettigrew. A flicker of discomfort crossed Dumbledore's features, so brief another observer might have missed it entirely. I was indeed aware of the change, though the complexity of those dark days. He paused, seemingly reconsidering his explanation. There is no adequate excuse, Harry. I believed securing your safety took immediate priority, and by the time you were protected, events had progressed beyond my ability to intervene effectively. This carefully constructed explanation, accepting limited responsibility while suggesting noble intentions, represented classic Dumbledore strategy according to Seraphina's briefings. Harry maintained appropriate emotional processing while pressing the critical question, what happens now, Professor? With Sirius being innocent and named as my guardian in my parents' will? A complicated question with legal, medical, and practical dimensions, Dumbledore replied with measured caution. Sirius requires extensive treatment for his years of Dementor exposure. The guardianship provisions of your parents will require formal review given intervening circumstances. And your current guardians, whom you've indicated provide appropriate care, represent another consideration entirely. Could I meet him? Harry asked with genuine emotion coloring his voice. Sirius, I mean. He was my father's best friend, wasn't he? And my godfather? In time, certainly, Dumbledore assured him. Though medical healers must determine his readiness for such emotionally significant interactions. Azkaban leaves profound psychological impacts that require careful healing. Their conversation continued through various aspects of the revelations, Harry expressing appropriate questions about his parents' relationships with both Sirius and Pettigrew, Dumbledore providing carefully measured responses that acknowledged past errors while positioning himself as supportive guide through these complex developments. Throughout the exchange, Harry maintained his constructed persona while gathering valuable intelligence about Dumbledore's evolving strategy. The headmaster clearly recognized the threat these developments posed to his authority and reputation, yet adapted with remarkable agility, acknowledging limited responsibility for past mistakes while positioning himself as necessary ally in navigating the complex aftermath. When their meeting concluded, Harry returned to Gryffindor Tower with mixed emotions, genuine satisfaction at Sirius's exoneration blending with strategic assessment of advancing pieces across their complex chessboard. The revelations had unfolded more dramatically than anticipated, creating both opportunities and complications for their larger strategy. That night's secure journal communication confirmed the significance of these developments, SB's situation progressing beyond anticipated parameters. Medical evaluation indicates faster recovery than expected, possibly due to Animagus abilities providing partial psychological protection from Dementors. Legal proceedings formally invalidated original imprisonment and established compensation framework. Guardianship review expedited through Wisengamot with preliminary hearings scheduled next week. Media coverage exceeds projections, D's reputation experiencing significant questioning across multiple publications. Recommend preparing for accelerated timeline regarding potential SB meeting and guardianship transition discussions. Seraphina's response provided characteristic strategic guidance, developments confirm operational success while requiring tactical adjustments. Public questioning of D's judgment creates opportunity for broader revelations but requires careful management to prevent premature exposure of death warrant knowledge. SB recovery timeline critical, maintain preparation for eventual meeting while continuing normal Hogwarts integration. D will likely accelerate attempts to reinforce relationship given guardianship challenges. Maintain established protocols while preparing contingency responses for media contact attempts and potential ministry involvement. Alliance members positioned for next phase. The following weeks transformed Harry's Hogwarts experience as ripples from Pettigrew's discovery and Sirius's exoneration spread throughout Wizarding Society. Prophet coverage expanded beyond initial revelations to broader questioning of power structures that had allowed such miscarriage of justice. Dumbledore's role questioned. How did Chief Warlock allow heir of ancient House Black to be imprisoned without trial? Screamed one headline. Ministry corruption exposed. Bartemius Crouch's falling star and the convenient scapegoating of Sirius Black, proclaimed another. Most significantly for Harry's immediate circumstances, educational decrees arrived from the Ministry formally acknowledging Sirius Black's legal status as his godfather and rightful guardian pending appropriate recovery and home establishment. These developments created legitimate opportunity for Harry to express interest in his godfather's condition, request updates about recovery progress, and openly discuss potential future living arrangements. Each conversation advanced their narrative while gathering intelligence about Dumbledore's evolving strategy. Professor, Harry approached McGonagall after Transfiguration in late October. Has there been any news about when I might meet Sirius Black? The papers say he's recovering well at St. Mungo's. McGonagall's expression softened with unusual transparency. Healing from Azkaban takes time, Mr. Potter, but I understand mutual interest exists in arranging a meeting when medically appropriate. The headmaster is coordinating with St. Mungo's healers regarding suitable timing. This information confirmed their intelligence while revealing Dumbledore's continued positioning as gatekeeper to Harry's relationship with his godfather, a role they had anticipated and planned to circumvent through alternative channels. As Halloween approached, anniversary of his parents' murder and Voldemort's defeat, Harry maintained appropriate solemnity while preparing for their next operational phase. The traditional feast would provide both emotional challenge and strategic opportunity, particularly given ongoing developments regarding Sirius's recovery. When Halloween morning dawned, Harry found himself genuinely affected by awareness of the date's significance. Despite years of preparation and emotional processing, the anniversary carried undeniable weight, highlighted by his presence in the very school where his parents had studied, fell in love, and ultimately graduated before their tragically shortened lives. He spent quiet moments before breakfast visiting the memorial photograph album Seraphina had provided years earlier, images of James and Lily at various ages, culminating in wedding photographs and a precious few with infant Harry. Behind privacy charms, he allowed genuine emotion before carefully recentering himself for the day ahead. Classes proceeded normally despite whispered acknowledgments of the date's significance for the boy who lived. Professors maintained standard lessons while occasionally glancing toward Harry with poorly concealed concern. Fellow students demonstrated awkward attempts at supportive normalcy, uncertain how to acknowledge the anniversary. By evening, Harry had navigated these challenges with practiced composure when an unexpected development transformed Halloween entirely. As students gathered for the feast, Professor Quirrell burst into the Great Hall, turban askew and terror evident on his face. "Troll," he announced to the stunned assembly. "In the dungeons. Thought you ought to know." He collapsed in apparent faint as chaos erupted throughout the hall. Dumbledore's commanding voice restored order with purple firecrackers from his wand. "Prefects, lead your houses back to dormitories immediately. Teachers will follow me to the dungeons." As Percy Weasley gathered Gryffindors with officious importance, Harry's strategic assessment identified critical intelligence gaps. "Hermione doesn't know," he realized aloud to Ron as they joined the exodus from the Great Hall. "She wasn't at dinner. I heard Parvati say she's been crying in the bathroom all afternoon after something Malfoy said in Charms." This unexpected situation required immediate tactical adjustment. While a mountain troll represented minimal threat given Harry's actual magical capabilities, Hermione's isolation created legitimate danger to a potential ally. Moreover, the disruption provided operational opportunity amid castle-wide confusion. "We've got to find her," Harry decided, pulling Ron aside from the Gryffindor procession. "Before the troll does." Their search led to the girls' bathroom where Hermione remained unaware of danger, until the unmistakable stench of mountain troll preceded its massive form blocking the doorway. What followed unfolded with desperate intensity, Harry and Ron implementing improvised strategy to save their terrified classmate from immediate threat. Though Harry could have neutralized the troll with his actual magical capabilities, such display would have irreparably compromised his cover. Instead, he coordinated with Ron to implement first-year appropriate tactics, distracting the creature while maneuvering Hermione toward safety, culminating in Ron's successful levitation of the troll's own club to render it unconscious. When professors arrived moments later, they found 3 shaken first-years standing over an unconscious mountain troll. McGonagall's shock and subsequent anger provided perfect cover for Harry's measured explanation, accepting appropriate responsibility while emphasizing concern for uninformed classmate rather than reckless adventure-seeking. "It was my fault, Professor McGonagall," Hermione unexpectedly interjected, surprising both boys with her willingness to accept partial blame. "I went looking for the troll because I thought I could deal with it on my own, because I've read all about them." This unexpected falsehood, protecting Harry and Ron despite her previous rule-abiding nature, represented significant development in their relationship. McGonagall's response of disappointed housepoint deduction followed by larger award for successful troll defeat concluded the incident with net positive outcome. More importantly, the shared danger created genuine bond between the 3 students, emotional connection transcending Harry's strategic considerations regarding potential allies. As they walked back to Gryffindor Tower, Hermione's quiet "thanks" acknowledged more than physical rescue, establishing foundation for friendship based on mutual support rather than calculated advantage. That night's secure journal communication included this unexpected development alongside scheduled update on Sirius Black's situation, operational disruption, mountain troll incident resulted in accelerated alliance development with targets G and W. Shared danger created genuine connection beyond strategic parameters. Incident origin requires investigation. Troll introduction to secure castle represents significant security breach potentially related to third-floor corridor protections. Meanwhile, SB recovery continues ahead of projections. Alliance sources confirm medically supervised excursion from St. Mungo's scheduled next week, potential meeting opportunity with appropriate security measures. The troll incident marked turning point in Harry's Hogwarts integration. His friendship with Ron and Hermione evolved from strategic positioning to genuine connection, though maintained within operational security parameters. Their perspectives, Ron's wizarding-raised practicality and Hermione's brilliant academic approach, provided valuable diversity complementing Harry's unique background. Meanwhile, Sirius Black's recovery accelerated beyond medical projections, creating opportunity for their planned meeting sooner than anticipated. Through unseen alliance channels, secure arrangements developed for Harry's first introduction to his godfather during the approaching Hogsmeade weekend when most staff and older students would be absent from the castle. Dumbledore appeared to anticipate some communication attempt, increasing casual interactions with Harry during meals and hallway encounters. "I understand your interest in meeting Sirius," he mentioned during one such conversation. The healers report encouraging progress, though emphasize continued caution regarding emotional stimulation. Perhaps during Christmas holidays, when appropriate supervision can be arranged. Harry maintained appropriate enthusiasm for this possibility while proceeding with their independent arrangements. "That would be brilliant, Professor. I've so many questions about my parents that only someone who knew them well could answer." The headmaster's twinkling eyes suggested satisfaction with Harry's apparent acceptance of his proposed timeline, unaware that alternative plans had already progressed beyond his influence. When the Hogsmeade weekend arrived in mid-November, Harry implemented their carefully prepared extraction. While fellow first-years remained in the castle, he utilized secret passages mapped during previous explorations to reach the Shrieking Shack where unseen Alliance members had arranged secure meeting location under multiple protection enchantments. There, in a comfortably appointed room belying the building's dilapidated exterior, Harry finally met Sirius Black, his godfather, his parents' loyal friend, and the man who had suffered a decade of unjust imprisonment partially due to Dumbledore's calculated inaction. Sirius appeared simultaneously younger and older than his 32 years, his handsome features preserved by youthful genetics yet lined with suffering beyond his age. Though still thin from Azkaban, specialized healing regimens had restored significant physical health. His eyes, hauntingly intense, fixed upon Harry with complex emotion as they stood momentarily speechless before each other. "Harry," Sirius finally whispered, voice rough with feeling. "You look so much like James." "But your eyes, my mother's eyes," Harry completed with genuine emotion. "Everyone tells me that." Something between laugh and sob escaped Sirius as he took an uncertain step forward. Would you mind if I hugged you? I've waited so long, but I understand if you need time to." Harry closed the distance between them, embracing his godfather with unrehearsed sincerity that transcended strategic considerations. For precious moments, they stood connected by shared loss and unexpected reunion, both fighting tears that represented complex emotional convergence. When they finally separated to seated positions before the room's crackling fire, Seraphina stepped forward from her observational position. "Sirius Black, I'm Seraphina Piquery, one of Harry's guardians these past 3 years." The former Makusa president, Sirius acknowledged with surprised recognition. "Quite the distinguished protector you've had, Harry. Though I still don't fully understand how," he gestured vaguely, encompassing the extraordinary circumstances surrounding Harry's disappearance from the Dursleys and subsequent education. "That's partly why this meeting was arranged outside official channels," Seraphina explained. "There's much you should know about Harry's situation, information not yet appropriate for wider distribution given certain parties' involvement." What followed was carefully calibrated revelation, explaining Harry's accidental apparition from Dursley mistreatment, his discovery of the Potter wills naming Sirius as rightful guardian, and subsequent education with magical protectors. They intentionally withheld information regarding the death warrant and Horcrux situation until Sirius demonstrated fuller recovery and appropriate security measures could be implemented. Throughout this explanation, Sirius's expressions shifted between shock, anger, and fierce protectiveness. "Dumbledore left you with Petunia?" he demanded incredulously. "Lily's sister who hated magic and everything about our world? Against James and Lily's explicit instructions in their will? He claimed blood protection through my mother's sacrifice," Harry explained, sharing genuine understanding while withholding deeper knowledge of Dumbledore's ultimate intentions. "Blood protection," Sirius repeated with scathing disbelief. "As if James and Lily wouldn't have incorporated appropriate protections in any guardian arrangement. As if wizarding homes couldn't be warded against Death Eaters. As if," he stopped abruptly, visibly forcing calm. "I'm sorry, Harry. This isn't about my anger. What matters is that you're safe now, and we found each other again." Their conversation continued for precious hours, shifting between serious discussions of guardianship arrangements and lighter sharing of stories about Harry's parents. Sirius proved treasure trove of personal insights, James Potter's loyalty and mischievous brilliance, Lily Evans' fierce intellect and compassion, their courtship that evolved from schoolyard antagonism to deepest love. "Your father could be an arrogant prat when we were younger," Sirius admitted with fond reminiscence. "But Lily helped him grow into a truly great man, brave, loyal, and eventually worthy of her love. They were extraordinary together, Harry. And they adored you beyond measure." These personal stories, delivered with raw emotional honesty rather than sanitized remembrance, provided connection to Harry's parents beyond anything previously available. Even Seraphina's careful memories lacked the intimate perspective of someone who had loved them as family rather than respected colleague. As their meeting concluded with plans for regular communication and formal guardianship proceedings, Sirius gripped Harry's shoulders with fierce determination. "I failed you once by pursuing Pettigrew rather than securing your welfare. I won't fail you again. Whatever happens next, whatever Dumbledore or the Ministry or anyone else tries to arrange, remember that you have a godfather now who will fight for your best interests above all else." "I know," Harry replied with genuine trust transcending strategic considerations. "And I'll fight for you too." This moment of mutual commitment represented perfect conclusion to their first meeting, establishing emotional foundation for the alliance that would prove essential in confronting both Dumbledore's manipulations and Voldemort's eventual return. As Harry returned to Hogwarts through secret passages, his emotions remained complex, satisfaction at operational success blending with genuine happiness at connecting with this vital link to his parents. Whatever strategic advantage Sirius represented in their larger plans, the personal relationship transcended calculation, providing something Harry had unconsciously sought throughout his extraordinary journey from abused child to strategic player, family connection based on genuine love rather than manipulation or obligation. Back at Hogwarts, Harry maintained normal activities while processing this transformative meeting. Quidditch practice, homework with Ron and Hermione, and standard first-year routines continued unchanged while preparations advanced for the approaching Christmas holiday, now potentially including formal visit with his publicly acknowledged godfather. Dumbledore's reaction to these developments revealed his evolving strategy. Rather than opposing Sirius's guardianship directly, he positioned himself as facilitator of appropriate transition, ensuring medical readiness, arranging supervised visits, and expressing grandfatherly pleasure at Harry's reconnection with his parents' dear friend. "I understand you're corresponding with Sirius," the headmaster mentioned during casual encounter outside the Great Hall. "A positive development for both of you, I believe. Healing often progresses more quickly with meaningful purpose." "Yes, Professor," Harry acknowledged with appropriate enthusiasm. "His letters tell amazing stories about my parents at Hogwarts, things I never knew before." "Sirius indeed shares special memories of your parents," Dumbledore agreed with twinkling benevolence that masked calculation. "Though perhaps balancing various perspectives provides fullest picture. Professor McGonagall, for instance, observed their development as students from different vantage point than youthful compatriot. This subtle suggestion, introducing alternative narrative sources to potentially counter Sirius's unfiltered perspectives, exemplified Dumbledore's adaptive strategy. Rather than opposing Harry's connection with his godfather directly, he sought to contextualize and potentially moderate its influence through additional trusted voices. As November concluded and December snow transformed Hogwarts grounds to winter wonderland, Harry's dual existence continued with practiced balance, normal first-year student externally while advancing complex strategy beneath carefully maintained facade. Quidditch provided unexpected complication when his first match featured apparent jinxing of his broom, violent bucking motion suggesting external magical interference. Through peripheral vision while struggling for control, Harry observed Snape maintaining unbroken eye contact while muttering what appeared to be counter-jinx rather than curse, while Quirrell similarly focused intense concentration from nearby position. Hermione's intervention, setting fire to Snape's robes based on misinterpreted observation, broke both professors' concentration, allowing Harry to regain control and complete the match with spectacular snitch capture. The incident added concerning dimension to ongoing assessment of Quirrell's potential connection to Voldemort while revealing Snape's unexpectedly protective posture despite outward antagonism. Christmas arrangements solidified with formal ministry approval for Harry to spend portion of holidays with Sirius at secure location, time divided between his godfather and his established magical guardians according to medical recommendations. Dumbledore's acquiescence to this arrangement suggested strategic repositioning rather than opposition, particularly given public scrutiny following Sirius's exoneration. "A reasonable compromise ensuring appropriate transition," the headmaster commented when confirming holiday arrangements. "I believe Sirius has secured a London residence currently undergoing renovation and security enhancement. Perhaps next summer might allow more extended visitation as his recovery progresses and permanent arrangements develop." This measured approach, acknowledging inevitable guardianship transition while establishing gradual timeline, represented classic Dumbledore adaptation to changing circumstances. Unable to maintain complete control given legal developments and public opinion, he instead positioned himself as reasonable facilitator of appropriate change. As term concluded with festive decorations throughout the castle, Harry prepared for his first Christmas with legitimate family connection since his parents' deaths. The approaching holiday represented both personal milestone and strategic opportunity, consolidating his relationship with Sirius while advancing their larger plans regarding Dumbledore's manipulations and the Horcrux situation. His final journal communication before departure maintained operational security while acknowledging emotional significance. Term concluded successfully. Academic profile maintained within parameters. Primary alliance with targets G and W solidified through shared experiences. Q situation remains concerning. Multiple incidents suggest active magical interference requiring continued investigation. SB. Relationship developing beyond strategic parameters, genuine connection established with significant emotional component. Holiday arrangements finalized with divided schedule between established Guardians and SB at secure locations. Depositioning as transition facilitator rather than opponent represents strategic adaptation requiring corresponding tactical adjustments. Boarding the Hogwarts Express for London, Harry reflected on the extraordinary journey since his first train ride just months earlier. He had entered Hogwarts as strategic player in dangerous game, carrying knowledge of Dumbledore's betrayal and burden of eventual confrontation with both the headmaster's manipulations and Voldemort's potential return. Yet amid these weighty considerations, something unexpected had developed, genuine connections transcending strategic calculation. His friendship with Ron and Hermione, initially cultivated for positional advantage, had evolved into authentic relationship built on mutual support and growing trust. His correspondence with Neville laid groundwork for meaningful connection with the prophesied counterpart whose parallel tragedy created unique understanding. Most significantly, his relationship with Sirius provided family connection he had never truly experienced, someone who loved him specifically as Harry rather than concept or tool or obligation. Whatever strategic advantage this relationship provided their larger plans, its emotional foundation transcended calculation. As the train carried him toward Christmas holiday and reunion with both his established guardians and newly reconnected godfather, Harry Potter recognized profound truth about his extraordinary journey. His greatest strength against both Dumbledore's manipulations and Voldemort's darkness came not from magical power or strategic positioning, but from genuine connections formed despite the burdens of prophecy and betrayal. The orphaned boy who had discovered a death warrant bearing Dumbledore's signature had transformed through knowledge, training, and unexpected bonds into something neither the headmaster nor the Dark Lord could fully comprehend or counter, a young wizard with both power and purpose, both strategy and authentic connection, both ability and genuine love. Whatever challenges awaited in confronting Dumbledore's machinations or Voldemort's return, Harry no longer faced them as isolated pawn manipulated by greater powers, but as emerging player supported by growing network of genuine allies committed to both justice and his personal well-being. The boy who lived had returned to the wizarding world not as anyone's weapon or sacrifice, but as himself, Harry James Potter, son of Lily and James, godson of Sirius Black, friend to Ron and Hermione and Neville, student of magic in all its complexity, and increasingly, architect of his own destiny. The light he returned to was not Dumbledore's carefully controlled illumination, but something brighter and more authentic, the light of truth revealed, justice pursued, and connections formed despite the shadows of past betrayals. Whatever darkness still awaited, Harry moved toward it not alone but surrounded by growing circle of light formed through genuine bonds transcending the manipulations that had shaped his early years. As Hogwarts faded into snow-covered distance behind the train, Harry smiled with quiet determination. The game continued, the pieces moved across their complex board, but the rules had fundamentally changed. Dumbledore had expected to welcome back a pawn, instead, he faced an unexpected player with strategies beyond his anticipation and connections beyond his control. The return to light had begun. The rest would unfold in time. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.